Chapter 438. Chapter 438. Great Elder. Chapter 438. Great Elder. Level 7 Pill Saint. Li Lingtian replied indifferently, without any change in expression, as if he was talking about something that did not matter. But these short 5 words were like a thunderclap that struck Wu Yin. His brain short-circuited, and he was completely blinded by these words. Tier 7. Level 7 Saint Alchemist. Wu Yin smacked his lips, feeling his lips and tongue dry. He was completely not used to his current situation. He stammered out. His eyes were filled with confusion and doubt, but there was also shock. This was completely beyond his imagination. A 21-year-old revered martial artist and a 21-year-old level 7 divine alchemist. Even he had never heard of a saint alchemist. In the Tian'er region, there were a few powerful spirit alchemists. The most powerful ones were only 2 level 6 spirit alchemists, but he had never heard of a level 7 saint alchemist. Is there a problem? Li Lingtian took out his holy alchemist badge after he finished speaking. Initially, Apothecary Yin Yuan did not have a badge. However, in order to win Li Lingtian over, she gave her badge to Li Lingtian at the last minute and changed the information inside. Li Lingtian did not reject the badge. He understood the power of the badge and could use it to get rid of unnecessary trouble. This badge was a symbol of status. Regardless of who it was, they would have to look at this badge to see if they had the ability to go against the Alchemist Guild when they provoked Li Lingtian. Greetings, Alchemy Saint. When Wu Yin saw the badge of a Saint Alchemist, his expression changed drastically. Although he didn't know the badge of a real Saint Alchemist, this badge was exactly the same as the badge of a Spirit Alchemist. It was just that the aura on it was different. Also, this badge was a defensive treasure with the defensive power of a supreme grade heaven artifact. The entire badge was made of magical ancient materials. Only the Immortal Realms Alchemist Guild had such ability. Even a martial emperor powerhouse had to show some respect to a saint alchemist. Moreover, this saint alchemist was only 21 years old. At such an age, he would definitely go further in alchemy and martial arts in the future. I don't want the information to leak out. Li Lingtian's entire body exuded the aura of a superior. Even a martial emperor powerhouse would not be able to match up to this aura because it was a kind of majesty, the majesty of a divine alchemist. Coupled with Li Lingtian's current identity, Wu Yin could see his presence as a godlike existence. This subordinate understands. Lord Alchemy Saint, I'm afraid you'll have to send your identity to the higher-ups. The higher-ups will definitely not leak this information. You can rest assured about this. This subordinate will inform the higher-ups to come and see the sacred pill master. As Wu Yin explained, he sized up Li Lingtian. He was worried that Li Lingtian would leave because of his identity being exposed. If that was the case, he would have to be punished. With that said, he led Li Lingtian to a passageway in the hall. After passing through a short-distance teleportation point, the trio arrived before a majestic hall. However, the palace was tightly shut and showed no signs of opening. Your subordinate Wu Yin has an urgent matter to report to the Great Elder. Outside the hall, Wu Yin cast a voice transmission talisman. The voice transmission talisman disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already entered the hall. Come in. A majestic voice was heard. The voice was ethereal, and Li Lingtian was shocked. Although the voice was ethereal, he could sense the power of the owner of the voice. The owner who spoke was definitely a super martial emperor powerhouse. His cultivation was definitely stronger than anything he had ever encountered. Even the Divine Wind's current cultivation could not be so powerful. From the looks of it, he should be an 8th level martial emperor. The difference between an 8th level martial emperor and a 7th level martial emperor was like the difference between a martial honor and a martial emperor. After the supreme realm, the 8th or 9th heaven was completely different from the previous realms. There was no comparison. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint, please wait here for a moment. Wu Yin led Li Lingtian to a private room in the side hall before he left respectfully. He was probably going to meet the powerhouses in the main hall, but Li Lingtian did not mind at all. He was not a member of East River City yet, so he naturally could not hear the news inside. Young master, they must know your identity. If that's the case, will they harm us? Qjianji Ling asked Li Lingtian softly after Wu Yin left. She did not expect Li Lingtian to reveal his identity. Other information might not be known to anyone, but the identity of a holy alchemist was something that the other party could easily find out with a little investigation. It's fine. Only by doing so will I be valued. Li Lingtian shook his head. He had made this decision after careful consideration. Since he wanted to establish himself in this place, he had to establish himself in East River City. There were no other forces in the Tiana district. The only thing they could do was to enter the core of the Tiana district and use their own strength to erode the Tiana district. Next, the two of them sipped their tea leisurely as if they were playing. However, inside the hall, the entire hall was like a crystal world, and it was brightly lit inside. An old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged, his face expressionless. You know the rules. You can't come here unless it's important. You have to think about it yourself today. Jiang Feng opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and not as sharp as he had imagined. However, it was this pair of calm eyes that made Wu Yin's body tremble. Naturally, he knew what would happen if he did not come here for an important matter. However, when he thought about Li Lingtian, he felt a little more confident. Great Elder, I've received someone who wants to join East River City. This is the information of that person. Please take a look, First Elder. After Wu Yin finished speaking, he passed the jade slip that he had just recorded to the Great Elder. The jade slip glided through the air. The Great Elder stared at Wu Yin and reached out to catch the jade slip. He was also curious. This martial arts grandmaster's disciple was taking such a risk for a martial artist who wanted to join the East River City. Could this person be very powerful? Unless it was a martial emperor powerhouse, he would only care if a martial emperor powerhouse joined. As a martial emperor powerhouse joined, he could enter the Elder Council. However, the Elder Council was just an idle position. It was not a real elder in East River City unless he had made great contributions or had a powerful cultivation. Looking at the few lines of information on the jade slip, First Elder Jiang Feng was also shocked. If it was a revered martial artist, it would be fine. However, he did not expect that this revered martial artist was only 21 years old. What shocked him even more was the words, Alchemy, Saint Master. He knew better than anyone else what the identity of a saint alchemist was. Only martial artists with stronger cultivation knew the importance of a saint alchemist. A martial emperor powerhouse's medicinal pill had to be refined by a level 6 spirit alchemist. This was barely possible. If he reached his level, the medicinal pills of a level 6 spirit alchemist would be useless. Unless it was some top-notch super medicinal pills, otherwise, for his realm, other medicinal pills really had no use. He did not expect a saint alchemist to appear here. Saint alchemists were only legends, and he had never seen one before. A more important problem was that most of the level 6 spirit alchemists had joined the Alchemist Guild. There was no need to mention level 7 saint alchemists. They were definitely famous figures in the Alchemist Guild. Where is this person? Jiang Feng was shocked for a moment. He quickly stood up and looked at Wu Yin with a sharp gaze. Great Elder, this person is currently in the side hall. Wu Yin spoke in a low voice. His body trembled continuously. Facing this pair of sharp eyes, his entire person seemed to have fallen into 100,000 feet deep ice abyss. You shouldn't know this person's identity. The Great Elder's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and a strange power floated Wu Yin up. A divine sense swept over and entered Wu Yin's sea of consciousness, erasing all the information just now. Wu Yin had also fallen unconscious. All information about him after meeting Li Lingtian had been erased, and his memory, during this period of time, was completely blank. After finishing everything, Great Elder Jiang Feng sorted out his emotions and strolled towards the side hall. He was excited, but he didn't show it on his face. Li Lingtian and Qjianji Ling were sipping tea in the hall with their eyes closed. They looked relaxed as if they were enjoying something good. Li Lingtian opened his eyes slightly when he heard the sound of soft footsteps. I wonder which alchemy saint has arrived. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. A faint voice rang out. When the voice fell, the restriction at the door had already been activated. An old man with white hair and beard walked in. I'm Jiang Feng, the great elder of East River City. May I know who you are, alchemy saint? Jiang Feng's expression changed when he saw Li Lingtian. Even though he knew from the jade slip that Li Lingtian was only 21 years old, he still found it hard to believe after seeing him with his own eyes. I'm Li Lingtian. Greetings, great elder. Li Lingtian stood up and greeted him with cupped fists. His expression was calm and neither humble nor respectful. He did not panic like a martial honor when he saw a martial emperor. As he greeted the elder, the badge's hand lit up and flew towards the elder. He didn't care about the badge at all. To others, these were all extremely precious. However, to those who truly had strength, strength was the true symbol of status. This action instantly reduced the doubts in Jiang Feng's heart by a lot. Oh, it's you, Alchemy Saint Lingtian. I've heard of your name before. It's truly my honor to meet you today. Jiang Feng looked at the badge in his hand, and his heart could not help but beat. He had seen this badge before. Although it was something from 100 years ago, the badge was exactly the same as this when he met that alchemy saint. At that time, when he saw the badge, it looked exactly like this. Because that pill saint and the other pill masters were discussing the Tao at the same place, he couldn't see the back of the badge when he wore it. Now that he saw it, the words Ling Tian were carved out of jade. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to see it at all. Only martial arts grandmasters and above could see it clearly. Behind the badge, there were two words, Immortal Domain. What did Immortal Domain represent? It represented the Alchemist Guild. The badge was not faked at all. Even though he did not know much about Li Lingtian, someone like him would naturally have some information about a mysterious and powerful figure. He was the first alchemy saint of the Azure Continent. He became an alchemy saint at the age of 19 and was an important figure in the Alchemist Guild. It was a simple piece of information. Although it was not much, it represented the existence of an expert. He had never thought that this sacred alchemist would come to East River City and join it. After saying that, he returned the badge to Li Lingtian. However, his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Although he was at the peak of the 8th Heaven Martial Emperor realm, he did not dare to put on airs in front of a saint alchemist from the Alchemist Guild. At the very least, he needed pills refined by a saint alchemist. Chapter 439. Chapter 439. The Powerful Elder Group. Chapter 439. The Powerful Elder Group. I've encountered some matters and don't know my identity like others. Li Lingtian accepted the badge with a calm smile on his face. Just this smile and expression was enough to make Jiang Feng feel admiration. After all, a martial honor was still so calm in front of him. It was really not ordinary. If he didn't have powerful strength and methods, he definitely wouldn't be so calm. This calmness came from his identity as a saint alchemist and his cultivation in alchemy. A 21-year-old saint alchemist was enough to look down on the alchemy experts of the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian did not hide anything. As long as these powerhouses paid attention to his identity, they would be able to learn about his past. Instead of letting others investigate, it would be better for him to reveal it himself so that the other party would be more assured. I understand. Only I know your identity. I will go and arrange an identity for you. In the future, I will have to trouble you. Pill Saint Master, hee. Jiang Feng laughed out loud after he finished speaking. Li Lingtian naturally understood what was going on. It was nothing more than Jiang Feng helping him refine some pills in the future. I'll have to trouble First Elder with my matters. I don't have much ability in other matters, but I'm still somewhat confident in refining pills. This can be considered as a greeting gift for me. I hope First Elder won't mind. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and took out a bottle of dust-cleansing pills before flying it toward the Great Elder. A bottle of dust-cleansing pills was definitely a peerless pill for a martial emperor powerhouse. Moreover, his dust-cleansing pills were top-notch existences with 99% quality. Even if it was said that his power was equivalent to a 7th grade medicinal pill, it would also make sense. He was the only one who could take out such a large sum of money. Even if others used spirit stones, they would not be able to take out such a pill. Shoo, I'll remember your great gift, Pill Saint. In the future, as long as there's anything regarding East River City, I won't even bat an eyelid. Jiang Feng took the jade bottle and opened it curiously. He sniffed the medicinal fragrance and revealed a surprised expression. Although he did not know the name and grade of this pill, he knew that this pill was not simple just from the medicinal fragrance alone. It would definitely be of great help to his martial monarch realm cultivation. Then I'll have to trouble First Elder. I want to find a place suitable for refining pills. I wonder if Great Elder has any suggestions? Li Ling Tian was not one to be trifled with. Since he had taken out the pill, he would naturally marry the troublesome one. Otherwise, the pill would be wasted. Don't worry, Saint Alchemist. As a Saint Alchemist, I'll discuss with the other elders and the city lord. We'll give you a satisfactory identity and cave abode. Li Ling Tian did not doubt Jiang Feng's words. With his status, there was no reason for East River City to reject him. If he were to go to other places, they would surely suck up to him. If East River City didn't know this, they would be a bunch of idiots. All right, then this one will take his leave. If there is any news, this one will be in the Ling Lan Inn. After Li Ling Tian cupped his fists, he left the side hall. At this moment, Wu Yin had also come out. However, his face was filled with confusion as if he had fallen asleep. Wu Yin, send Sir Ling Tian off. Jiang Feng looked at Wu Yin as he spoke indifferently. After he turned around, he smiled at Li Ling Tian. This subordinate will obey. Sir Ling Tian, please. Wu Yin was a little puzzled, not knowing why he had fallen asleep in the main hall. With that said, he led Li Ling Tian outside. After passing through the teleportation portal, they were outside again. Li Ling Tian left East River Square in a carefree manner and headed to the inn with Qing Ling. Along the way, Li Ling Tian bought many beautiful accessories and some delicious food. Back in the inn's courtyard, the girls were extremely happy. Li Ling Tian was also cultivating in peace. He had basically taken care of these matters and was waiting for news. He believed that the higher-ups in East River City would take care of his matters. Otherwise, he would really have to leave East River City. After he left, Jiang Feng returned to the hall and hurriedly opened the jade bottle. This was a pill refined by a Saint Alchemist. Shoo! The Tier 6 cleansing dust pill has almost reached the pinnacle level. It is indeed, as the rumors say. This is a top-notch Tier 6 cleansing dust pill. When Jiang Feng saw the medicinal pill inside the jade bottle, he carefully sized it up and instantly exhaled a breath of cold air. As a powerful martial emperor powerhouse, he was naturally knowledgeable and knew a lot about medicinal pills. When he saw this medicinal pill, he could not help but be shocked. Rank 6 medicinal pills were essential to martial monarch realm experts because they did not have any grade 7 medicinal pills to use. They could only use grade 6 medicinal pills. This Tier 6 dust cleansing pill was a top-notch medicinal pill among Tier 6 pills. Compared to other medicinal pills, such a medicinal pill was completely different. Even if it could not compare to a Tier 7 medicinal pill, it was not much different. What was even more unexpected was that this dust cleansing pill was actually of top quality, only 1/100th away from peerless grade. This kind of quality and rank, even an ordinary 7th grade medicinal pill also did not have this kind of power. Level 7 pills were extremely rare and priceless. He did not expect Li Ling Tian to hand over a bottle of them. If nothing went wrong with this bottle of pills, it could elevate its realm to perfection or even breakthrough. No matter what, it was always like this. Moreover, the other party was a very powerful existence. Not to mention his cultivation, just his alchemy skills and the other party's background were not something that could be easily provoked. Jiang Feng put away the medicinal pills and finally gathered the other 9 elders together. There was also the city lord and vice city lord. A total of 12 experts were gathered together in the main hall. The lowest cultivation among them was at the 7th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Such a combination was definitely rare. There were 7 7th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm experts and 5 8th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm experts. This was the most powerful force in East River City. Great Elder, what made you so happy? 10th Elder Mu Tian asked curiously when he saw that Great Elder Jiangfeng's expression was not bad. This was because in their eyes, he was basically a serious person who rarely revealed his emotions. The other elders and the 2 city lords looked at Jiangfeng as well. The city lord was also an 8th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert. He sat on a main seat while the vice city lords sat opposite Jiangfeng. Their identities and statuses were the same. I saw someone today. Jiangfeng's expression calmed down and became serious. The other experts were even more curious. What was so strange about meeting a person? There were countless martial artists in East River City. What was a person? However, no expert thought that it was so simple. Something that could interest the first elder was definitely not so simple. Who did you meet? City Lord Dong Haiyu asked. East River wasn't a surname, but as the city lord of East River City, no one remembered his original surname. Over time, East River had also become the surname of the city lord's family. It was the same for the other 3 cities: East River, West River, South River, and North River. You should remember Li Lingtian, right? Jiangfeng said seriously as he looked at the other elders and the 2 city lords. He definitely believed in these elders and the 2 city lords. Li Lingtian, I think I've heard of it somewhere. Yeah, I can't remember at the moment, but this person is definitely not simple. I remember now. Could it be that Li Lingtian, who became a saint alchemist at the age of 19? Divine alchemist Li Lingtian? Sir Lingtian. Could it really be him? I think he left the Azure continent some time ago. That's right. He wiped out the House of Storms and left the Azure continent. I didn't expect the Great Elder to see it. For a moment, the elders and the 2 city lords were extremely surprised. With their cultivation realm, they did not even care about an ordinary martial artist. However, this martial artist was a magical saint alchemist, a person that they had to take seriously, a 19-year-old who had become a saint alchemist. There was also the shadow of the Alchemist Guild behind him. Even martial emperor powerhouses like them did not dare to provoke such a person easily. Moreover, they had to think of a way to get the other party to refine some medicinal pills. A level 7 saint alchemist was not something a level 6 spirit alchemist could compare to. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. That's right, it's him. When Jiangfeng saw the shock of the other elders and the 2 city lords, he felt much more balanced in his heart. After all, he had been shocked before. Where is this person? Dong Haiyu looked at the great elder seriously with anticipation. In the past, they would travel hundreds of millions of miles to the Black Continent to find a saint alchemist to refine a level 7 pill. Even if they were 7th or 8th heaven martial emperors, those saint alchemists would not pay attention to them at all. Now that they had received news of Li Lingtian, they would not let him go so easily. Otherwise, they would have to go to Xianzhou to refine the pills. Moreover, if he went to the Black Continent, he would be able to easily refine level 7 pills. I gathered all of you here today for this matter. Sir Lingtian wants to join Eastern River City today, but he doesn't want others to know his identity. What do you think? Jiangfeng conveyed Li Lingtian's intentions before he took out the jade bottle. Although the pills were precious, it was still possible to get Li Lingtian's help in refining some pills as long as he was here. Moreover, if he did not take out the medicinal pill, these people might not believe it. As long as he offered Li Lingtian a good deal, it would be equivalent to buying Li Lingtian a favor. In the future, he would not let go of such a matter if they were to get closer. He wants to join East River City? Are you kidding me? First Elder is not joking, right? Based on his status, he can easily summon the wind and rain in the Azure Continent, the Mystic Continent, and even the Divine Continent. Moreover, he has the backing of the Immortal Realm. The few elders and the 2 city lords all had looks of disbelief, thinking that the First Elder was joking. However, such a joke was not funny at all. With Li Lingtian's status, he would never stay here, let alone join East River City. Chapter 440. Chapter 440. Two Heavens Small World. Chapter 440. Two Heavens Small World. How can I joke about this? This is his medicinal pill. You'll know when you see it. First Elder Jiang Feng took out some pills, and 11 pills shot towards the 9 elders and the 2 city lords. A medicinal fragrance filled the air. This kind of medicinal fragrance made one's spirit rise. The few elders and the city lord no longer had that relaxed expression. Instead, they became serious. They grabbed the medicinal pills that flew over in the air and carefully sized them up. As time passed, the expressions of the 9 elders and the 2 city lords slowly changed. Tier 6 Dust Cleansing Pill. A top-notch cleansing dust pill. It really is the pill he refined. That's right. Only he can refine such a pill. I didn't expect this sacred alchemist to really be in East River City. Looking at the pills in their hands, everyone's expression changed continuously. They had seen many pills, but they had never seen a top-notch pill. Moreover, it was a top-notch 6th grade cleansing dust pill. That was also the first time he had seen it. Although this was the first time they had seen such a medicinal pill, they had also heard of the rumors. Only that mysterious person could refine such a medicinal pill. That's right. He encountered some problems and doesn't want others to know his identity. Jiang Feng gave each of them another 4 pills before putting them away like treasures. Being able to take out so many pills to give to the other elders was already a last resort. If it was any other time, he would definitely not take out this medicinal pill. I see. Donghue said seriously. His face revealed an expression of understanding as he kept calculating in his heart. The other elders also began to consider. It was indeed a good thing for the sacred alchemist to stay in East River City, but the main thing was what conditions he had to use to stay. In terms of cultivation and strength, they did not take a Supreme Realm expert seriously at all. However, this Supreme Realm expert with a low cultivation was a sacred alchemy master. This was what they valued. Does he have any requests? Vice City Lord Dong Helling looked at the Grand Elder and asked seriously. This was what they were concerned about. No matter what benefits he would gain in the future, he had to make Li Lingtian stay. After all, he was a holy alchemist and was respected wherever he went. No matter where it was, everyone would be eager for this alchemy saint to stay. The existence of this alchemy saint would definitely bring endless popularity to the local area and bring endless good news to the super experts there. Not every powerhouse was a holy alchemist. Therefore, they were more concerned about what Li Lingtian wanted. He only said that he would find a place suitable for pill refinement. He didn't say anything about his identity. Great Elder Jiang Feng repeated Li Lingtian's exact words, leaving the elders and city lord feeling helpless. The conditions seemed simple, but it was not so simple in front of Li Lingtian. After all, he was a holy alchemist. If he did not handle the condition well, he might not be able to stay. The Tianna district was so big that there were 3 big cities. Besides the Tianna district, such a person could go to other places. The only reason this person came here was to see the resources and environment here. By the way, in the Tianna region, there's a place called the Two Heavens. Although the mountain is not big, it's still 200 miles wide. There are extreme ice and fire spirit veins there. Although the ice spirit vein is useless, the spiritual chi there is extremely dense, which is suitable for alchemy. Moreover, that place happens to be in the territory of our East River City. It's only 100 miles away from East River City. I believe that place will please him. The 7th Elder Tang Yuzong suddenly thought of something and quickly said it. The other elders also listened carefully. When they heard this, they suddenly felt relieved. In terms of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in that place was definitely the best in the territory of East River City. However, very few people went there to cultivate. That was because there were only ice and fire element experts who cultivated there, and they did not cultivate for a long time. They could only cultivate half the time every day because the ice spiritual meridians and fire spiritual meridians would alternate there. Even if they were the martial supreme realm, They would not dare to stay in such a strange place to cultivate. However, with his cultivation base, he can only be on the side of the fire's spiritual vein. He can't really enter the mountain range unless he uses a magical formation. Dong Hiu pondered for a moment, and then began to ponder. The hall fell silent as they considered which other place would be more suitable for Li Lingtian. Although there were many top-notch cave abodes in East River City, they were not suitable for alchemy. Let's tell him about this place and see his reaction. Maybe he really likes this place. A faint smile appeared on East River Mausoleum's face. He had considered all the other aspects, but there was nothing that he was satisfied with. The cultivation resources in East River City were definitely a paradise. However, Li Lingtian's position in their hearts was too important to them, causing them to sink into a state of depression. All right, let the Great Elder handle this matter. As for his identity, I believe that such a person wouldn't care. An honorary elder is enough. It would be inappropriate for you to get an elder. Dong Hiu finally decided that as a city lord, not only strength, but also extraordinary wisdom and courage. Only then would he be a true superior. After the matter was discussed, the eyes of the few elders fell on Jiang Feng. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Feng subconsciously covered his storage pouch. He naturally understood that these guys were after his pills. You should understand. Are you going to use the pill alone? Yeah, giving us 5 isn't enough. We've known each other for a few hundred years. Is 5 reasonable? Take out another one. The few elders no longer looked like super experts. They actually came to split the spoils and looked at Jiang Feng fiercely. Don't give me that. If you want the medicinal pills, think of a way yourself. You can either stay here or I'll go out and do something. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, his body instantly disappeared. There was no longer any trace of Jiang Feng's aura in the hall. He had already left the hall. The other elders and the 2 city lords could only leave the hall resentfully. However, they thought about how there was a saint alchemist in East River City. They would not lack medicinal pills in the future. Li Lingtian and the rest were cultivating in the inn without any burden. The Tian'er region was just a foothold. It was a starting point for him to improve his cultivation and strength. At that time, he would think of a way to erode the strength here. The next day, Li Lingtian received the news, which left him extremely satisfied. Although the person who sent the news was not the Great Elder, it was still a very important disciple of the Great Elder. I am Jiang Yun. Greetings, Sir Ling Tian. The Great Elder has sent me here to invite Sir Ling Tian to take a look at a place. I wonder if Sir Ling Tian is willing to do so? Jiang Yun greeted Li Lingtian respectfully when he arrived at the inn. He was also at the martial royal realm, which was 1 realm lower than Li Lingtian. Moreover, this matter was personally instructed by the Great Elder. He did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and treated it with 120% attention. Although the person in front of him was only a young man, he did not have the slightest contempt. Yes, lead the way. Li Lingtian nodded without saying anything. Since it was the place that the Great Elder found, it shouldn't be too bad. Jiang Yun led the way. After leaving the inn, he got Li Lingtian into a beast carriage. The beast-drawn carriage sped toward the depths of East River City. In the end, it passed through East River City and left it. Li Lingtian closed his eyes and meditated. Even though he did not look, he knew that they were out of the city. He had no intention of saying anything and decided to observe first. Generally speaking, the best places would not be in the city. The places suitable for cultivation were the mountain ranges and peaks because the spiritual energy was much denser than in the city. The beast carriage ran for about an hour before it came to a stop with a creak. Li Lingtian was slightly surprised. Although he was still in the beast carriage, he could feel the cold air and a scorching aura. The fact that 2 different auras appeared in the same place was the most surprising thing. After alighting from the beast carriage, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain peak appeared before Li Lingtian. It was not big, but it was extremely dangerous. Moreover, what made him curious was that although there was only 1 mountain peak, this mountain peak was like 2 worlds. One side was a world of ice sculptures, and the other side was as hot as flames. Serene Tian. This mountain is called the Dual Heaven Small World. On one side is the Ice Spirit Vein, and on the other side is the Fire Spirit Vein. However, the Ice Spiritual Meridian and the Fire Spiritual Meridian will alternate at dawn every night. Therefore, not many people dare to come here to cultivate. When Jiang Yun saw Li Lingtian's surprise, he began to accept it from the side. He was also afraid of this mountain peak. If a fire-type martial artist cultivated here, their speed would naturally be extremely fast. However, they were worried that they would accidentally encounter the exchange of ice and fire, and they would be finished. Two Heavens Small World. Not bad. This place is really a Two Heavens Small World. Experts with ice martial souls and fire martial souls can cultivate here and improve their cultivation quickly. However, if they're not careful, the ice and fire elements will alternate. At that time, regardless of whether they are ice or fire, they will be destroyed here. Li Lingtian nodded. He was extremely pleased with the mountain peak. Although he did not show it on his face, he was overjoyed. It was just right for him to cultivate. Others might not have any solutions, but he had a solution. He just needed to build a few large arrays here. When the time came, he would use the spirit gathering array, and the spiritual chi of the 5 elements would naturally be balanced. With such dense spiritual energy, cultivating would be twice the result with half the effort, and refining pills would not be a problem. Chapter 441. Chapter 441, Shangri-La. Chapter 441, Shangri-La. Li Lingtian nodded. He was very satisfied with this Dual Heaven Small World. He did not expect the higher-ups of East River City to give up such a place. However, he thought about it and realized that they must have something to ask of him as a saint alchemist. Otherwise, they would not care about a martial honor. Thinking of this, he felt at ease. Sir Ling Tian, what do you think of this place? Jiang Yun nodded in satisfaction when he saw Li Lingtian. He could tell that Li Lingtian was satisfied with this place. Not bad, this is the place. Li Lingtian nodded again. If this place was not suitable, he could not think of any other suitable place for cultivation. Moreover, he was only cultivating here. It could only be said to be temporary. Since Sir Ling Tian likes it, then this is for the best. Grand Elder and City Governor have already said that if Sir Ling Tian likes this place, well, put the area within 500 kilometers of this place under Sir Ling Tian's name. When Jiang Yin thought of the Great Elder's instructions, he was also surprised because he knew that this young man was the legendary sacred alchemist and the honorary elder of East River City. The main thing was that he did not know if the sacred alchemist would accept this honorary elder. If it were any other powerhouse with such an identity, they would have long been excited. However, he really did not have the slightest confidence in an existence like a saint alchemist. A saint alchemist like this did not care about fame and fortune at all, nor did he care about the identity of an honorary elder in a large city. Then thank the great elder and city lord on behalf of me, Li Lingtian said calmly without any change in expression. Jiang Yun's admiration for Li Lingtian grew even more. He was not moved at all, even after obtaining such a magical territory. But thinking about it, if he was also a saint alchemist, he would naturally not be moved by a place. All right, Sir Ling Tian, this was decided by the Grand Elder and the City Governor. This way, it'll be easier for Sir Ling Tian to do some things and not be obstructed by some blind martial artists. Jiang Yun took out a token and looked at it with a burning expression, as if he had seen a precious treasure. He then handed the token to Li Lingtian, feeling a little uneasy. If Li Lingtian did not accept it, he would not be able to explain himself. However, the thing he was worried about did not happen. Without even looking at it, Li Lingtian took the token and put it into his storage pouch. In Jiang Yun's eyes, this action further highlighted Li Lingtian's identity and status. You can go back. I'll take a look at this place alone. Li Lingtian took the token and waved his hand to signal Jiang Yun to leave. Then I'll take my leave first. If Sir Lingtian has any instructions, just let me know. Jiang Yun did not dare stay any longer when he saw Li Lingtian's gesture. He quickly cupped his fists and left. Since Li Lingtian had already received the token, it meant that he had accepted the identity of an honorary elder. Naturally, he had to change the way he addressed her to avoid being seen as impolite. Soon, Jiang Yun's body flashed as he left the Two Heaven small world, leaving the beast carriage behind. In a flash, Li Lingtian arrived at the top of the mountain. A thick stream of fire-type spirit chi from the Earth's core was emitted from the mountain peak. The spirit chi floated on the mountain peak, but did not leave it. On the other side, it was another world, a world of ice sculptures. There was an endless amount of ice-type spiritual energy, which was not weaker than fire-type spiritual energy at all. However, the fact that the two types of spirit chi were together without any conflict surprised Li Lingtian. If it were him, he would have already cultivated the fusion of ice and fire and achieved the ice/fire/9 heavens. However, there was no cultivation in this place. It was naturally formed and did not conflict with each other. This surprised him. However, thinking about it, in this world, ice and fire were indeed incompatible. However, when they reached an extreme, ice and fire could be compatible. He could cultivate the ice-fire, 9 heavens, and fuse ice and fire. This mountain peak must have some kind of magical existence that could fuse ice and fire. This was the magical part of this world. The mountain peak was 200 miles in size and 1,000 meters tall. It was extremely dangerous, but it was indeed a paradise for cultivation. There were many magical caves and pools of different sizes. Some of the pools were emitting hot steam, while others were emitting cold air. The entire mountain peak was magical. After strolling around for 2 hours, Li Lingtian had a rough look at the mountain peak. It was suitable for martial artists to live in and cultivate. Moreover, it was a good place for cultivation. However, the prerequisite was that he had to solve the problem of the exchange of ice and fire. This was extremely simple for him. After that, the divine array diagram was displayed. His body flashed rapidly as he displayed the heaven-locking array. Countless arrays of various sizes appeared on the mountain peak. A day passed, and Li Lingtian only stopped practicing when the sky was slowly darkening. He was extremely tired, but his face revealed a happy expression. A 9 palaces, 8 trigrams offensive and defensive array was set up, and hundreds of large and small arrays appeared. There were also 3 national ceiling arrays and a heaven ceiling array. The current array was many times more powerful than the one used in Sky Cloud sect a few years ago. In the past, the array formation was built to resist martial emperors and martial supremes. Now that his cultivation had reached martial supremes, the array formation he was using now was built to resist martial emperors and even martial saints. The problem of the interchanging of ice and fire was also solved. A magical ice and fire array was built on the mountain peak. All the ice and fire spiritual chi would be interchanged at the array. At this time, Li Lingtian could use the 2 ultimate attributes to cultivate. The general array formation was like this. If he wanted to perfect it, he would have to wait until he moved in and slowly build it. This place had to be made into the safest cave abode. Not to mention martial saints, at the very least, martial emperors would not be able to pose any threat to this mountain. After he was done, Li Lingtian left the dual firmament small world and returned to the beast carriage. The warrior driving the beast carriage was still waiting respectfully. When they saw Li Lingtian return, they bowed respectfully. After Li Lingtian entered the beast carriage, they escorted him into the city. After entering the city plaza, Li Lingtian left the beast carriage and headed back alone. Along the way, he bought some delicious snacks at the place where he sold things yesterday. He doted on the girls beside him. Soon, he returned to the inn's courtyard with some snacks. Big brother, you're back. Ji was overjoyed to see Li Lingtian return. She stepped forward and held Li Lingtian's arm as she sized him up. Little girl, what are you looking at? Don't you recognize him? Li Lingtian reached out and pinched Ji's round nose as a happy smile appeared on his face. This Ji was his happy apple. I'm looking at what you brought back for Ji shook Li Lingtian's arm coquettishly as she spoke in a sweet voice that was like the sound of nature. So, it's the little girl who's greedy. Go, call your sister Qingwei and the others out. Li Lingtian smiled as he tapped Ji's forehead with his finger. Without waiting for him to say more, Ji quickly let go of his small hand and skipped to the other rooms. Soon, Tang Qingwei, Huang Fuyuyan, and the rest came out. They were overjoyed to see Li Lingtian. Here, I bought these for you yesterday. I bought some more today. Li Lingtian took out some snacks and desserts. The girls quickly gathered around and happily picked out their favorite snacks and desserts. Generally speaking, after a martial artist reached the martial arts grandmaster level, it would not affect him even if he did not eat for 10 days to half a month. However, humans were still humans. They were born to eat. In front of Li Lingtian, the girls did not put on any pretense and acted as they were. Li Lingtian was elated to see the girls so happy. Big brother Lingtian, what did you go out for today? Tang Ziming snuggled up to Li Lingtian. Even though the two of them did not go that far, they did not feel anything for each other. As she was Li Lingtian's fiancée, she and Li Lingtian were extremely close. They were only one step away from each other. Li Lingtian had said that he would make her his woman after he settled down. I want to take a look at the cave abode today. That place is really not bad. In terms of the density of spiritual energy, it's not inferior to any other place in Qidong River City. It's just right for cultivation. There's nothing better than cultivating and refining pills there. Li Lingtian told him about the Two Heavens small world. The place really matched its name. The two heavens were two worlds, but the place was a small world. There's such a place. The people of East River City really value your identity. Huang Fuyuyan was also extremely happy. She had a lot of experience and naturally understood that the East River City was trying to retain a sacred alchemist, not a martial honor. Moreover, Li Lingtian had the Alchemist Guild behind him. Even if they did not respect Li Lingtian, they would still have to respect the Alchemist Guild. Then when are we going over? It's not comfortable to stay in an inn. There's no freedom at all. Ji pouted her rosy lips as she munched on her snacks while asking Li Lingtian. Indeed, for an active little girl like her, living in an inn was indeed a little restricted. Little girl, if you don't have freedom, we'll move there tomorrow. After settling down, we can cultivate in peace. It's naturally much better to have our own cave abode than an inn. Li Lingtian glared at Ji with a pained expression on his face. Ji was a precious gem in his heart. That's great. The girls were all happy. Indeed, no matter when or where, it was best to have a cave abode of their own. It was the same in their previous life and this life. However, he had to prepare some things to go to the Two Heavens small world. That place was just a mountain peak with nothing. Some daily necessities had to be prepared, but these were trivial matters. While the girls were happily enjoying their snacks and desserts, Li Lingtian fell into deep thought. Chapter 442. Chapter 442. The Hidden Expert 1. Chapter 442. The Hidden Expert 1. After he moved into the second heaven small world, he would definitely attract attention. Although he was the honorary elder of East River City, he would still have to rely on himself if anything really happened. Tomorrow, he would tidy up the Two Heaven small world and bring his people to live in it. Then, he would use his own strength to gather popularity and establish his own strength. Although it was still too early, he had to calculate it slowly. The girls lowered their voices when they saw Li Lingtian deep in thought. They were worried that they would disturb Li Lingtian's thoughts. After a long time, it was late at night, and the other girls had gone back to sleep. Li Lingtian stood up and shook his head, putting everything aside. There was no need to worry too much about things that had not been resolved. Things could not be resolved. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian's mood had also calmed down. He glanced at Huang Fuyuyan's room and walked over. In a quiet courtyard in the western part of East River City, the entire courtyard was filled with restrictions and array formations. Moreover, there were very few people who came to this place. It was almost impossible to see anyone entering and leaving this courtyard. In the middle of the night, a woman around the age of 20 flashed in. Her figure was as agile as a civet cat. Elder, we found out the man's identity. He's Green Island's Li Ling Tian. Here's his information. Please take a look. The woman's face was calm, her eyes were clear, and she gave off an experienced feeling. If Li Ling Tian saw this woman, he would be able to tell at a glance that she was the woman whom he had inquired about previously. However, he did not expect that someone would be able to find out everything about him. Li Ling Tian, I think I've heard someone mention this person before. Right, we have enough information on him. Although I can't remember who mentioned this name, we must not touch this person to avoid trouble. Our crystal pavilion hasn't fully established itself in the Tiana zone yet, so we must be very careful. The person who was addressed as an elder was also a woman in black. She had a calm expression on her face. Even if she blended into the streets, she would be the kind that would be forgotten at a glance. However, her body was emitting a powerful aura. She had actually reached the Martial Emperor realm. For a woman to reach the Martial Emperor realm was really not something that ordinary people could do. Disciple understands. May I know what instructions Elder has? There's nothing else. You can leave. This disciple will take his leave. The woman flashed and disappeared into the night sky like a ghost. The courtyard was also extremely quiet. Not a single aura could be detected. The woman in black closed her eyes and pondered. Suddenly, the woman in black opened her eyes and revealed a sharp light. This light was not something that an ordinary woman could produce. So it's him. I think the pavilion master mentioned Li Ling Tian last time. We should keep an eye on this person. I wonder if the pavilion master is friend or foe of this person. The woman in black muttered to herself. She recalled that a year ago, a new pavilion master had appeared in the crystal pavilion. She was young and beautiful as a goddess from the 9 heavens. Even she was shocked to see the pavilion master. Furthermore, the pavilion master had asked her to keep an eye on Li Ling Tian. He had never forgotten about this matter. It was just that he had too many things to do and could not remember it at the moment. It was night, and the courtyard was silent again. By the time Li Ling Tian woke up, it was already morning. Tang Qingwei and the rest were already awake. However, they knew that Li Ling Tian was in Huang Fu Yuyan's room. They no longer laughed at Huang Fu Yuyan because everything was normal. Although they hadn't had a wedding yet, they were already husband and wife. After Liu Tian and Huang Fu Yuyan woke up, they washed up and brought Tang Qingwei and the others to board a beast carriage. They then sped toward the 2 heavens small world. After the 2 of them disappeared, the beast carriage stopped below the 2 heavens small world. After the girls came out, they looked at the beautiful mountain peak and were extremely excited. The mountain peak was extremely dangerous, but the scenery was beautiful. More importantly, the spiritual qi in this place was rich. On one side was fire spiritual qi, and on the other side was ice spiritual qi. In the middle of this mountain peak, there were 5 elements of spiritual energy. This was also the power of the array. Li Ling Tian's array formations were all concealed. As long as he was not attacked, these array formations would not appear. This place is the 2 heavens small world. It's really beautiful. When Ji saw this mountain peak, she was instantly happy. She was an elf princess and naturally liked natural beauty. This 2-layered heaven small world was formed naturally by heaven and earth. Yes, we will cultivate here in the future. Liu Tian nodded and Ji walked inside. Tang Qingwei smiled faintly when she saw Li Ling Tian and Ji's expressions. Soon after, the group followed them into the mountain peak. Only after entering did he know how dense the spiritual energy inside was. The spirit qi outside was confined by the array formation and would not drift out. Even in the past, Li Ling Tian would only circulate the spirit qi naturally and would not allow it to leak out. Upon entering the mountain peak, Li Ling Tian activated all the restriction spells. It would not be easy for the powerhouses outside to enter. The few of them came to the top of the mountain and found a huge natural cave. Moreover, there were 7 or 8 caves of different sizes near this cave. This way, they could live here and cultivate. Moreover, the environment here was also the best. There were countless pools. After Li Lingtian and the others entered the cave, Ji naturally had to stay at the side. As for what was happening in the cave, Li Lingtian could not care less. Because there were a few girls here, he was almost redundant. Moreover, girls cared the most about cleaning their rooms. After making arrangements for Tang Qingyue and the others, he left the cave and wandered aimlessly around the mountain peak. The ice and fire spirit veins here were definitely created for him. With such a good place, he naturally wouldn't waste his cultivation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Lingtian headed for the deepest part of the mountain peak. This place was also where the ice spirit vein and fire spirit vein alternated. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Although he had been here yesterday, he did not take a closer look. Li Lingtian was looking at a huge cave in front of him. On one side of the cave was a world of ice sculptures, but the other side was a fiery hell. Li Lingtian was extremely curious when he saw the cave. When he came here yesterday, the cave was still peaceful and there was nothing unusual. He did not expect it to turn out like this today. Just as he approached the cave, he stopped in his tracks and revealed a surprised expression. In the cave, there was actually an aura. This aura was clearly the aura of an expert. Moreover, he was using this ice and fire spirit vein to cultivate. He was naturally shocked to encounter such a thing. This place was already his territory. He did not discover the existence of this expert yesterday. He did not expect to discover it now. An outsider expert had actually appeared in the place where he lived. How could he cultivate in peace? He had discovered it before he had truly settled down. This could be considered a great fortune among misfortune. If such an expert had quietly barged in while he was cultivating, he would not have died even if he had 10 lives. Noticing this situation, he blocked his aura and retracted his divine sense. He carefully stared at the cave and paid attention to any movements in the cave. Following that, the cave was filled with a series of energy fluctuations. Based on his cultivation experience, this expert had already reached the critical period of his breakthrough. Naturally, he could not let go of such a thing. With a flash, he quietly entered the cave. However, Li Lingtian's heart trembled at what he saw. Chapter 443, Chapter 443, Meeting the Ice and Fire Ancestor Again. Chapter 443, Meeting the Ice and Fire Ancestor Again. His body flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already deep in the center of the cave. Li Lingtian was shocked by what he saw. Forefather Ice Fire. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise when he saw the powerhouse before him. His expression changed as his aura burst forth. He didn't expect that the Ice Fire ancestor, who was killed and reborn in Spirit Rhyme City, would be here and in his own territory. Wasn't this courting death? However, the Ice Fire ancestor in front of him had already reached the 4th heaven of the martial emperor realm. In just 2 years, he had actually shaped his body and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th heaven. It seemed that he was about to break through to the 5th heaven. Forefather Icefire also sensed someone coming in, and his face was filled with anxiety. He had been in this place for more than a year, and everything had been fine. However, in the past 2 days, someone had actually cast a restriction on this place. Although he knew that, he was reluctant to leave. The main reason was that his cultivation had reached the most critical moment. In 2 days, he would be able to successfully reach the 5th level of the martial emperor realm. At that time, his strength would skyrocket. He would not be afraid, even if he faced an expert at the 6th or 7th level. She did not expect someone to come in at this time. When she opened her eyes and saw Li Lingtian, her face was filled with fear. Last time, he had been beaten into nothingness. If it weren't for his ice and fire martial souls, he wouldn't have been able to be reborn. He had found the secret to breaking through to the martial god realm. However, he had met his archenemy at this time. Junior, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's true that you didn't take the path to heaven, but barged into hell. The Ice-Fire ancestor's aura exploded. Coupled with his own breakthrough, his shocking cultivation base mobilized destructive flames and strange ice chi, instantly forming a powerful aura. His shocking aura seemed to be crushing Li Lingtian as he glared at Li Lingtian coldly. Haha, you're courting death. You should be saying this to yourself. Are you trying to scare me by trying to break through to the next realm? If you were to scare someone else, you might have a chance. However, you're showing off in front of an expert. How can you? Li Lingtian laughed out loud with an arrogant expression on his face. This Ice-Fire ancestor was really funny. At this time, he still wanted to use this kind of momentum to scare him away. It was simply a joke. Although Li Lingtian's cultivation was not as high as his, he had seen a lot of things. He definitely had his own unique understanding of cultivation. Furthermore, the cultivation methods he cultivated were all from the canon. The martial emperor before him was a nobody in terms of cultivation. Besides, he cultivated the ice and fire martial spirits and had the 5 elements at the peak. These elements balanced the world. If an ice and fire ancestor wanted to play tricks in front of him, he would be courting death. Then let's try. The Ice-Fire ancestor said that he was powerful, but he had no intention of attacking. Instead, he was using his cultivation technique to quickly break through to the next realm. Although his expression was calm, he was complaining in his heart. The Supreme Realm expert in front of him was indeed not simple. Be it cultivation, strength, or knowledge, he was not something that ordinary experts could compare to. It was completely impossible to scare this young, revered martial artist. He could not think of any way at the moment. What made him afraid was that even if he became a 5th-level Supreme Realm expert, he would not be a match for this young man. After all, this young man had an 8th-tier demonic beast. An 8th-tier demonic beast could completely crush all the martial emperor powerhouses. This time, they were really unlucky. They did not expect the two of them to meet in this place. This was also his luck. It was not easy to find such a cultivation environment, but he was actually bumped into by the opponent he was most afraid of. Then let's give it a try. Big Dragon. Li Lingtian's expression was calm as a faint smile appeared on his lips. He quickly connected his divine consciousness with Longda, who was outside. In an instant, he was connected to Longda, and he was rushing over. With a loud shout, Longda's figure had already arrived beside Li Lingtian. His entire body was bursting with a shocking dragon energy. The powerful, shape-shifting demonic beast of the 7th rank and 5th rank held a mighty and domineering dragon roar halberd in its hand, emitting a destructive power. 7th rank, 5th rank, transformed demonic beast. The Ice-Fire ancestor was shocked. Not only did this young man have an 8th-order beast, but he also had a 7th-order, 5th-level beast. However, this level 7, level 5 demonic beast, coupled with the powerful weapon in its hand and the terrifying dragon energy, even if he reached the 5th level of the martial emperor realm, he would not be a match for this transformed demonic beast. Moreover, he had not reached the 5th level of the martial emperor realm yet. What made him even more speechless was that he was at the juncture of a breakthrough in his realm. He was neither too strong nor too weak. His current strength was also at its weakest. Even a 2nd heaven martial emperor expert could kill him, let alone a level 7, level 5 demonic beast. Moreover, if one reached the 5th heaven martial emperor realm, it was impossible for their realm to stabilize instantly. Instead, they would be beaten until their realm fell, or even die here. What? Do it! Li Lingtian unleashed all of his cultivation and cast several incantations in his hands. Battle formations appeared behind him and sealed the cave completely. Even if the Ice-Fire Patriarch wanted to escape, there was no way out. He still had many questions that he hadn't solved when he let the Ice-Fire ancestor escape last time. If he let him escape again this time, he would be too weak. Not even Forefather Ice-Fire would be able to escape so easily. Looks like you have to fight me to the death today. Ice-Fire Pearl. The Forefather's expression changed several times, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. At this time, it was impossible for the other party to let him go. Moreover, no matter how he changed his current situation, it was impossible for anything good to happen. If he tried to break through by force, he would be killed even if he broke through. The only way now was to save his life. He circulated all the true essence in his body and displayed the true essence he had broken through. Immediately, the entire cave erupted with a shocking aura. A pearl of ice and fire appeared in front of him. The fist-sized pearl emitted a dense and violent aura. The appearance of this aura immediately caused the ice and fire ancestors' aura to exceed the fifth heaven. Ice fire pearl, not bad. Li Lingtian also activated the third heaven of ice fire, 9 heavens, and activated the true dragon body barrier to the maximum. He had miscalculated. He did not expect that when a cultivator suddenly stopped breaking through, the true essence in his body would also be at its strongest. Whether the breakthrough failed or succeeded, there was at least one time when the true essence was at its strongest. Only after this period would the power of true essence fall to a low point. Now that the ice-fire ancestor had added the ice-fire pearl, the power had already exceeded his imagination. It seemed that the ice-fire ancestor was already furious and wanted to kill him before breaking through. Boom! The ice-fire patriarch did not pull any tricks as he threw a punch at Li Lingtian. It was so fast that the space in the cave shattered. Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless at all. A beam of light shot out, and 2 destructive ice and fire attacks collided. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as his body was thrown into the air. He was shocked to the core, as he did not expect that the third heaven of the 9 heavens of ice/fire could be so vulnerable. Then, he realized that the other party's current cultivation had already surpassed the 5th heaven martial emperor realm. He was also using ice and fire attacks. He had no advantage at all, so he was naturally defeated by the other party with a single punch. In the past, he had relied on the power of the ice-fire, 9 heavens, but now, his opponent's ice and fire attacks were not much different from the ice-fire, 9 heavens. Moreover, he had the support of the ice-fire pearl. Roar! Boom! Boom! Roar! Longda roared. His body flashed as he unleashed the dragon roar battle halberd in his hand. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The entire cave trembled as the two of them fought. Li Lingtian adjusted some of his true essence. Fortunately, his injuries were not serious, and he was only shaken mentally. The cave was too small, and he did not want to destroy the place. The thunderclap wings on Li Lingtian's shoulder appeared, and his body disappeared mysteriously. When he reappeared, he was already above the ice-fire patriarch. However, even though there were no spatial fluctuations, the ice-fire patriarch knew that he was Li Lingtian's target. He easily found Li Lingtian's location. Boom! Another loud explosion was heard as Li Lingtian's sneak attack was easily neutralized by the opponent. Now he understood the true strength of a martial emperor. Before he had a heaven-defying advantage. He was no match for a martial emperor. He might not even have the chance to fight a martial emperor. Fortunately, Longda was a Tier 7, Level 5. Although he was not a match for the ice and fire ancestor for the time being, he could still hold him back for a period of time. Longda, don't fight him head-on. Keep him busy and see who can last until the end. Li Lingtian reminded him loudly as his body flashed rapidly, fully displaying the might of the thunderclap wings. He disappeared into the air, reappearing behind Forefather Ice and Fire from time to time, and unleashing a destructive attack. Roar! Longda roared, as if he was replying to Li Lingtian's words. His body was floating in the air, but even so, Longda's Tier 7 Level 5 cultivation was enough to shake the world with a single blow. You want to waste time with me? Ha ha ha! Let's see who can outlast who. The ice-fire ancestor was shocked. This was the problem he was most worried about. If he continued to waste his true chi, not only would he not be able to break through, but his realm might also fall. Moreover, the two people in front of him were extremely terrifying. If he was not careful, he would be seriously injured or even die. However, he suddenly thought about it. In this cave, his true essence recovery speed was very fast. He could completely consume the true essence of the two of them. At that time, he could easily kill the two of them. He didn't need to expend so much effort to attack while calculating. Gradually, the attacks of the three became weaker. The Ice-Fire ancestor even began to stabilize his true essence, waiting for the time to break through to the next realm with all his strength. Chapter 444. Chapter 444. Traceless Time and Space. Chapter 444. Traceless Time and Space. Liling Tian was amused when he saw the Ice-Fire Patriarch's expression. The expression on his face did not change, and the aura on his body gradually weakened. However, the aura on his body turned into sword intent, and a faint sword intent was emitted from the cave. With a flick of his divine sense, the sky sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, a sword light gently slashed down at the Ice-Fire ancestor. The pressure of the Saint artifact startled the Ice-Fire ancestor, but with his current cultivation, he didn't care about the sword energy at all. He waved a hand and sent an ice and fire attack toward the sword energy. However, at this moment, he realized that something was wrong. The ice and fire attacks were cut open the moment they came into contact with the sword light. The sword light seemed to ignore the attack and instantly landed in front of him. This was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. Sword force. The Ice-Fire Patriarch was shocked as he cried out at the same time. After all, he was very knowledgeable and could tell that Li Lingtian's sword strike contained sword force. Otherwise, it would not have been so domineering. In the beginning, he did not expect a young martial honor to control the sword aura, which made him careless. Now that he realized it, it was already over. He had originally condensed his true essence to break through the realm, but now he could only forcefully display it. Kacha! Crash! The sword light hit the Ice-Fire ancestor, and with a crack, the powerful Zhen Yuan attack was cut through. The sword light hit the Ice-Fire ancestor, and he was thrown out, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Martial Emperor powerhouse, who was caught off guard by the Saint weapon with sword aura, was also severely injured by this attack. This attack was not a big deal, but the Ice-Fire ancestor was at the critical moment of breaking through to the next realm. Now that his Zhen Yuan had exploded, the Zhen Yuan in his body had reversed and was no longer under his control. Screams sounded out as the ice and fire chi around the ice and fire ancestor's body scattered, and he seemed to have gone crazy. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his eyes were blood red. He looked extremely terrifying. Chi deviation. Liling Tian was shocked. This was the first time he had seen a powerhouse go berserk. He had not expected it to be so serious. This was the result of being disturbed during cultivation. No wonder those experts would find a quiet place to cultivate. Moreover, when they were in seclusion, they would set up countless restrictions to prevent any disturbance. All of this was because he was worried that if he was disturbed, he would go berserk and his true essence would reverse. His entire person would be like a madman, and his consciousness would also become chaotic. Boom! Crash! Li Lingtian and Long stood at the side as they channeled their true essence to unleash their strongest defense to prevent themselves from being hurt by the Ice-Fire Patriarch. At this moment, the Ice-Fire ancestor struck the array with a destructive fist force, and the array was instantly destroyed. The Ice-Fire forefather flashed and flew out of the cave. He carried a destructive aura like a bomb that was about to explode. Let's keep him here. Otherwise, when he calms down and his cultivation increases greatly, we'll be in trouble. Let's go. Li Lingtian quickly said as he quickly followed behind. Longda did not hesitate either, as he quickly flashed away and left the cave in an instant. Sword howl, heaven and earth. Li Lingtian waved his hand, and the cosmic sword in his hand was already swung out. A sword beam tore through the air and swiftly slashed down at Patriarch Ice-Fire. Boom! The sword light had no effect on the ice fire ancestor. It was instantly blocked by the ice fire ancestor's defense. After the cultivation deviation, the ice fire ancestor's cultivation became extremely terrifying. It was as terrifying as a mutated demon beast. It completely exceeded some rules. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Longda also used the Dragon Cry battle halberd in his hand. The three of them were like three meteors in the air, constantly bombarding each other. The more Li Lingtian fought, the more shocked he became. He did not expect the Ice Fire Patriarch to be so terrifying. Ice Fire, 9 heavens, extinction. The sky's sword in his hand floated in the air. He clasped his hands together, and a huge pillar of light shot toward the Ice Fire ancestor. Ice and Fire Force, destruction. The Ice Fire Patriarch had lost all consciousness. Every attack he unleashed was his most terrifying destructive force. When he saw Li Lingtian's beam of light coming at him, he unleashed a terrifying ice fire attack. Rumble! With an explosion, a halo flashed and the pillar of light disappeared. The Forefather's attack also disappeared, but the after-effects of the two attacks were destructive. Puff! Li Lingtian spat out another mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. In front of the ice and fire ancestor, he no longer had any advantage. Roar! At this moment, Longda threw his Dragon Cry battle halberd at the Forefather with destructive power. Both of them knew that the Forefather's defense was terrifying and impossible to break through. Moreover, the Forefather was completely defenseless, like a madman fighting for his life. The Dragon Cry halberd was a supreme treasure of the dragon race. With this attack, the destructive power tore through space and arrived in front of the Ice Fire ancestor. At the same time, Longda transformed into a 100-meter-long dragon. His huge tail gave off destructive power as it tore through space and smashed down. Boom! Facing the destructive power of the halberd, the Ice Fire ancestor unleashed his most terrifying power. He sent the halberd flying with a punch of ice and fire, but Long Da's huge tail struck down. He had no chance to block. With one strike, his entire body was smashed by Long Da's tail. His clothes completely disappeared, and countless cracks appeared on his body. He seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian did not slow down at all. Just as Longda was about to attack the Ice Fire Patriarch, the Heavenly Fault sword had already appeared before him. A ball of light burst out, and a world of swords was formed within 1,000 meters of him. Tens of thousands of sharp swords floated in the air, and a sword array appeared. Endless sword nets and sword silk scattered. As Li Lingtian cast a spell with one hand, tens of thousands of swords flew out and pierced through the space. The destructive sword array instantly arrived in front of the Ice Fire ancestor. At this moment, the Ice Fire ancestor was injured by Longda and could not resist at all. Rumble! Rumble! The sword formation trembled continuously, but the sword silk and sword net continued to erode the Ice Fire ancestor. Even a powerful martial monarch realm expert could not resist the sword formation at all. At that moment, a strange smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. With a flip of his hand, an exquisite throwing knife appeared before disappearing from his hand. On the other side, Longda also threw out the Dragon Cry battle halberd in his hand. Like a meteorite from outer space, it flew toward the sword formation with a destructive light. The sound of a body being pierced by a sharp arrow rang out, and a miserable cry resounded through the world. The sword formation vanished, and the 10,000 swords turned into a stream of light that returned to Li Lingtian's hand. They then entered his body, and the world fell silent. There was a fist-sized bloody hole in the Forefather's chest and a small wound between his eyebrows, but it would never heal. Destructive sword chi and sword light radiated from the Ice Fire ancestor's body as tens of thousands of swords pierced through his body. However, what really destroyed him was the Dragon Roar battle halberd and the wound between his eyebrows, because these two destructive attacks were completely beyond the imagination of the Ice Fire ancestor. It had completely disregarded his defenses and killed his life force. Li Lingtian extended his hand, and a delicate flying knife returned to his palm. There was a faint, mysterious aura on it. Longder retracted his roaring dragon combat halberd and looked at the flying dagger in Li Lingtian's hand with a hint of fear. He knew that it was the flying dagger in Li Lingtian's hand that killed the Ice-Fire Patriarch. His dragon roar battle halberd seemed to be able to destroy the Ice-Fire Ancestor, but the Ice-Fire Ancestor didn't block it when he was killed by the flying knife. Without the flying knife, the dragon roar battle halberd would at most heavily injure the Ice-Fire Ancestor and not kill him. Ice and Fire Halo. Ice and Fire Ring. Li Lingtian watched as the Ice-Fire Patriarch's body disappeared. With a wave of his hand, 2 halos appeared and shot toward the Ice-Fire Patriarch. Instantly, the 2 Ice-Fire rings trapped a soul in the air, and the Ice-Fire Patriarch soul was also trapped within the Ice-Fire rings. The Ice-Fire Pearl and a storage pouch slowly descended, but Li Lingtian grabbed them from afar and returned them to his hand. Yes! With a soft shout, the Ice-Fire Ring and Ice-Fire Halo returned to Li Lingtian's hands at the same time. Within the Ice-Fire Ring, Patriarch Ice-Fire's soul was struggling incessantly. An exquisite version of Patriarch Ice-Fire was struggling within. No matter how hard he struggled and screamed, Li Lingtian could not hear him anymore. "Young master, what's the name of your throwing knife?" Longda came to Li Lingtian's side and asked curiously as he looked at the flying knife in Li Lingtian's left hand. "Wu Hen." Li Lingtian replied indifferently with a satisfied expression. He was envious when he saw Yun Tianfeng kill a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor with his flying knife. He did not expect Yun Tianfeng to give him this flying knife. After refining it, he found out that this flying knife was called Traceless. Traceless space-time, coming and going without a trace, ignoring the defense of experts. However, he did not know what level this flying knife was. However, he thought that this flying knife would not be lower than the level of a saint weapon. Otherwise, it would not ignore the defense of a martial artist like this. Wu Hen, what terrifying power! If it's used for a sneak attack, it'll definitely be a one-on-one kill. Longda said enviously, but he didn't care. He was a member of the Dragon Clan, so he was basically disgusted with sneak attacks. He also didn't like to use fancy attacks and weapons. The Dragon Tribe valued strength and did not like to use fancy human weapons. Even though the flying dagger was terrifying, he did not like it either. Besides, the flying dagger belonged to Li Lingtian. Even if he envied it, he did not dare to think about it. Following that, Li Lingtian erased the aura in the air. This time, he had captured the Ice-Fire Patriarch's soul. Naturally, he would not allow him to be reborn again. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have found out that the Ice-Fire Ancestor was breaking through. If he had waited for the Ice-Fire Ancestor to break through, they would have been finished. A powerful martial monarch realm expert hiding beside him was more terrifying than anything else. Following that, Li Lingtian and General Long conducted a thorough search of the entire mountain peak. Li Lingtian had also added countless sensing formations. As long as he was in Mountain Peak, he would be the master and would not have to worry about other powerhouses hiding in it. Chapter 445. Chapter 445. Refining the Great Cyclic Pill. Chapter 445. Refining the Great Cyclic Pill. Tang Qingwei and the others had already known about this battle. Initially, they were quick to clean up the cave. Since they did not see Li Lingtian, they were bored and came out to look for him. However, the moment they came out, they were greeted by a world-shaking destructive attack. Although the attack did not pose a threat to them, they were still shocked to see such a huge battle in their territory. They were also shocked to discover Li Lingtian and Long Da's figures. The few girls were hiding. Their cultivation was still too low, and they could not reveal themselves to avoid being used by their opponents. That would put Li Lingtian in a passive position, which would not be beneficial to Li Lingtian's battle. Huang Fuyin and the rest were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian, Long De, and the Ice Fire Patriarch, who was exuding a shocking and violent aura. They were all worried about Li Lingtian. Fortunately, Li Lingtian managed to kill the Ice Fire Patriarch in the end, which put them at ease. They only dared to come out after Li Lingtian had searched the entire mountain. Husband, who was that person just now? I seem to have seen him somewhere. Shun Mei walked up to him and held Li Lingtian's arm. She sized him up to see if he was injured. When she saw the blood at the corner of Li Lingtian's mouth, she quickly took out a silk handkerchief to wipe it away. Tang Qingwei and the others were also looking at Li Lingtian curiously. They seemed to have seen the powerhouse who was defeated and killed before, but they could not recall who he was. Forefather Ice Fire, Li Lingtian replied calmly. Naturally, he understood why Tang Qingwei and the others could not recall. It was because Patriarch Ice Fire had gone berserk. His appearance was terrifying, and he looked completely different from himself. So it's Forefather Ice Fire. I didn't expect to find you here, Tang Qingwei said in surprise. She had seen the ice and fire ancestor escape with her own eyes when he was reborn. He didn't find me here. He was already here. He broke through in the cave below, but I found him. I didn't notice it when I came here yesterday. I forgot that there was a martial emperor powerhouse cultivating in this cave. Fortunately, I killed him by coincidence today. Li Lingtian had lingering fears. If he had not discovered it in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He won't be reborn now, right? I didn't expect Forefather Ice Fire to be immortal. Huang Fuyin looked at Li Lingtian and asked seriously. Previously, it was the Ice Fire Patriarch who managed to escape with his immortal body. Now that he was killed by Li Lingtian, she was worried about the same thing. No, his soul has already been captured by me. It's impossible for him to be reborn. What undying body. It's all fake. It's just a little talent. Li Lingtian said seriously. Humans had some magical talents, but immortality was definitely not real. It was only because of a magical talent brought about by the dual attributes of ice and fire that Forefather Ice and Fire was reborn. I see. All right, Big Brother Lingtian, you're injured. Let's hurry back. Tang Ziming nodded obediently. Needless to say, Li Lingtian's cultivation experience was not to be underestimated. Since Li Lingtian had said so, it was impossible for him to possess an undying body. Following that, Li Lingtian followed them back to the cave. He recuperated from his injuries in peace, while the others began to cultivate seriously. This place was rich in spiritual energy. It was a good place for cultivation and a paradise. If he gave up on such a place, it would be difficult to find a better one. A month passed. In a month, the small world had been transformed into a paradise. Li Lingtian renamed the place. The Two Heavens was the name of the cave and the place where he cultivated. The small world was the name of the entire mountain. Usually, Li Lingtian would cultivate in the second heaven. Li Lingtian had built many pavilions on the mountain where Li Lingtian and the others lived. Some of the places were decorated and some arrays were added. The place was like a paradise. Moreover, he had also built some pavilions under the mountain. Although he was only one person, with his cultivation, what he did was as simple as an immortal. In the pocket dimension, with Li Lingtian's elixirs and the rich spirit qi, Tang Qingwei and the rest cultivated quietly. However, two people would accompany Li Lingtian whenever he was refining pills. They would either choose the ingredients or organize the pills. In this way, even if he was refining pills or cultivating, he would not dare to feel bored. During this month, no one disturbed their cultivation. However, a month later, an elder from East River City came to Li Lingtian for alchemy. Although they were all Tier 6 pills, the pills he refined were basically top-notch. The elders were completely convinced by Li Lingtian's alchemy skills. Naturally, they looked down on Li Lingtian in terms of cultivation base, but they could only look up to him in terms of alchemy skills. If he couldn't do it himself and had to do it, he could only find someone capable to do it. Naturally, he wouldn't offend those capable people. In the divine martial continent, pill refiners were undoubtedly the most popular profession. Moreover, it was also the most mystical profession. Not many people could become alchemists. Even if they did, they were all very ordinary. The medicinal pills they refined could only be used by low-level martial artists. Spirit pill masters were extremely rare and had a high status. As for saint pill masters, they were extremely rare in the divine martial continent. They would always make an appointment with the elders of East River City when they came to refine pills. This was because they would personally come up with the ingredients that Li Lingtian needed. Such a thing was reasonable in itself. Naturally, they would not think that Li Lingtian was putting on airs. Gradually, many experts in East River City learned that there was a powerful alchemist in the small world. The pills he refined were all top-notch existences. However, to ask this alchemist to refine pills, one had to pay a huge price. Li Lingtian had also arranged his own cultivation time. Every day, he would cultivate for an hour in the second heaven and another hour outside. At night, he would accompany Tang Qingwei and the others. During the day, he would cultivate skills and refine treasures, or comprehend cultivation techniques and pill techniques. Moreover, he had 6 hours a day to refine pills, refining some of the medicinal herbs he obtained in the pills. As time passed, Li Lingtian's stock of pills increased. Regardless of whether they were grade 1 or grade 5 pills, Li Lingtian's stock had piled up. On this day, Li Lingtian's expression turned serious before he calmed himself down. He came to a pavilion not far from the second heaven. This pavilion was personally built by him, and there were countless restrictions around this pavilion because he usually refined pills here. There was a special place to rest and a place to play. This was because when he was refining pills, there would always be people accompanying him or helping him. A girl's physical strength, even if her cultivation was strong, would not be as good as a man. When she was tired, she naturally needed a rest. It was common for them to act coquettishly in front of Li Lingtian. However, today, Li Lingtian did not allow anyone else to follow him as he was determined to try for the Tier 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill. He was already familiar with the other Tier 6 medicinal pills, so he naturally did not need to refine a Tier 6 medicinal pill. Now that he wanted to try for the Tier 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill, it was also an opportunity. The Great Cyclopellet's recipe appeared in front of him. He had already read and comprehended this recipe countless times. Moreover, he had memorized all the techniques and precautions inside. But now, he had to revise it again because the materials for a grade 7 pill were all extremely precious. If he failed, he would lose some precious materials or even heavenly treasures. As time passed, Li Lingtian familiarized himself with the alchemy technique and the pill formula once again. He activated the divine dragon ring with his soul consciousness. Hundreds of herbs appeared in front of him. He had already arranged them. They were all supplementary herbs for the grade 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill. There were also 7 precious herbs and 7 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Heavenly windgrass, agility flower, rootless fruit, ice snow seed, tricolored flower, dragon grass, dragon saliva fruit, heavenly fire leaf, 7-colored flower, ice fire snow orchid, heaven mending root. Li Lingtian had arranged all the herbs in order because they were arranged according to their attributes and age. Moreover, he had to calculate how long they would take to be refined. Every step required precise calculations. Moreover, after calculations were done, accidents often occurred. To refine a pill, one did not only need talent, but also a strong calculation ability. A single mistake would result in failure. Li Lingtian was already familiar with these things. He would carefully calculate each medicinal ingredient and carefully understand its quality and endurance, how long it could withstand refinement, how high the temperature it could withstand, and whether it would explode when it encountered other elemental medicinal ingredients. After each medicinal ingredient was refined, its attributes would be different from the other medicinal ingredients. One had to pay attention to the changes between them. It was just like chemistry in his previous life. If he didn't do it well, it would explode. Sacrifice. 3 hours had passed by the time he finished sorting out the medicinal herbs. 3 hours later, he adjusted his breathing again and restored his mental strength, physical strength, and true essence to their peak. This was because refining such a pill not only required a large amount of true essence, but also a strong mental and spiritual sense. If one was not careful, the pill would fail. After recuperating, he used his divine sense, and the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared in front of him. The heaven and earth creation cauldron in his palm kept spinning and emitting an ancient aura. Buddy, it's all up to you this time. Let's work hard together and try to refine the pill. Li Ling Tian caressed the cauldron with one hand, as if he was talking to a battle partner. His tone was like he was talking to a good friend. This heaven and earth creation cauldron had intelligence and was a rare, top-notch treasure. Even the golden dragon looked down on the dragoncry battle halberd and the extreme tyrant emperor saber, but it valued this cauldron very much. It must be very powerful. As Li Ling Tian spoke, the heaven and earth creation cauldron began to tremble and let out a soft, buzzing sound, as if it was responding to Li Ling Tian. Chapter 446. Chapter 446. Shocking Pill Tribulation. Chapter 446. Shocking Pill Tribulation. Li Ling Tian's face lit up with satisfaction when he saw Pill Cauldron's response. No matter what, one had to focus on one thing. Alchemy was the same. When he was refining pills, he could put all his energy and spirit into it. Only then would he be qualified as an outstanding pill refiner. Nothing in this world was a fluke, and nothing depended entirely on luck. Even if there was a part of luck, it was only once in a while. If you wanted to truly control something, you had to really get it. Swoosh! A core fire appeared in front of him, and the cauldron was constantly being nourished by the core fire. As the cauldron rotated gently and was nourished by the earth core fire, Li Ling Tian was also feeling the cauldron's temperature seriously. After he refined the heaven and earth creation cauldron, he would be able to fuse with the cauldron. Naturally, he knew the temperature of the cauldron. Next, he threw all kinds of medicinal herbs into the cauldron. The power of the earth core fire and the wonder of the heaven and earth creation cauldron refined all kinds of medicinal herbs into medicinal liquid. After 3 hours, more than 100 medicinal herbs were refined. These medicinal herbs were all supplementary medicinal herbs. The real precious medicinal herbs had yet to begin. Moreover, the age and quality of precious medicinal herbs were countless times stronger than ordinary medicinal herbs. Dragon grass. Refine it. With a wave of his hand, Li Ling Tian shot a dragon fleeting grass toward the elixir cauldron, and it entered the cauldron in an instant. Immediately, the cauldron began to churn as the endless medicinal liquid clashed with the attributes of the dragonfly grass. Li Ling Tian cast a series of magic arts to stabilize the cauldron with his vital essence. Another strand of Zhen Yuan stirred in the cauldron, allowing the dragonfly grass medicinal liquid to quickly fuse with the other medicinal liquids. Walala! Boom! Boom! The heaven and earth creation cauldron was a completely different world. It was like a raging sea and a raging river. Li Ling Tian's expression was extremely grim. Time slowly passed. After an hour, the dragonfly grass was finally refined. It was no longer as turbulent as before because the medicinal liquid of the dragonfly grass had already fused with the other medicinal liquids. Shoo! He sighed softly, but his expression did not relax at all. This was because this was only the simplest of the 7 most precious heavenly resources. There were still 6 more medicinal herbs that needed to be refined. This was what he was concerned about. Moreover, a few hours had passed, and his primeval essence had also consumed a lot. Dragon saliva fruit, refine it. When Li Ling Tian saw that the medicinal liquid in the heaven and earth creation cauldron had stabilized, he activated his divine consciousness, and a dragon saliva fruit floated in front of him. With a quick wave of his hand, the fist-sized dragon saliva fruit was divided into 8 pieces by the force. The dragon saliva fruit was extremely precious, and there was no need to use so much for alchemy, so he could only divide it into 8 pieces. Out of the 8 dragon saliva fruits, 7 of them fell to his side, and 1 of them went into the cauldron. Without any suspense, the heaven and earth creation cauldron started to churn again. However, this time, the churning was not as intense as it had been at the beginning. This was because there was already the dragonfly grass in front of him. Although the dragon saliva fruit was stronger than the dragonfly grass, the attributes of the two were the same. Therefore, the reaction was not as intense as it had been at the beginning. Another hour later, the second heavenly treasure was successfully refined. However, Li Lingtian did not look happy because the medicinal liquid in the cauldron had reached its limit. If he were to refine it any further, it might be useless. Heavenly fire leaf, 7-color flower, ice snow orchid. Li Lingtian hardened his heart when he saw this. The next step was the heavenly fire leaf, which was of the fire attribute. The medicinal liquid in the cauldron had already reached its limit. If the heaven fire leaf was added, it would be equivalent to destruction. Rather than being destroyed like this, it was better to take the risk and try. The pill formulas in this world were all the experiences of the previous pill refiners. Since they were created through trial and error, why not give a try? At the thought of this, he threw the 3 herbs into the heaven and earth creation cauldron. One of them was the fire attribute heavenly fire leaf, the other was the neutral attribute 7-color flower, and the last was the ice attribute ice snow orchid. In this way, he could resist the fire attribute heavenly fire leaf and reduce the temperature of the original medicinal liquid in the heaven and earth creation cauldron. The moment the 3 herbs entered the heaven and earth creation cauldron, the cauldron began to churn. However, Li Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the situation inside the cauldron. Fortunately, he had been flexible. Otherwise, he would have really been destroyed. Such flexibility had really changed the situation just now. The 3 herbs were refined together, and the time was reduced. After an hour, the herbs turned into medicinal liquid. At that moment, Li Lingtian's primordial qi was almost depleted. He hesitated. If he used the elixir now, it would not be a problem for him to recover his primordial qi. However, if he ran out of primordial qi later on, the elixir would be useless, and the elixir would be useless. Although he hesitated, the true essence in his hand did not stop. In an instant, he had already thought of many consequences in his mind. In the end, he decided to use the pill first, lest he couldn't pass it now, let alone later. A pill was thrown into his mouth, and the pill instantly turned into true essence, which recovered to its peak. Heaven's patching root, refine. The last medicinal ingredient was also the most magical medicinal ingredient. This was a medicinal ingredient that could be used in any medicinal pill. The Heaven's patching root was a magical supplementary medicinal ingredient, and it was also the most important medicinal ingredient. It could improve the quality of medicinal pills and stabilize the medicinal pill's turbulence. Li Lingtian had his reasons for placing the Heaven's patching root last among herbs with neutral properties. If he refined the Heaven's patching root first, its effects would be wasted and it would not be able to achieve its true effect. Walala! Boom! Boom! A series of muffled sounds came from the heaven and earth creation cauldron, and the cauldron began to tremble. When Li Lingtian saw this, he easily cast a magic art in an attempt to stabilize the cauldron. However, to his horror, the more he cast the magic art, the stronger the cauldron's reaction became. Silk! With a slight sound, the core fire disappeared quickly, as if it had received some kind of response. The core fire was strangely suppressed. This was the first time Li Lingtian had encountered such a situation. Nine Sun's sacred flame, attack. Li Lingtian could only smile bitterly when he saw this. He activated his divine consciousness and unleashed the primordial fire in his body. This primordial fire was not a simple one. It was the Nine Yang Saint Lord's Nine Yang sacred fire. Now that he had control of the Nine Yang sacred fire, the primordial fire he unleashed was no weaker than the Earth's core fire below. On the contrary, it was more powerful than the Earth core fire. At that moment, Li Lingtian was rendered speechless when the Nine Suns sacred flame appeared at the same time as the geocentric flame. The heaven and earth creation cauldron stabilized in the middle of the two flames when they merged. Li Lingtian was baffled by this. "I see," as he muttered to himself. His face revealed an expression of understanding. He was refining a 7th-grade medicinal pill. Such a medicinal pill had come into contact with some mysterious opportunity. It required heavenly fire and earth fire. The geocentric fire was an earth fire and would disappear if it lacked heavenly fire. However, the Nine Suns sacred fire that Li Lingtian had unleashed was undoubtedly a heavenly fire. The appearance of the heavenly fire would naturally result in the appearance of the geocentric fire. The heaven and earth creation cauldron would be stabilized once the heaven and earth fire appeared. Seconds passed, and the medicinal liquid in the heaven and earth creation cauldron gradually solidified. Boom! Between heaven and earth, a clap of thunder rang out. The thunder came from above the 9 heavens. The entire East River City heard the thunder, and the ground trembled. Rumble, walala, crackle, boom, boom. Endless thunder and lightning instantly appeared between heaven and earth. Their targets were all rushing towards a small world. Thunder and lightning struck Li Lingtian's sky. The heaven and earth creation cauldron began to spin as it withstood the bombardment of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning struck incessantly. The heaven and earth creation cauldron continued to spin, and even Li Lingtian suffered a devastating blow. Spirit infusion. Li Lingtian shouted softly as he looked at the elixir cauldron. There was not enough spirit chi in the cauldron. He activated the spirit gathering array with a hand seal. Then, he pointed with one hand, and a shocking spirit chi soared into the sky. The spiritual energy beam was 100 meters wide and shot up into the sky. Boom! Between heaven and earth, an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and a 100-meter-wide spiritual energy pillar soared into the sky. The entire East River City saw this pillar of light, as well as endless thunder and lightning. The sound was earth-shattering. There was an explosion in the sky, and a 100-mile-wide halo appeared. The halo extended endless spiritual energy into the pillar of light, pouring down like a galaxy. This is the pill tribulation. Pill concoction, spirit infusion. Sir Lingtian is refining pills again. It seems that the spirit infusion this time is not simple. Of course it's not simple. Didn't you see that the pill this time attracted the pill tribulation? The pill under the pill tribulation is mutated, and the power of the pill is even more magical. I wonder what kind of medicinal pill he refined this time. There must be a cauldron of top-notch medicinal pills. In East River City, all the warriors were stunned by the scene of the small world. He had seen spear injections a few times before, but he had not seen pill tribulations. Looking at the scene of the small world, they were all extremely excited. They did not know what powerful medicinal pill this alchemist was going to refine. Boom! After the second spirit infusion, the halo in the sky became even stronger. All the warriors looked into the distance enviously, but no one dared to go forward. This small world was someone else's forbidden land, and facing the pill tribulation, ordinary warriors would be struck into nothingness. Li Lingtian's face was filled with excitement despite the blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. He now understood why he still needed a strong cultivation base and a strong physique. Without a strong cultivation, one's true essence would not be able to support the refinement of the pill until the end. Without a strong physique, one would have long died in front of this pill tribulation. It was already nighttime when the second spirit infusion was completed. However, Countless martial artists were looking curiously at the pill tribulation and the spirit injection light pillar. The thunder and lightning continued, as if they would never stop. The pillar of light that was infused with spirit did not dissipate for a long time. Chapter 447. Chapter 447. Supreme Grade Great Rejuvenating Pill. Chapter 447. Supreme Grade Great Rejuvenating Pill. The pill tribulation was a lightning tribulation that was triggered after a medicinal pill reached a mysterious realm. It was just like how top-notch experts would encounter heavenly tribulation, but this pill tribulation was very rare. The medicinal pills under the pill tribulation were often stronger and more magical than other medicinal pills. Spirit injections had appeared several times in the small world, but he had never seen a pill tribulation. Boom! The third spirit infusion appeared. In the pitch-black night sky, the colorful spirit energy pillar was as charming and dazzling as fireworks. In the sky, a halo exploded, and the spirit energy halo in a radius of 200 was like a mushroom cloud. This was the most magical scene between heaven and earth. The martial artists of East River City were all admiring the beautiful scene in the sky. None of the warriors spoke. They just looked at the sky quietly. However, some of the experts and alchemists were not so quiet. This was because the time between spirit injections was completely different from before. Generally speaking, each spirit infusion would take about half an hour or even less. However, the spirit infusion this time had lasted for 2 hours, and the pill tribulation had no intention of stopping. Boom! The fourth spirit infusion appeared, and the space in the sky trembled. Boom! When the fifth spirit infusion appeared, the scene in the sky was still the same, but the halo of spiritual chi in the sky was even bigger, actually reaching a radius of 1,000 miles. All the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles poured down toward the spiritual energy pillar. Boom! When the sixth spirit infusion appeared, all the experts heaved a sigh of relief. This was because 6 spirit injections represented a grade 6 pill. Although they were not the ones refining the pills, this scene brought them into the picture. It was as if they were refining the pills themselves. Being able to refine the pills, they naturally heaved a sigh of relief. This time, Sir Ling Tian must have refined a grade 6 cleansing pill again. It should be a mutated cleansing pill. If I can get one, I might be able to make a breakthrough in my realm. It should be about the same. The Tier 6 Dust Cleansing Pill is Sir Ling Tian's specialty medicinal pill. Now that it's attracted a pill tribulation, it's truly a once-in-100 years occurrence. It's not that easy to get a 6th grade variant cleansing dust pill. It should be over soon. The sky is already bright. I didn't expect that refining the medicinal pill this time actually took more than half a day to infuse spirit. Countless experts were discussing animatedly. Low-level martial artists could only be curious and envious. Even if a grade 6 medicinal pill was given to them, they could not use it. Otherwise, they would be directly refined by the medicinal pill. Moreover, a grade 6 mutated medicinal pill was extremely magical. Martial artists below the martial arts grandmaster realm could not refine such a medicinal pill at all. However, just as all the martial artists were relaxed, the pill tribulation between heaven and earth did not weaken or disappear. Instead, it became even stronger. At this moment, another loud bang sounded between heaven and earth. Boom! A 100-meter wide pillar of spiritual energy shot into the sky. The pillar of light shot into the sky until it exploded in the sky 1,000 miles high. A 10,000-meter wide halo appeared. The spiritual energy within 10,000 miles was quickly condensed and poured down along the pillar of spiritual energy. What happened? Why is there a spirit infusion again? Why is it 7 spirit injections? Could it be a Tier 7 medicinal pill? Only a Tier 7 pill would have 7 spirit injections. Could it be a Tier 7 mutated medicinal pill? Heavens, a Tier 7 medicinal pill? and it's even mutated. A medicinal pill under the Tier 7 pill tribulation is about to appear. All of a sudden, all the experts in East River City were shocked. There were exclamations in East River City, and all the warriors had shock and excitement on their faces. He had personally witnessed the appearance of a 7th-grade medicinal pill. Moreover, it was a 7th-grade medicinal pill under the pill tribulation. What kind of concept was this? It was as if he had seen a miracle. Crash. The halo of spiritual energy and the pillar of spiritual energy in the sky pressed down like a galaxy, all of them pressing down on the small world. In the end, there was no more movement from a small world. Li Lingtian's face was filled with fatigue, but the true essence in his body had reached its peak. Because of the spirit infusion, the shocking spiritual qi was directly converted into true essence, and the 7th-grade Great Recovery pill was successful. Pill completed. Li Lingtian shouted softly and cast a spell. The heaven and earth creation cauldron was opened, and a string of light shadows appeared in front of him. There were a total of 72 pills, and the pills were spinning nonstop. The spirit qi that was pressing down from the sky was completely suspended around Li Lingtian. The spirit qi was like a cloud that was solid. The 72 pills were revolving and nourishing in the spiritual energy. At that moment, Li Lingtian's entire body's true essence surged and his realm loosened. He had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm for a long time, but he had not encountered an opportunity. Now, after refining pills, he had actually encountered an opportunity. He circulated his Zhen Yuan in his body. The heaven and earth reincarnation circulated his Zhen Yuan and circulated it through his meridians. The spiritual energy outside was absorbed and refined rapidly, as if he had obtained half of the power of 7th-grade pill. At the same time, the Great Recovery pill that Shun Mayer had given him before had also completely appeared in his body. The dense spiritual energy and the residual medicinal power of the great cyclic pellet in his body, coupled with the two, the true essence in his body had already reached a critical point. 3rd-level Supreme Realm, splash it on me. With a light shout, the true essence in his body surged into his dantian. The 5-colored golden core in his dantian rotated and absorbed all the true essence. The golden core also quickly changed and sublimated. Inside his dantian, it was like a boundless ocean. The golden core stirred the ocean and it surged. Endless spiritual qi and true essence replenished the golden core. The golden core quickly grew stronger and its color became darker. Boom! In his dantian, there was a loud bang. All his true essence disappeared, and the 5-colored golden core emitted a dazzling light. It had completely sublimated. He had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. The golden core had doubled in size, and the light was even more dazzling. Countless true essence refined by the Jindan entered his dantian again. However, the true essence in his dantian now was only 1% of what it was before. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that this 1% of true essence was 100 times more powerful than before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spiritual energy around him quickly entered his body. In a moment, all the spiritual energy disappeared and was completely refined by the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, forming a trace of true essence. Even if there was so much spiritual energy, only a trace of it was transformed into true essence in his dantian. It was so little that it was unbearable to see. Boom! The space trembled as Li Lingtian opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, and his aura had reached a terrifying level. The 4th level of the Supreme Realm was at least 100 times stronger than when he was at the 3rd level. The 72 pills were still spinning in the air. However, the pills were covered in a faint halo. This halo was the protective layer that protected the medicinal pill. After the medicinal pill reached the 7th grade, it carried its own spirituality. Moreover, this medicinal pill was formed under the pill tribulation. After obtaining the pill tribulation, it was relatively said that it had obtained sublimation. Ordinary medicinal pills, after receiving the pill tribulation, would be a level stronger than before. The power was also incomparably magical, often bringing some unexpected benefits to martial artists. Mutated Great Cyclic Pellet, Peerless Grade. Li Ling Tian said in a calm voice, but his face was filled with excitement. This was the first time he had refined a level 7 pill. He had never thought that he would succeed. It was a one-time success. More importantly, this pill had actually obtained a pill tribulation and directly became a peerless mutated great recovery pill. With a flick of his divine sense, 72 jade bottles appeared in front of him. Each pill was stored in a jade bottle. Such pills had spirituality and could not be packed together to avoid any accidents. After keeping the pills, Li Ling Tian left the elixir refinery pavilion in a flash. Tang Qingwei and the rest were already waiting for him. They were so excited that they did not rest for the entire day when they saw Li Ling Tian refining the pills. Excitement mixed with worry as they watched Li Ling Tian successfully exit the building. Moreover, Li Ling Tian's aura had changed slightly as they looked at him curiously. Your cultivation has broken through. Huang Fuyuyan was the first to speak. She was also the most knowledgeable and naturally noticed the change in Li Ling Tian's body. However, she was not sure and probed with a questioning tone. Yes, I've finally reached the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. Li Ling Tian had an excited smile on his face. Naturally, he would not hide it in front of his women. If that was the case, it would be too tiring to live. In front of outsiders, he naturally wouldn't show his emotions on his face. Congratulations, big brother, for becoming a 4th level Supreme Realm expert. Congratulations on your progress, husband. Congratulations, young master. All of a sudden, the girls congratulated Li Ling Tian with a smile on their faces. They were genuinely happy. Li Ling Tian was happy as well. Nothing was happier than a breakthrough in his realm. Ling Tian, have you finished refining the medicinal pill? Tang Qingwei asked tentatively when she saw Li Ling Tian's happy expression. She was worried that Li Ling Tian's failure would affect his mood. After all, failure was a huge blow to an alchemist. However, he was curious because Li Ling Tian had performed 7 spirit infusions during the process. If he succeeded, it would be a tier 7 pill. After she asked, Huang Fuyuyan, Ji Yi, Qing Ling, Tang Zimeng, and Shen Mer all looked at Li Ling Tian curiously. The refinement is successful. Grade 7 Great Rejuvenating Pill. A mutated peerless Great Rejuvenating Pill. Li Ling Tian muttered to himself for a moment. His expression was calm, and there was not the slightest hint of emotion on his face. The girls were stunned by his expression, and their hearts sank. They were certain that Li Ling Tian had failed to refine it. They were all prepared to console Li Ling Tian, but Li Ling Tian's expression changed as he smiled. He told them the results of the pill refinement. When he said it, the girls were stunned again and did not immediately react. The refinement was successful. It really succeeded. That's great. Grade 7 Great Cyclic Pill. A mutated Great Cyclic Pill. A peerless Great Cyclic Pill. After a pause, the girls reacted and became excited. They looked like little girls who had just gotten their favorite toy. The 7th grade Great Rejuvenating Pill was a miraculous existence. Moreover, it was a peerless Great Rejuvenating Pill. As a result, Li Ling Tian's alchemy skills improved, and he became a true alchemy saint. Moreover, they would be able to use the Great Rejuvenating Pill by then. They were also happy for Li Ling Tian because it was a supreme achievement and glory for an alchemist to refine such a pill. Chapter 448. Chapter 448. Jiangfeng Shock 1. Chapter 448. Jiangfeng Shock 1. Li Ling Tian took out a grade 7 Great Rejuvenation Pill. Immediately, the air was filled with bursts of fragrance. This fragrance had already separated from the fragrance of the medicinal pill. It was like the purest spiritual qi from nature with a hint of floral fragrance. This feeling made people feel refreshed, but at the same time, it made people feel intoxicated. I've used quite a few great cyclic pellets before. I really didn't expect you to be able to refine the great cyclic pellet to this extent. I believe that no one in the divine martial continent can surpass you in this aspect. Huang Fuyin looked at the pill and was extremely shocked. This pill was already a peerless variant. Naturally, no one could surpass it. Even the divine martial continent couldn't refine a level 7 great cyclic pellet, let alone one that could undergo the pill tribulation at the same time. Although this great cyclic pellet is powerful, you can't use it with your current cultivation, unless you've reached the martial emperor realm or above. Even with Mei Er's current cultivation, you can't use this pill. I, a 4th level supreme realm expert, would not dare to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Unless I have reached the martial emperor realm, even an ordinary martial emperor would not dare to use it easily. After all, this great cyclic pellet has already mutated. Only those super martial emperor powerhouses can control and resist the power of a peerless mutated great cyclic pellet. However, don't worry. Tier 4 and 5 medicinal pills are peerless existences. They can also allow your cultivation to increase rapidly. This medicinal pill is a once-in-a-thousand-years pill. It'll be extremely difficult to refine a peerless and mutated one again. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian explained the power of the pill. Even he had only managed to deplete the potency of the great rejuvenation pill he had taken previously. He did not dare to try such a peerless grade, mutated great recovery pill now. Of course, we know about that. However, the other experts should be very interested in this pill. I wonder how you'll deal with it, Ling Tian? Tang Qinghua smiled. What they were most concerned about was not the use of this pill, but the fact that other experts would definitely have their eyes on it if they knew about it. After all, the 7th grade Great Cyclic Pellet was a peerless variant, and everyone wanted one. Generally speaking, powerhouses below the 5th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm would not have any interest in this pill. However, powerhouses above the 5th heaven of the Martial Emperor realm were not so easy to talk to. This is nothing. I won't take it out. Even if others exchange it with treasures, I won't agree. Such a pill is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Even I don't have the slightest confidence in refining such a pill again. Every time I use it, I'll have one less pill. However, I can refine another cauldron of grade 7 great cyclic pellets or a cauldron of nature pellets. The divine feather pellets are also fine. This way, Longda and the others can use them. Li Lingtian smiled as he led the girls to their living quarters. Although refining pills was very hard, after refining pills this time, his realm had also broken through. This fatigue was also overturned by his realm, so he did not feel tired anymore. At night, Li Lingtian first went to Shun Mei Er's place before going to Huang Fuyuyan's side. He had brought 2 beautiful women to the clouds. This kind of life was something he did not even dare to imagine in the past. After this alchemy session, the powerhouses and alchemists in East River City were impressed by Li Lingtian's alchemy skills. However, on the second day, someone came to congratulate him. This congratulation was fake. Most of them wanted to exchange for some medicinal pills. However, Li Lingtian was refining the same level 7 great rejuvenating pill when he arrived. He was disappointed that he did not encounter any pill tribulation this time. However, what made him excited was that at the last moment of this 7th grade pill, a trace of pill tribulation appeared in the heaven and earth creation cauldron. It was the pill tribulation left behind by the great rejuvenating pill last time. The mysterious light brought the great rejuvenating pill to the pinnacle grade and also had a trace of mutation. Although this medicinal pill was not a true variant great cyclic pill, it was still a peerless existence. With such a medicinal pill, he could naturally deceive them. Even if other experts needed the great cyclic pellet, he could also use this medicinal pill to exchange for it. In 4 days, the spirit infusion of the 7th grade medicinal pill appeared twice in the small world, which made the experts of East River City extremely excited. On the 5th day, the great elder of East River City, Jiangfeng, came. Congratulations, alchemy saint, for refining a tier 7 medicinal pill. With a faint smile on his face, Jiangfeng greeted Li Lingtian with a fist salute. Grand Elder has come. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Li Lingtian returned the greeting. He was now a true saint alchemist. If he were to take out the tier 7 mutated peerless pill, even a tier 8 saint alchemist would have to look up to him. With this identity, the confidence in his heart had also increased greatly. Calling himself, yours truly, was also a symbol of an overlord or an expert. Only a super powerhouse would carry his original name. Li Lingtian rarely used his original name in the past, because he believed that his cultivation was insufficient. Even if he had the identity of a holy alchemist, that identity was fake. There was still a certain distance between him and a true saint alchemist. Now that he had refined such a great recovery pill, he was qualified to call himself a saint alchemist. Jiangfeng could also hear Li Lingtian's self-address, but he did not think much of it. This was because it was normal for a holy alchemist to address him in such a manner. Furthermore, many revered martial artists referred to themselves as their true selves. Li Lingtian, as a divine alchemist, was a martial emperor, revered martial artist who could ignore everything. You're too polite, alchemy saint. I'm just here to chat. Jiangfeng smiled. He was an 8th heaven martial monarch realm expert and was definitely one of the 3 strongest experts in East River City. Billions of powerhouses had to be respectful in front of him, yet he had to be polite in front of Li Lingtian. If anyone were to witness this scene, he wondered how shocked they would be. No matter where he was, an 8th heaven martial emperor was a super powerhouse who was like an overlord. Haha, first elder please. Li Lingtian brought Jiangfeng to a pavilion with a wonderful view and sat down. Xingling had prepared fragrant tea and some spirit fruits. The two of them chatted as they sipped their tea. In the end, Li Lingtian did not say anything when he saw Jiangfeng's hesitant expression. He had come to East River City and had to establish a foothold here. Naturally, he would not go too far. He was a supreme realm expert, while the other party was an 8th level martial emperor. It would not be good if he made the other party look bad. Great Elder, you came at the right time. I just refined the medicinal pill these 2 days and haven't had the time to appraise it. It just so happens that Great Elder is here. Let's have a chat. Li Lingtian smiled. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he retrieved a bottle of recover pills and poured one out. The pill floated in the air before Li Lingtian placed the jade bottle on the stone table. Shoo! Your Excellency Alchemy Saint is powerful. It's actually a peerless mutated great cyclic pellet. Guo Rang is powerful, powerful, powerful. Jiangfeng looked at the pill in front of him, and his expression changed drastically. He stood up as well. He knew that Li Lingtian had refined a tier 7 pill and that it was refined under the pill tribulation. However, he never expected that this medicinal pill was the Great Rejuvenating Pill, because the Great Rejuvenating Pill was the most powerful medicinal pill among the level 7 medicinal pills. Very few people knew the pill formula. Even if they knew the pill formula, they would not be able to find these rare medicinal herbs, let alone refine them. The difficulty of refining a cauldron of Great Rejuvenating Pill was absolutely 100 times that of other 7th grade medicinal pills. One could imagine how precious the Recover Pill was. He did not expect Li Lingtian to refine the Recover Pill. More importantly, this great cyclic pellet was a peerless one. A peerless great cyclic pellet almost made him faint. It was fine if he had successfully refined a 7th grade medicinal pill, but he had refined a great cyclic pellet. It was fine if he had refined a great cyclic pellet, but he had refined a peerless great cyclic pellet. Moreover, this great cyclic pellet had a pill tribulation. It was already a mutated great cyclic pellet. In the divine martial continent, No one had ever heard of a peerless medicinal pill, let alone a peerless great cyclic pill. Naturally, there was no peerless great cyclic pill. Who knew how many opportunities it would take to encounter all of this together? In other words, it was impossible to encounter such a medicinal pill in a billionth of a chance. This was already a legend that could not be replicated. Such a medicinal pill, even a Tier 8 medicinal pill, was also incomparable. Great Elder, you flatter me. This is just a bit of luck. Li Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw Jiang Feng's expression. He was extremely satisfied as this was his masterpiece and achievement. Luck, it's indeed luck. However, this trace of luck is only 1/100000th of the success of the pill. If you don't have such strength, you naturally won't be able to refine a peerless great cyclic pill. Encountering a pill tribulation is luck. Only true strength can bring a trace of luck. This trace of luck is undoubtedly icing on the cake. Jiang Feng nodded in acknowledgement when he heard Li Lingtian's words. Li Lingtian's alchemy Dao was unquestionable, and he had never seen such a powerful person before. As for the pill tribulation, this was luck. However, this luck would only appear under the premise of strength. If you could not refine a grade 7 medicinal pill, where would you get the luck to obtain the pill tribulation? I'm very happy to hear what Great Elder said. This great recovery pill is for First Elder. I don't have much confidence in refining such a pill. If it's a peerless great rejuvenating pill, I have a trace of confidence if I have the materials. However, if it's a pill tribulation, then it's the will of the heavens. Please take this pill back with you, First Elder. Consider a little gift from me. Li Lingtian took out another 12 jade bottles. Since the grade 7 mutated peerless great rejuvenating pills could not be stored together, he used a jade bottle for each pill. There were 12 jade bottles, and each of the 12 people had one pill. The pill that the Great Elder had given him was also a favor. No one objected to him having one more pill. Others would only give this pill face. This one is embarrassed to say such pretentious words. This one will thank you on behalf of those fellows and the city lord. If there's anything I can use, I won't even frown. First Elder Jiang Feng was so excited that he almost jumped up. Even if he was an 8th level martial emperor, it was impossible for him not to be tempted by such a pill. With his cultivation and strength, there weren't many things that could move him. This level 7 mutated peerless great recovery pill was undoubtedly the thing that moved him the most. Chapter 449. Chapter 449. 100,000-Year Purple Coral. Chapter 449. 100,000-Year Purple Coral. Great Elder is too polite. If there really is something, this seat will definitely nag Great Elder. Li Lingtian laughed out loud after he finished speaking. He laughed naturally and did not feel restrained or fearful, even though he was facing an 8th heaven martial emperor. It is my honor that you think highly of me. Right, this is Izo, a year old purple coral that I obtained in the Tianhe zone 100 years ago. If I sell it for money, it would be a waste. If it's in the hands of the alchemy saint, its true value will naturally be reflected. I hope that the alchemy saint won't mind. At this moment, First Elder Jiang Feng was completely different from when he came. Initially, he did not pay much attention to Li Lingtian, a saint alchemist. However, when he saw Li Lingtian's grade 7 great rejuvenating pill, his attitude changed completely. If a martial emperor wanted to advance and reach a higher realm, this alchemy saint before him was undoubtedly the greatest support. No matter how powerful the other alchemy saints were, they could only refine some ordinary 7th grade Lu pills. They did not expect Li Lingtian's alchemy arts to be so powerful that the pills he refined were beyond their imagination. Moreover, Li Lingtian was only 21 years old. He had already become a martial honor, and his alchemy, Dao, could improve further. At that time, a divine pill refiner might appear in the divine martial continent. Even the legendary martial god had to look up to the martial emperors and martial saints in the world. This saint alchemist wasn't too eye-catching yet. so it was a good opportunity to curry favor with him. However, once he stood at the peak of the divine martial continent, he wouldn't be qualified to curry favor with him anymore. 100,000-year purple coral. I really can't accept such a big gift from the Great Elder. Li Lingtian looked at the purple coral in Jiang Feng's hand in astonishment. As a holy alchemist, he naturally understood what 100,000-year-old purple coral represented. It was a miraculous ingredient for refining a super pill. This was a rare treasure that only appeared once every 10,000 years. He didn't expect it to appear in Jiang Feng's hands. He was very interested in this purple coral, but he couldn't accept it easily, lest he took advantage of it. If Alchemy Saint is like this, then this one will really be ashamed. Although a 100,000-year-old purple coral is rare, it is still far from being comparable to Alchemy Saint's peerless Great Recovery Pill. To us martial artists, a grade 7 mutated peerless Great Recovery Pill is definitely more valuable than all the medicinal herbs. Even if you don't accept this purple coral, do you think I'll be embarrassed to ask you to refine pills in the future? I'm not a thin-skinned person, Jiang Feng's heart sank when he saw Li Lingtian's rejection. He then reacted. He understood that Li Lingtian did not want to owe anyone a favor. For a holy alchemist, it would be annoying if someone came to request for alchemy every day. He was an 8th heaven martial emperor expert with vast knowledge and was extremely tactful in handling matters. His words were also just right. Li Lingtian had no reason to refuse. Since the other party had already said so, he would be offending them if he refused. Since that's the case, then this seat will accept it. In the future, if Great Elder needs to refine pills, this one will do his best, haha. Li Lingtian laughed dryly after he finished speaking. Since others had said so, they must be looking for him to refine elixirs in the future. Since that was the case, it would not be a hardship to accept it. If you don't have any instructions, I'll take my leave first. The first elder was overjoyed when he saw Li Lingtian accepting the purple coral as a promise to help him refine pills in the future. A person like him had foresight. Otherwise, he would not have fawned over Li Lingtian. Then, Great Elder, please send my regards to the city lord and the others. First Elder Li Lingtian sent the pocket dimension out with a confident smile on his face. He was elegant and graceful. There were no other martial artists in the small world, so he naturally had to personally send them out. If he did not send them out, it would be too rude. After sending Jiang Feng off, Li Lingtian turned around and returned to his residence. He left. When Huang Fuyuyin saw Li Lingtian return, she went forward to pull him and asked gently, I didn't expect you to give me 100,000-year-old purple coral. Li Lingtian took out the purple coral from the divine dragon ring, and immediately, a faint mysterious aura was emitted. Purple coral was a natural treasure at the bottom of the sea and one of the most magical medicinal herbs in the sea. The purple coral on his palm seemed to have turned into a spirit. It was as clear as a purple crystal. It really is purple coral. 100,000-year-old purple coral, a true treasure. Is this for pill refining or for playing Big Brother Lingtian? It should be all for alchemy. If it was for fun, Jiang Feng wouldn't have taken it out. He wouldn't be able to take it out either. The girls took the purple coral and carefully examined it. It was like a toy. If Li Lingtian had not been a holy alchemist and had a good understanding of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he would not have believed that this was the real purple coral. However, a 100,000-year-old natural treasure had long become a spirit. This purple coral was the same, but this purple coral was sealed by a mysterious restriction. I can't use it for the time being. However, if I want to refine a tier 8 or 9 medicinal pill, I will naturally need the purple coral. If I can't find any other purple coral to replace it, I'll use this purple coral to refine pills. Li Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw the girl's reluctance to part with him. Girls would like pretty things. This was also a girl's nature. Right now, she could only refine tier 7 medicinal pills, so she naturally did not need the 100,000-year-old purple coral. If she could not find other purple corals when she refined tier 8 and Tier 9 medicinal pills, she would use this as a replacement. I'll play with this purple coral for a few days first. Tang Qinghua held the purple coral in her arms as if she was worried that Li Lingtian would snatch it back. She did not look like an icy beauty at all, but a gentle little girl. All right, I'll let you play with this purple coral. I don't need it now anyway. Li Lingtian smiled. He had no intention of taking it back. As long as they liked it, he would search the world for it even if they did not have it, let alone having it now. The few girls started chattering and discussing how many days each of them would play. Li Lingtian watched from the side, with a happy smile on his face. He was most relaxed when he was in front of his woman. Oh right, tomorrow, we will open up the pill refining market and sell some pills that we don't need. At the same time, I also help others refine pills. However, there is a corresponding price to pay. Let's discuss it. After waiting for a long time, Li Lingtian thought of what he had to do next. He was now a celebrity. Although he didn't go to East River City, his reputation would be known by the entire city in no time. By then, the entire Tiana region would know of his existence. It was not a big deal for a martial monarch realm expert to appear. However, an additional spirit alchemist would definitely attract the attention of countless experts. Countless experts would fawn over them. Moreover, a sane alchemist who had refined a peerless grade mutated great rejuvenating pill would definitely attract countless martial venerables and martial emperors. Moreover, no matter when, there were countless people protecting the spirit alchemist, let alone the sane alchemist. Yes, Huang Fu Yuyin and the other girls quieted down as they surrounded Li Lingtian. They would be extremely obedient when it came to serious matters. Lingtian, your alchemy skills have already reached an extreme. Just by relying on the grade 7 mutated great rejuvenating pill, you can make countless martial emperor powerhouses go crazy over it. I won't say fawning over you, but there will definitely be many people who come to get close to you. If everyone comes to get close to you, you won't be able to handle it, and it will also affect your cultivation. I suggest that we only accept martial emperor powerhouses. As long as they agree to our conditions, they can help us refine pills. As for the other powerhouses, we can sell some pills when we're in the mood. Tang Qinghua voiced her thoughts. In the past, they would have been afraid of even grandmasters and martial emperors. However, now that Li Lingtian had become a martial honor, they had set their sights higher. A supreme realm expert could not help them at all. Only a martial emperor realm expert was qualified to pull ties with them. Moreover, there were countless experts in this world. Now that he had pulled a favor, he would never be able to repay it in the future. Blue Moon is right. Let's set a rule, and you must follow our rules. But don't give up on low-level martial artists. After all, low-level martial artists are the foundation of this world. Many treasures and natural treasures come from low-level martial artists. We'll spend half of our time taking care of the low-level warriors and the other half taking care of the super experts. By then, our position will be stable. Even the East River City and the Tiana Zone won't be able to shake us. Huang Fuyin also agreed with Tang Qinghua's idea and added a lot. Husband, if this continues, we will have another advantage. We will slowly pull the warriors of the Green Continent to our side secretly. We will not let the fertile water fall into the fields of outsiders. No matter what, you are all from the Green Continent, the common enemy of the demon race. This way, your unity will be more stable. Shunmei also suggested that they should give some benefits to the Green Islands warriors in Spirit City. Naturally, Shunmei understood Li Lingtian's intention to arrange for the Green Islands warriors to stay in Spirit City. This way, the Queen's palace could be strengthened quickly. Li Lingtian was her husband and not an outsider. Once the Queen's palace became powerful, Li Lingtian would have a foothold. All right, your suggestions are not bad. Wait a moment, I will sort out these things and let us discuss it later. One person is never as strong as unity. Li Lingtian smiled. It was good for a woman to be beautiful, but it was not good for a woman to become a vase. These girls were all extremely intelligent. They were all monstrous existences in any place. It was just that they did not fully display their intelligence when they followed him. After saying that, he walked into the cave and returned to his room. He began to ponder and calculate the entire situation. To do something, one had to consider not only the immediate situation, but also the impact and consequences of the matter. Moreover, no matter the impact or consequences, they had to be in control. Chapter 450, Scattering Medicinal Pills. Chapter 450, Scattering Medicinal Pills. Although East River City was one of the 4 major cities in the Tianhe Zone, it was definitely the worst among the 4 major cities. Whether it was resources, martial artist strength, or overall conditions, they could not compare to the other 3 cities. Fortunately, there had not been any major wars in the 4 cities over the years, which was one of the reasons why the martial artists of East River City could cultivate in peace. East River City, which had always been quiet, could not be quiet for a while. This was because East River City had produced a powerful saint alchemist. The saint alchemist lived in a 2-layered heaven small world, which was also named a small world. On the peak of this small world, there was a magical pill refiner. His powerful alchemy skills were admirable because this alchemy saint had refined a tier 7 medicinal pill and had even obtained a pill tribulation while refining it. Moreover, it was unknown who spread the news that the pill refined by the saint alchemist in the small world was a tier 7 great rejuvenating pill. It was the most magical and powerful pill among tier 7 pills. Not only was this pill difficult to refine, but the medicinal herbs were also difficult to find. However, the power of this medicinal pill was indeed the top existence among tier 7 medicinal pills. However, this powerful saint alchemist had not only refined a level 7 great cyclic pill, but it was also a mutated peerless great cyclic pill. The combination of peerless grade and mutation, 2 things that were hard to come by in 10,000 years, together with the miraculous great cyclic pellet, this pill was a miracle of the divine martial continent. I heard that the saint alchemist in the small world refined a tier 7 great cyclic pill. I wonder if it's true? This is definitely true. Moreover, this news came from the city lord's mansion. It is said that the great elder also obtained a great recovery pill. This great cyclic pellet isn't that simple, because this great cyclic pellet is a peerless grade variant of the great cyclic pellet. Its power is simply heaven-defying. Even a level 8 medicinal pill isn't as powerful and magical as this medicinal pill. What is it? A peerless great cyclic pellet, and a mutated one at that. Are you kidding me? Shut up. Be careful that someone hears your words and gets sent to the small world. Don't even think about getting the medicinal pill in the future. It's just that only super martial emperor powerhouses can use such pills. We can't get our hands on them. Even if we do, we can't use them. Are you stupid? A saint alchemist can refine a tier 7 peerless medicinal pill. Refining some low-tier medicinal pills is just like refining for fun. That's true. It seems that rumors have spread in the small world that they want to sell some medicinal pills to the outside world. They can also help people refine medicinal pills. This shouldn't be true. After all, a saint alchemist is too far away from us. We might not even be able to obtain the pills that they take out. You're wrong. This time, the pill saint master has already spread the word that as long as there are medicinal herbs to exchange, it will be fine. In the East River City, there were small world saint alchemists and great cyclic pills everywhere. Wherever there were warriors, there would be small worlds and great cyclic pills. The entire city was in an uproar. Countless experts wanted to use precious medicinal herbs to exchange for some precious medicinal pills. Li Tian paid no attention to the situation in the city. After some contemplation at his residence, he finally sorted out some matters. Of the 4 cities in the Tianhe Zone, he was in the weakest city, East River City. Since he didn't have a foothold in East River City, he naturally couldn't have a foothold in the Tianhe Zone. Therefore, he still had a rope in some martial emperor powerhouses. He could not count on the powerhouses from the city lord's estate in East River City. He could only start with some scattered powerhouses. As long as he had medicinal pills, he was not afraid that no experts would come to seek refuge. Some low-level martial artists could also be used to inquire about information and find treasures. He could recruit super martial emperor powerhouses with medicinal pills, but they had to be loyal. As long as he had a foothold in East River City, he would slowly invade the other 3 cities in the future. His reputation and pills would spread to other places in less than a month, so he had to establish his own power as soon as possible. On this day, the array formation of the small world opened a passageway, and exquisite pavilions appeared in front of everyone. Any news that spread in East River City would cause a sensation. The news was that the small world was distributing medicinal pills. Warriors below the martial emperor realm, the top 10,000 martial artists, had the hope of obtaining a medicinal pill refined by a divine pill pavilion Saint Alchemist for free. When the news spread, it immediately caused a commotion in East River City. Early that day, countless martial artists were waiting outside the small world. The array was activated, and an immortal realm appeared in the sight of all the experts. Seeing this small world, countless martial artists were shocked. In the past, this place was not so beautiful at all, but now this place had become a fairyland. The small world, every flower, every grass, everything, they were all personally cultivated by the alchemy saint. In this place, we must carefully destroy every flower, grass, thing, and object. The small world is a place for alchemy saint to cultivate. There must not be any noise. Although the array of the small world had been activated, they did not dare to enter it easily. This was because this place belonged to the sacred alchemist. In their eyes, the sacred alchemist was undoubtedly an existence that was even more transcendent than a martial emperor powerhouse. At this moment, a 16 or 17-year-old girl floated in front of the small world. The girl was wearing a light green robe and was refining pills exquisitely. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens. This person was none other than Li Lingtian's maid, Qing Ling. Although she did not stand out among the other girls, she was definitely a peerless beauty. Experts above the martial emperor realm must leave within 10 seconds. Qing Ling said calmly. She looked at the countless warriors in front of her. Those who came were all martial spirits, martial kings, martial grandmasters, martial emperors, and even martial emperors. If the divine pill pavilion wanted to establish its own force, it had to have its own rules. These rules were for others to follow and make these rules a habit. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh, swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Countless experts retreated quickly. Experts above the martial emperor realm all left quickly. Everyone knew the reputation of the small world. Even if they doubted the strength of the small world, they would not stand out. There are 20,000 spirit stones here. Everyone can choose one. King looked at the scene before her with satisfaction. She was elated. As a martial arts grandmaster, he could make all the powerhouses in the world submit to him with just a word. Although he had Li Lingtian's reputation, he was her son and her man. She was more proud of him than anything else. Countless experts didn't know what Qing Ling wanted to do, but they were all curious. Everyone chose a spirit stone. There were 2 types of spirit stones here. One of them was of the water attribute, while the other was of the fire attribute. So it's drawing lots, choosing one out of 2. Countless experts saw the 2 types of spirit stones. Each type of spirit stone was worth 10,000 yuan. In other words, those who obtained these spirit stones had a 50% chance of obtaining the pill. In the distance, countless martial monarchs, martial supremes, and martial sovereigns watched everything curiously. They did not say anything and wanted to see what pills the small world could take out. Everyone has made your choice. Now, I'll announce that those who have obtained a water-type spirit stone, congratulations on obtaining a mid-grade water-type spirit stone. You can retreat 5 miles away in 10 seconds. If you want to take out your own fire spirit stones to impersonate them, you will bear the consequences. Qing Ling had a faint smile on her face. Her words dispelled the thoughts of countless warriors. Although the spirit stones were the same, if someone did something to them, they would be able to tell at a glance that the spirit stones they took were the same. When that time came, they would be killed for nothing. Warrior spirits, warrior kings, martial grandmasters, and martial emperors split into 4 teams. Qingling saw that some of the cultivators who were preparing to fake it gave up on this plan and was extremely satisfied. Then he asked all the experts who had obtained fire-type spirit stones to stand in line. Although it was still a little embarrassing for a martial artist to line up like this, for the sake of the pill, they could only obey. Soon, the 10,000 powerhouses with fire-type spirit stones stood in their respective groups according to their cultivation realms. Under the anticipation of countless martial artists, 3 beautiful girls walked out. The 3 girls were all about the same age, about 17 or 18 years old. They were Xiao Xiao, Qingping, and Lu Min. They were Tang Zimeng and Tang Qingyue's handmaidens, while Li Xiao Xiao was naturally Li Lingtian's handmaiden. Then, Qingling took out some jade bottles and distributed the pills according to the order. Warrior Numinous Stage, 1 Thawing Spirit Pill. Martial King Realm, 1 Void Spirit Pill. Martial Ancestor Realm, 1 Purple Jade Pill. Martial Royal Realm, 1 Qingyang Pill. Qingling said. Her voice was sweet and clear. Although her voice was very soft, her voice was like thunder that reached the ears of all the warriors. Tier 2, 3, 4, and 5 medicinal pills are given away like this. This is heaven-defying. How many pills are we going to give? This is too generous. Your Excellency Alchemy Saint is really powerful. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't make any noise. Silence. Instantly, all the experts were shocked. 2nd and 3rd grade medicinal pills were nothing. As long as one had spirit stones, they could buy them. However, 4th grade medicinal pills were rarely bought, even if one had spirit stones. 5th grade medicinal pills were controlled by large and small factions. They were rarely circulated. They did not expect that the saint alchemist of the small world would give these medicinal pills to others. How could this not shock them? However, someone immediately reminded him that this place could not be noisy. If he angered the alchemy saint, not to mention medicinal pills, even his life would be difficult to protect. Next, Xiao Xiao was in charge of distributing level 2 pills. Qingping was in charge of distributing level 3 pills. Lu Min was in charge of distributing level 4 pills. And Qingling was in charge of distributing level 5 pills. Take out the spirit stones. Don't tell me that I have to take the spirit stones away after getting the pills. Xiao Xiao handed a pill to a tier 4 warrior spirit disciple. However, when she saw that the disciple did not take out the spirit stones, she spoke in a coquettish voice. Although this was a joke, and he didn't blame him, it made the disciple tremble. He quickly took out the spirit stone. This spirit stone was taken out from the small world, so he naturally couldn't take it away. Chapter 451, The Rampage of East River City. Chapter 451, The Rampage of East River City. Supreme Grade Spirit Binding Pill. After returning the spirit stones to Xiao Xiao, the Tier 4 warrior spirit disciple took a look at the elixir in his hand and was instantly shocked. His expression changed drastically, and he could not help but raise his voice. He was an alchemist. Although he wasn't an alchemy grandmaster, alchemists were very knowledgeable about medicinal pills. Naturally, he could see the quality of this medicinal pill. Supreme Grade Spirit Binding Pill. It's really a peerless product. Alchemy Saint, you refined a Tier 7 mutated peerless Great Recovery Pill. I didn't expect the other pills to be peerless. I'm an alchemist, so I naturally wouldn't mistake it. It's definitely a top-grade spirit binding pill. Holding the pill, he looked at the discussions and astonishment of countless martial artists and hurriedly left because the people behind were still waiting. A peerless void spirit pill. A peerless purple jade pill. Supreme grade azure yang pill. A series of low exclamations sounded. These were voices that were completely suppressing their excitement and shock. The martial artists who had obtained the medicinal pills in front of them saw that the medicinal pills in their hands were also peerless existences. It was fine if they were second grade and third grade, But the medicinal pills of 4th grade items were all peerless. How could this not be shocking? What? They're all peerless medicinal pills. Oh my God, do you want me to die? A peerless azure yang pill. A peerless purple jade pill is even more powerful than a tier 5 azure yang pill. How is that possible? Why are they all peerless pills? After countless martial artists obtained the medicinal pills, they all carefully put them away, as if they were worried that they would be robbed. For a moment, the revered martial emperor powerhouses in the distance were also shocked. The entire small world outside was in an uproar. The pills that appeared here were all peerless. What was the concept of a peerless pill? It was the first peerless pill that had appeared in the entire divine martial continent. In other words, this pill was a miracle. Moreover, there were even peerless medicinal pills that appeared. These medicinal pills were even casually given away by the sacred alchemist. Be quiet. The area within 50 kilometers of the small world is strictly controlled. This is the last warning. What's a peerless azure yang pill? If you're in a good mood, you can also refine the great cyclic pellet for fun. Today, the 10,000 slots of pills have been distributed. Those who didn't get the pills will still have a chance in the future. It's rumored that if you want to obtain a level 6 and level 7 supreme grade pill, it will depend on your abilities. Level 6 and level 7 pills are only allowed to be used by martial emperors. After Qing Ling distributed the pills, she watched as the countless warriors suppressed their excitement. She was amused, but she put on a serious face and repeated Ling Tian's words. Although it was very vague, as long as some smart experts thought about it, they would understand the meaning. Swoosh! With a slight sound, the formation of the small world closed. Qing Ling and the others had disappeared. What appeared in front of the countless experts was a screen of light. All of this was like an illusion. They could not believe that everything in front of them was real. After all, the medicinal pills they took out were all peerless existences. Within 100 miles of the small world, fighting and clamoring are strictly prohibited. This is the rule of the small world's divine pill pavilion. Violators will bear the consequences. A faint voice came from the small world. The voice was ethereal, but it reached the ears of all the experts. Soon, the sound disappeared, and the small world was extremely quiet. All the warriors quickly left the small world with shocked expressions and flew toward East River City. As soon as they entered East River City, the entire city was in an uproar like a bomb. 10,000 martial artists had all obtained peerless pills. From 2nd to 5th grade, they were all of peerless quality. If one or two were to be said, it would be considered luck. However, all the medicinal pills were peerless. Moreover, the sacred alchemist had given such medicinal pills to others. This meant that the medicinal pills refined by him were all peerless medicinal pills. This was an unimaginably powerful alchemist. His powerful methods made countless experts submit. 10,000 martial artists each received a middle-grade spirit stone. Just this alone was 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. This meant that the small world did not lack spirit stones. The spirit stones were nothing but the pills. No one in the divine martial continent could afford 10,000 peerless pills, let alone 10,000. No one could afford even one pill. What a terrifying alchemy technique. This is a miracle of alchemy. In the divine martial continent, this divine pill refiner is definitely one of a kind. Such alchemy skills can be said to be unprecedented. If I can take this alchemy expert as my master, I'll definitely advance a step further in alchemy. A peerless medicinal pill. In the East River City, countless alchemists were extremely excited. Even if they hadn't really seen this saint alchemist, they were still excited because the pills refined by this saint alchemist were all top grade. This was a legend and miracle of alchemy. The value of these medicinal pills is unimaginable even if they are worth billions. They are priceless treasures. A peerless pill is a priceless treasure. It can't be measured by spirit stones. Taking out so many peerless medicinal pills. Sigh, it's unimaginable. The power of a supreme grade pill is far beyond our imagination. I wonder how many martial artists will break through to a higher realm because of this supreme grade pill. If this alchemy saint uses pills to build a force, absolutely no one can shake it. 2. Although countless super experts did not obtain the medicinal pills, they saw the peerless medicinal pills with their own eyes. Moreover, they saw batches of peerless medicinal pills. They were all extremely shocked. They had never thought that this world could be so crazy. I've broken through to Tier 7 Warrior Spirit. I've broken through to Rank 4 Warrior King. Huh. A peerless pill is indeed powerful after breaking through to the 3rd rank of Martial Arts Grandmaster. 6th level Martial Emperor Breakthrough. 4th level Martial Emperor Breakthrough. Warriors in East River City who had obtained peerless pills kept breaking through. One after another, warriors broke through easily because of peerless pills, and they easily loosened their bottlenecks. For a time, the small world became the holy land of the martial artists of East River City. It became the place that martial artists yearned for the most. This was a holy land for martial artists because if one wanted to break through, the medicinal pills of a small world were undoubtedly one of the most effective methods. The entire East River City was shocked. Every warrior was shocked. However, in the small world, there were birds chirping and flowers' fragrance everywhere. The entire small world was completely a paradise. Li Ling Tian and the girls were talking about something that made the girls giggle. The chaos in the outside world had nothing to do with him. He knew how much impact his pills had on East River City. 10,000 medicinal pills were nothing to him. As long as he was in a good mood, he could casually refine a little. Moreover, he still had a large pile of medicinal pills in his hands. Tang Qingwei and the others used the top-grade pills as if they were sugar pills, and their cultivation levels soared. With Li Ling Tian playing outside, they would not be able to cultivate. Now, East River City is turned upside down, right? Li Ling Tian said with a smile. He wanted to use the pills to build a powerful force. He wanted to build an invincible empire of experts, a country of experts that belonged to him. It must be a huge commotion. I believe that Jiang Feng and the others are regretting it too. They shouldn't have spread the news of the Tier 7 medicinal pill. Huang Fuyin giggled as she leaned against Li Ling Tian. Naturally, they knew that it was Jiang Feng and the others who had spread the news. They did not do anything wrong. All they wanted was to raise Li Ling Tian's reputation. However, they did not know that Li Ling Tian was so powerful that if he needed a reputation, he could drive all the powerhouses in the world crazy with just one move. Naturally, the upper echelons of East River City wanted to use Li Ling Tian's fame to increase the popularity of East River City so that they could compete with the other 3 cities. They never expected Li Ling Tian to turn the entire East River City upside down with such a move. Those guys in East River City are too short-sighted. Li Ling Tian said calmly. It was understandable that he wanted to increase the popularity of East River City, but he did not understand that the other forces would suppress it if it did. He was right, but everyone's abilities were limited. They were limited to the East River City, but Li Ling Tian was looking at the entire Tianhe Zone. He wanted the entire Tianhe Zone to be his stepping stone. Ling Tian, since we've already spread the word that we won't have a problem with the pills, will Eastern River City have other thoughts if some powerhouses join us? Tang Qingwei furrowed her brows. East River City had the City Lord's mansion, and no other forces could do anything to it. If they had the power to do so, she wondered how they would deal with the small world. That's easy, Tang Zimeng said in a sweet voice with a smile on her face. What is it? Don't tell me you've thought of something? Tang Qingwei looked at Tang Zimeng reproachfully when she saw how relaxed Tang Zimeng was. Big sister, don't always look at me like that. I just don't want to use my brain, but I'm still very smart. Big brother Ling Tian, don't you think so? Tang Zimeng pouted her little mouth as she continued to speak. In the end, she hugged Li Ling Tian's arm and shook it in a coquettish manner. Of course, my Meng Meng is the smartest. Tell me, what is your plan? Li Ling Tian smiled. He was well aware of Tang Zimeng's personality. He knew that Tang Zimeng was smart, but he was curious about what she could do. Every powerful alchemist has a powerful super expert protecting them. Big brother Ling Tian is a super pill saint, so it's only natural for him to have a powerful group of guards. We could just build a group of guards. A force of 10,000 martial artists isn't even comparable to a martial emperor. We don't need too many people, as long as they're powerful. It's just a group of guards, and they're all super martial emperor powerhouses. We didn't take out many pills, but the effect was very good. The city lord's estate naturally has nothing to say. Besides, you're the city lord's estate's honorary elder. If they object and we leave, East River City will be completely finished. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's praise, Tang Ziming's rosy lips kissed Li Lingtian's cheek before she told him her plan. Immediately, Ling Tan, Huang Fuyin, and the rest were more and more satisfied with what they heard, and their faces revealed excited smiles. This method was indeed the best. A powerful group of guards, all of whom were martial emperor powerhouses, was also in line with the style of the small world. The medicinal pills were top grade, so the guard naturally did not need trash. Chapter 452, Guard Group 1. Chapter 452, Guard Group 1. This is a good idea. The smile on Li Lingtian's face widened after he heard Tang Ziming's suggestion. This method was absolutely perfect. It was normal for a saint alchemist to have a group of guards. It was not too much to have a powerful martial emperor's group of guards. When the time comes, this group of guards will become stronger and stronger. With the addition of the Wargod, they can definitely stand on their own and even become the overlord of a region. Let's not talk about other places. In less than 5 years, the Azure Continent, and the Black Continent will be able to sweep across the 3 continents. We will have a place in the Divine Martial Continent. Huang Fuyin was elated as well. No matter what, she was paving the way for Li Lingtian. Even if it was cultivation, she was doing it for Li Lingtian. Now that she had such a good idea, she would not give up. All right, let's do it this way. Yu Yin and Qing Ling will handle this. Qing Yu and Mei Er will help me concoct pills. Meng Meng and Xiao Xiao will handle the small world. Li Lingtian made up his mind and began to make arrangements. With Huang Fuyin's experience, she was definitely the best candidate. With Huang Fuyin and Qing Ling, he would naturally be able to handle these matters. There was no need to leave the small world to do these things, so he would not worry about their safety. In his heart, the guards were just a starting point. His true goal was to build an empire of experts that could sweep the world. All right, it's decided. However, I should summon the War God. That way, Yi Feng and the rest can handle some matters outside. Huang Fuyin agreed. However, when she remembered that the War God was still in Green Island, she reminded Li Lingtian that although she was experienced and could be Li Lingtian's assistant in handling matters, she knew how to balance the pros and cons. At all times, she had to put Li Lingtian at the center. This was a basic requirement for a woman to understand her place. Yes, we can summon the War God now. That's all for now. I'll start refining pills in 2 days. Although we don't need low-level martial artists have their uses too. I'll refine some of the herbs into pills to avoid wasting them. Li Lingtian nodded with a confident smile on his face. He did not expect the matter to be resolved so easily. Following that, Li Lingtian began refining pills. The pills he was refining were all below grade 5. Naturally, it was easy for him to refine 10 cauldrons of pills a day. Moreover, he had Tang Qingwei and Shan Meier by his side, so he was naturally in a good mood. After concocting the pills, he would be massaged by 2 beautiful women. Such days made him extremely intoxicated. Time passed day by day. Countless powerhouses tried to curry favor with Li Lingtian, but they had no chance at all. This was also a psychological strategy of Huang Fuyin. What she couldn't get was the best. After making these experts anxious for a period of time, she would give them a chance. This would also have a better effect. Moreover, this reassured the upper echelons of East River City. Although they knew that Li Lingtian had a great influence, he did not use his influence to stir up East River City. This was what they wanted to see the most. Li Lingtian did not care about the outside world at all. Instead, he was refining elixirs in the pocket dimension. Husband, there are no more herbs under 100 years old. Shunmayer looked at the medicinal herbs that were cleared out from the storage bag. All the medicinal herbs that were under 100 years old had been refined into pills by Li Lingtian. Moreover, there were more than 1,000 jade bottles in the storage bags beside them. They were all first and second grade medicinal pills, and there were also some third grade medicinal pills. With Li Lingtian's alchemy skills, it was easy for him to refine a 100-year-old herb into a grade 3 pill. Refining a grade 1 or grade 2 pill would only take a few minutes. Tang Qingwei counted the pills and packed them up. As long as Li Lingtian was serious, he could refine 50 bottles of Tier 1 and Tier 2 pills in one day. Moreover, the pills were all peerless. For a grade 3 pill, it would take 10 minutes to refine a cauldron. In a day, he would have to refine 20 to 30 bottles. For a grade 4 pill, he could only refine 4 cauldrons in an hour. For a grade 5 pill, he could refine 3 cauldrons in an hour. In 2 months, they had basically run out of 100-year-old medicinal herbs. They had even used up a lot of 500-year-old medicinal herbs. However, Li Lingtian had obtained these herbs from other warriors. For example, the Dishi family and the House of Storms had obtained tens of thousands of storage pouches. He had countless spiritual stones in his possession. After a rough calculation, he had more than 3 trillion spiritual stones on him. This was mainly from a martial emperor powerhouses in the House of Storms. The amount of slaughter and the resources they obtained were unimaginable. To be used up all the 100-year-old herbs. I'll try to refine all the herbs under 1,000-year-old in this period of time. In the future, there will be fewer opportunities to refine pills like this. Li Lingtian took a short break with a faint smile on his face. In the past, when he refined pills, he did not realize that refining pills could also increase his cultivation. After observing the consumption, he quickly recovered. At the same time, his cultivation increased rapidly, even faster than meditation. Li Lingtian naturally enjoyed refining pills after discovering such benefits. Refining pills could quickly increase one's cultivation and obtain medicinal pills. Such a thing could kill several birds with one stone. Okay, then I'll prepare the 4th and 5th grade medicinal herbs. This time, husband should refine the purple jade pill and the azure yang pill. Shunmei nodded obediently. As time passed, even if they didn't know how to concoct pills, they had learned a lot about it. This was because they watched Li Lingtian refine pills after they had sorted out the herbs and pills. Li Lingtian's alchemy had completely changed their view of alchemists. This was because Li Lingtian was not as eccentric as those, but furthermore, Li Lingtian's alchemy was a form of art. His hands were light, and his fingers were like butterflies flipping flowers. The two of them were extremely excited. This was not alchemy, but a beautiful dance. That's good. I don't lack any medicinal ingredients anyway. I'll refine the purple jade pill and the azure yang pill. Li Lingtian nodded and began warming the cauldron. One herb after another was added into the cauldron. After a dozen minutes, the cauldron was opened and a series of lights and shadows appeared. Tang Qingwei had already prepared a jade bottle to store the light shadow. With such tacit cooperation, the 3 of them had reached a flawless level. Just like that, the 3 of them refined pills for another 3 months. This time, the pill refinement took a total of 5 months. All the medicinal herbs below 1,000 years were refined into medicinal pills. However, they didn't spend every day in this place to refine pills. They only spent half of their time refining pills every day, and the rest of the time was normal cultivation and life. Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied with Huang Fuyuyan's handling of the matter. A guard group was officially established in the small world. The powerhouses who joined the guard group had to be at least at the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm. Martial emperors who joined the guard group would receive pills refined by sane alchemists. Furthermore, the more loyal they were, the higher their cultivation was, and the more benefits they would receive. In 5 months, the number of martial emperor powerhouses in the guard group had reached 2. There were 2 guards at the 3rd heaven of the martial emperor realm and above. These martial emperor powerhouses were only allowed to join after going through countless tests. Otherwise, it would not look good if a few traitors came. In an instant, the strength of the small world soared. Although it was not a big force, the powerhouses inside were all martial emperor powerhouses, the top martial emperors. Moreover, the Divine Pill Pavilion had also been established. This Divine Pill Pavilion was specially targeted at low-level martial artists. In the eyes of the Divine Pill Pavilion, low-level martial artists were existences below the martial emperor realm. As long as there were precious medicinal herbs and they were loyal to the Divine Pill Pavilion, they could exchange them for medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that appeared in the Divine Pill Pavilion were all peerless existences. Moreover, the Divine Pill Pavilion had also announced that the Divine Pill Pavilion would not accept the call of spirit stones. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when a woman in her 20s came before him and bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian and the others. The lady was also a martial emperor powerhouse in the pocket dimension. The core of the pocket dimension was where Li Lingtian and the others lived. Naturally, no men were allowed to enter. Only a few women were allowed to enter. These were the 6 martial emperors among the 100 guards. She was Yun Mingyao, the strongest woman in the group of guards at the 3rd heaven of martial emperor realm. Your Excellency, the people of East River City would like to see you. Yun Mingyao's entire body was filled with an icy cold aura, as she respectfully said. With the ice attribute, she naturally had an icy cold appearance. Yes, I understand. Li Lingtian nodded and began to ponder. He then stood up and shouted at Long Long Da, was the commander of the guards and Li Lingtian's most trusted person. Then, he greeted Huang Fu Yuyin and the others before leaving the small world with Long Da. After leaving the small world, there was a beast carriage waiting outside the small world. Li Lingtian did not say a word either. Instead, he got into the beast carriage and it sped toward East River City. After an hour, the beast carriage stopped in the plaza. Li Lingtian calmed himself down and strolled into the hall with a faint smile on his face. After passing through a few passages, they arrived in front of the teleportation array. At this time, there were already people waiting. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's arrival, he did not say a word but bowed respectfully before activating the teleportation portal. With a slight shake, the teleportation array transported the 2 of them to the other side, in front of the hall. Li Lingtian had been to this place with Wu Yin previously. However, he did not go to the main hall, but stayed in the side hall instead. There were already people waiting in the hall. Li Lingtian strolled inside. There were a total of 12 super powerhouses in the hall, and each of them was a 7th heaven martial emperor or above. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw these powerhouses. The East River City was indeed powerful. The City Lord Mansion was filled with such powerful powerhouses. Any one of them would be a force to be reckoned with in the Azure Continent. Although he was shocked, Li Lingtian maintained a smile on his face. He looked so calm that no one could tell what he was thinking. The 12 powerhouses in the hall were astonished by Li Lingtian's calm demeanor. It was not easy for him to remain calm in the face of such a powerful lineup. Chapter 453, The Secret of the Tianhe Zone. Chapter 453, The Secret of the Tianhe Zone. Li Lingtian greets the city lord and elders. Li Lingtian walked step by step to the center of the hall. He then bowed to the middle-aged man sitting in the center before he cupped his fists and saluted the other elders. He was courteous, but neither humble nor respectful. He did not put on a high profile, nor did he lower his status. Even if he was facing a super martial emperor powerhouse, he could still do this because this was the dignity of a saint alchemist. Sir Lingtian, please take a seat. Although Dong Haiyu felt uncomfortable seeing Li Lingtian's reaction, he understood that the young man had the right to be proud and had the status to be proud. Although he was the city lord of the East River City, his strength was unfathomable and his influence was huge. However, this saint alchemist in front of him was an existence that countless experts looked up to. Moreover, he was a figure in the Alchemist Guild. In comparison, he was nothing. Thank you, City Lord. When Li Lingtian saw an empty seat, he did not hesitate to take it. Longda stood beside him, his face expressionless, but the dragon roar battle halberd in his hand was emitting a faint dragon aura. Li Lingtian understood that East River City had a total of 10 elders, 1 castellan and 1 deputy castellan. Naturally, this seat was reserved for him. As an honorary elder, he would not sit with the other elders. The arrangement of the seats was also very particular. They were not with the 10 great elders, but were below the city lord. Such a place gave Li Lingtian a seat with no restrictions. It was not under the jurisdiction of the city lord, but it was under the jurisdiction of East River City. This was the rule of East River City that had to be followed. Thank you for the pill you gave me last time. I didn't expect you to reach such a high level in alchemy. It's hard to find an alchemy expert like you in the divine martial continent. Seeing that Li Lingtian did not speak after taking his seat and the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat stifling, Dong Heyu started to chat. City Lord, you flatter me. The divine martial continent is so powerful. A mere alchemy saint is nothing. A peerless pill is just luck. I don't have the confidence to refine another peerless pill. Li Lingtian replied with a faint smile. He was used to such superficial politeness and naturally would not be pleased with such flattery. You're too humble, alchemy saint. The peerless grade, great cyclic pellet you refined was peerless twice. This isn't luck. It's all thanks to alchemy saint's strength. During this period of time, the small world has produced countless pills. This has contributed to East River City and brought good news to the martial artists of East River City. This is the blessing of everyone in East River City who cultivated in their previous life. As a vice city lord and a member of the East River family, East River Ling was wary of Li Lingtian's influence. He could not help but think highly of Li Lingtian when he saw how tactful he was. Although the young man in front of him was only at the martial honored realm, his alchemy skills were powerful. This powerful alchemy skill was definitely not something that an ordinary martial emperor could compare to. This position had already surpassed the momentum of a martial emperor realm powerhouse. Haha, Vice City Lord, you flatter me. Li Lingtian was no longer humble. He merely laughed. Since he was invited, he should let the other party speak first if there was anything he needed. He was not a 3-year-old child, so he naturally would not ask passively. All of a sudden, the 10 elders in the hall congratulated Li Lingtian with compliments. Li Lingtian returned the greetings one by one, without leaving a single drop of water behind. This time, I invited you here because I have a matter that I need your help with. After a long time, Donghae noticed that Li Lingtian was a man of impeccable integrity and was tactful in his handling of matters. It was completely out of line with his age. He then recalled that this young man was a saint alchemist, a mysterious saint alchemist. His mood was naturally incomparably strong. If he wanted to continue wasting time like this, he definitely wouldn't be able to outlast him. City Lord is too polite. I'm an honorary elder of East River City. As long as I can do it, I'll do my best. Li Lingtian smiled. He knew that Dong Heyu and the others must have something to tell him. He could not help but voice his thoughts now. Although his words were very pleasant to hear, he did not say anything. If there was really something, he could completely reject it. It would depend on what it was. It's your first time here, Alchemy Saint. You don't know much about the Tiana region. There are 4 major cities in the Tiana region. The East River City is the weakest, but the truly powerful one is the Tiana region. The Tiana region is the center of the 4 major cities and controls the entire Tiana region. Every 10 years, the 4 major cities of the Tianhe district will compete. Naturally, the winner will get more resources. It's time for the Tianhe zones once in a decade gathering again. This is also the day of competition. The competitors are 5 martial sovereigns and 5 martial honors in every big city. For big cities, plus the 4 big families of the Tianhe district, each has 8 forces competing. Although you're a revered martial artist, your strength is not something that an ordinary martial emperor powerhouse can compare to. That's why I invited you here for this matter in the Tianhe region. Dong Heyu didn't hide anything and directly told him about the Tianhe zone. Li Lingtian listened attentively. The smile on his face remained unchanged, and no one could tell what he was thinking. The participants were all supreme martial honors and martial sovereigns. However, there was a rule that the elders of each city and force could not participate. This way, it could reduce the cheating of the 4 cities and 4 families. Moreover, every participant only had one chance and could not participate a second time. City Lord, do you think I will participate in this competition? Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before he looked at Dong Heyu with a calm expression. Even though he was not afraid of Dong Heyu, this place belonged to Dong Heyu. Moreover, any martial emperor powerhouse here could kill him. No matter what, he had to see what benefits there were in participating in this competition. If there were no benefits, he would not participate. They should have understood his importance in East River City. If that was the case, they would definitely have some confidence in him if they still chose him to participate. With the power of East River City, it was easy to find out his identity and strength, as well as some things in the past. I believe that you will go, because the competition this time is different from the previous ones. This time, as long as you get the first place, you will be able to become the support of the Tianhe region. In the Tianhe region, you will definitely be second only to one person and above all others. Moreover, the experts participating in this competition will enter the forbidden area of the Tianhe region. There are countless treasures and precious medicinal herbs inside. The forbidden area of the Tianhe region opens once every 10,000 years, but the forbidden items of the Tianhe region have disappeared for 100,000 years. Therefore, no one has entered the forbidden area of the Tianhe region in the past 100,000 years. If they can enter, there will naturally be many benefits. An envious look appeared on Dong Heyu's face. If he wasn't the city lord, he would definitely participate in this competition. However, as the city lord, he had lost such an opportunity. Moreover, even the elders had lost the opportunity. This was the first time in 100,000 years that the Forbidden Land had opened. Any expert would want to enter such a place. Oh, so there's such a story behind it. Since it's a forbidden area that opens once every 10,000 years, why don't we let more people enter? Li Lingtian's expression remained calm, but he was curious. Every powerhouse loved to take risks in search of treasures, especially the poor warriors. On the contrary, Li Lingtian's wealth was considered the best in the entire divine martial continent. If one were to include treasures and cultivation techniques, no one in the divine martial continent could compare to him. It can be said that there will be 10 Dao wills appearing every 10,000 years. Some Dao wills can directly increase one's realm, while others can increase one's talent. You should know why only these people can enter. In there, as long as one survives, they will basically break through a realm. It's said that 100,000 years ago, a powerful Martial Supreme directly broke through from rank 8 Martial Supreme to the Martial Saint realm. The more he spoke, the more excited Dong Heyu became. In the end, a trace of regret appeared on his face. This was because he had to miss out on such benefits. Has the city lord confirmed the person who will go this time? Li Lingtian looked at Dong Heyu. Since there were 5 martial emperors and 5 martial honors, they must be very powerful beings. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the quota. In fact, when such a thing happened, many super experts would even fake it and use some methods to obtain the quota. It's been decided. 4 6th level martial emperors, 1 7th level martial emperor, 4 9th level martial honors, and the last one will be up to you, Alchemy Saint. Of course, you understand that the benefits of you staying in East River City are unparalleled. However, I'll still leave a place for you. As Li Lingtian stared at Dong Heyu, his heart raced. Dong Heyu was not lying at all. With his divine soul's eye and soul-extinguishing spell, no one could hide anything from him. This Dong Heyu was obviously using this quota to rope him in. If he could get a good ranking, the popularity and status of the East River City would be even higher. I believe that there are other people participating besides the 4 great cities and the 4 great clans. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. This smile was obviously more relaxed than before. Although these things were very strict, in this world, the strong were respected. There was no fairness at all. It was the same on Hidden Dragon Island and in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. The current Tiana region should be the same. However, although the Tiana region was not as large as the Azure Continent, it was much larger than the Azure Continent. Moreover, its power was not something that the Azure Continent and the Azure Continent could compare to. Even if some other super forces joined in, it was very normal. Clans from the Azure Continent and the Divine Continent had appeared in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Now that the Tianhe region was closer to the Azure Continent, the Black Continent, and the Divine Continent, it was only natural that the shadows of those powerful forces could not be missed. Chapter 454, Crystal Pavilion. Chapter 454, Crystal Pavilion. Hill Saint Masters are sensible people. This is the current situation. Dong Yu laughed dryly. Although he didn't say it out loud, he could tell from his words that it wasn't just the experts of the Tiana Zone this time. For a place like the Tiana Zone, the number of experts that came would never be something that the Azure Continent and the Azure Continent could compare to. It was normal for some disciples of super forces to enter, but would be abnormal if no disciples of super forces joined. All right, this seat thanks City Lord for your kindness. This seat will remember it. I wonder how much time there is left. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. Now that he was in the middle of a storm, he might as well take a stroll around the Tiana Zone and wait for the powerhouses here to calm down. Besides, if he went to the Tiana Zone, there might be no need to work hard in this place. What he was most interested in were the 10 wills of the way in the forbidden area of the Tiana Zone. If he could obtain one of them, it would be equivalent to obtaining a talent and breaking through to a higher realm. As for treasures, if he had them, he would be able to get them. If he didn't have them, he wouldn't force them. After all, he had quite a few treasures in his hands. There was no need to fight for any treasures. 10 days later, we'll set off in 10 days and head straight for the Tiana Zone. The competition will begin in about a month. It's good that you go back and prepare. When the time comes, I'll send someone to pick you up. When Dong Haiyu saw that Li Lingtian had agreed, a happy smile appeared on his face, but he was also envious. As an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor, he did not know how long he would have to wait before he could make any progress. He might even be stuck at the 8th Heaven Martial Emperor realm for the rest of his life. All right, I'll take my leave first. By the way, I have nothing to do, so I refined some pills. Elders and City Lord, I believe that these pills can also increase your cultivation. Li Lingtian stood up and left with cupped fists. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped as if he had thought of something. After saying that, he waved his hand, and 12 jade bottles flew towards the 10 elders and 2 city lords. Li Lingtian did not stop there either. He led Longda out of the hall and headed outside. After leaving the hall, he used the teleportation portal to return to the square. However, he didn't go back directly. Instead, he wandered around the square. Soon, Li Lingtian saw a familiar figure. Sir Alchemy Saint, we meet again. May I know if there's anything I can help you with? A charming smile appeared on Zai's face when she saw Li Lingtian's arrival. She wondered why Li Lingtian had asked her for information about East River City the last time. She had found out everything about Li Lingtian. He was an amazing holy alchemist. She did not expect him to reveal his identity in the East River City without hiding it. I have some things that I would like to ask Miss Zai for advice on, but this time, the information I need may not be known to Miss Zai, so Li Lingtian smiled as he spoke, but he stopped in the end. Anyone with a brain would understand what he meant by his expression and tone. Oh, then please move, Alchemy Saint. Zai nodded, and a hint of admiration appeared on his face. The young man in front of him was a mysterious alchemy saint. The pills he refined were all peerless existences. She was a martial artist, so she naturally had to rely on medicinal pills. However, she did not show it now. With that said, she bowed and led Li Lingtian out of the plaza. Li Lingtian followed closely behind as he wandered around the city with Zai. After an hour, they finally arrived at the most remote part of East River City and walked toward Mansion. Li Lingtian sized it up. The place was quiet and was no different from an ordinary mansion. However, the place was decorated with a mysterious array. "Sir Alchemy Saint, please wait a moment. I'll go call our elder over." Zai brought Li Lingtian to an elegant little living room. After serving him some fragrant tea, he bowed and left. Li Lingtian nodded before sipping his tea leisurely, as if he had nothing to do. After a full 5 minutes, a woman in her 20s appeared in the living room. The woman looked very ordinary, but she had an otherworldly temperament, making her ordinary appearance no longer ordinary. "Your Excellency Alchemy Saint, it's really an honor for the Crystal Pavilion to visit. I'm Shui Qingru. May I know if there's anything I can help you with, Alchemy Saint?" Shui Qingru was taken aback when she saw Li Lingtian. She did not expect the person mentioned by the pavilion master to be so elegant. Furthermore, he was a super powerhouse and a respected divine alchemist. I want to know something. I wonder what conditions Miss Shui has." Li Lingtian looked at Shui Qingru with clear eyes without any impurities. Even if he was staring at a girl, there was nothing wrong because his eyes were devoid of color. "That depends on what kind of information you need." Shui Qingru's ability to handle matters was not inferior to Li Lingtian's. Her words were flawless, and she handled matters smoothly. "I want to know about the forbidden area of the Tianhe region, which opens every 10,000 years. I wonder if Miss Shui knows about it, and what are the conditions?" Li Lingtian opened his mouth and asked what he wanted to know. Since he dared to ask, he was not worried about not being able to pay the price. In this world, he had never been afraid of price. "I know. Pill Saint Master, you need to pay 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. I know that you have refined a level 7 mutated peerless great recovery pill. I want a great recovery pill, but this great recovery pill." When Shui Qingru heard Li Lingtian's question, she was stunned for a moment before she calmed down. Even though her expression was fleeting, Li Lingtian noticed it. He then told Li Lingtian the price he had to pay for this piece of information and looked at him with a smile. "All right, no problem." Without hesitation, Li Lingtian took out a storage pouch and a jade bottle as he spoke. Although 1 billion spiritual stones for a piece of information seemed expensive, it was nothing in Li Lingtian's eyes. Although a peerless great cyclic pill was very precious, as a saint alchemist, he could casually spend a little effort. "I didn't expect you to be so straightforward." Shui Qingru was surprised by Li Lingtian's forthrightness. However, she did not stand on ceremony, as she accepted the spiritual stones and elixirs from Li Lingtian and stored them away without even looking at them. Naturally, she believed that a holy alchemist like Li Lingtian would not play tricks on such a trivial matter. The Tianhe Zone was a link between the Green Province, the Serenity Province, and the Black Province, the Azure Province, tens of thousands of years ago. It was also the center of the 4 great continents. The resources and power here are unrivaled in the Divine Continent. However, for countless years, the Tianhe region has been surrounded by a mysterious forbidden land. All the resources have gone into the forbidden land, and the resources and forces of the Tianhe region have fallen to this state. Legend has it that the Tianhe region has ancient secrets, as well as some secrets about the upper realm. After Shui Qingru put away the spirit stones and pills, she took out a jade slip from her bag of holding. She used her divine sense to read the jade slip for a long time before finally telling him everything about the Tianhe Zone. Although Shui Qingru had explained in detail, Li Lingtian understood that the Tianhe region was too ancient. Even the Crystal Pavilion did not know about it. They only knew a little more than the average faction. After all, no one had ever entered the forbidden area of the Tianhe Zone. The people outside had only guessed it based on some legends and the experiences of some experts in the past. Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction at the end. He was satisfied with knowing so much. At least he could confirm that what happened in the Tianhe Zone was true. Dong He Yu and the others didn't plot against him. "Thank you, Miss Shui. One last question. I want to know about a girl called Yun Yao Yao. She's from Maple Leaf Villa in the Moonrise City. I wonder if there is any way to find this person. I want to know if this person is alive or dead. I wonder what conditions do you need?" Li Lingtian looked at Shui Qingru and thought about Yun Yao Yao. Yun Yao Yao had disappeared back then, and so did Maple Leaf Manor. He wanted to know if Yun Yao Yao was alive or dead. Huh, I'll have to disappoint you then. Shui Qingrou's eyes flashed with surprise. However, it was only for a brief moment that she was relieved to see that Li Lingtian was not paying attention to her. Then I will take my leave. Thank you, Miss Shui. Li Lingtian stood up and walked out. With his status, there was no need for him to bow. Zai, see you off, Pill Saint. Shui Qingru gave an order to Zai, who was standing outside the door, before Zai led Li Lingtian out of the mansion. Li Lingtian's expression did not change at all as he led Long toward the pocket dimension. Although Shui Qingru didn't say anything, he could see some information in her eyes. In order not to attract her attention, he quickly shifted his attention elsewhere. With his cultivation and the eye of the divine soul, he could tell that Shui Qingru was hiding something even without using his eyes. Could it be that Yun Yao Yao was really alive? But why didn't the people from the Crystal Pavilion reveal this news? The Crystal Pavilion specialized in information gathering. As long as there were spirit stones, they would get what they wanted. However, when he asked Yun Yao Yao about it, Shui Qingru actually avoided the question. Moreover, Maple Leaf Manor was just a small and insignificant sect in the Azure Continent. The Crystal Pavilion would not put any effort into these small forces. He had only asked casually, but Feng Ji quickly denied it. It was obvious that he knew about Maple Leaf Manor and Yun Yao Yao. As he thought about it, he walked quickly with Long following closely behind. Without bothering Li Lingtian, the two of them soon returned to the pocket dimension. Chapter 455, Decision 1. Chapter 455, Decision 1. After returning to the small world, Li Lingtian told them about the Tianhe zone. After Huang Fuyin and the others heard this, they were all shocked. For a moment, they did not have any expressions. No one knew what they thought. Of course I have to go to the Tianhe zone. Although it's not for any treasures, there are many secrets in the Tianhe zone. It's a once-in-a-million-year opportunity. If I miss it, it'll be hard to find it again. Li Lingtian looked at the girls and said calmly. This place was indeed not bad, but this time, the Tianhe zone was a good choice. If he went, he might have some opportunities inside. Even if he didn't get any benefits, at least he wouldn't regret it. If we're going to the Tianhe zone, we'll naturally follow, as long as no one else knows about it. Tang Qingwei was the first to speak. Even though it was an adventure, she would not regret it if she were to be with Li Lingtian, even if she were to encounter danger. Big sister's right. I want to go with big brother Lingtian this time. Tang Ziming also agreed. She did not want to encounter something like Green Island. They had been separated for a few years, and it was almost a farewell. She would not be afraid, even if she encountered any danger on this trip. We are the same. Although the small world is a paradise, this place is not safe. As long as we're in the Divine Dragon Ring, I believe there shouldn't be any problems. When we enter the Tianhe zone, we could take care of each other. The girls expressed their intention to follow Li Lingtian to the Tianhe zone. Actually, he was also worried about leaving Huang Fuyin and the others here. His identity had already been exposed. If he left Huang Fuyin and the others here, they would definitely be in danger. Even if nothing happened, he wouldn't feel at ease in the Tianhe zone. Since that's the case, you guys can go with us. I'll bring the maintenance team with me. This way, we can have some foundation in there. In the end, Li Lingtian decided that since they were all going, it would be easier for him to deal with any danger. Since they were all on the same side, he would not be unreasonable. Moreover, he would bring 100 guards with him. This way he would have a certain level of security. The 100 guards were all at the 3rd heaven and above. There were even a few 5th heaven martial monarch realm experts. With his strength, he could escape quickly even if he encountered a 7th or 8th heaven martial monarch realm expert. However, the premise was that these guards must not be seen by others. They had to hide in the Divine Dragon Ring so that when they encountered danger, they could catch them off guard. Then it's decided. During this period of time, we'll go to East River City to buy some necessities so that it won't be inconvenient inside. Huang Fuyin said. Shun Mei Tang Qingwei, and the others immediately became happy. It was a girl's nature to go shopping. Li Lingtian did not say anything. As a man, he had to accompany his woman when she went shopping. After everything was decided, everyone felt a little relieved. At night, Li Lingtian went to Shun Mei-er's place. Although it was a very big cave, there were also some small caves inside. Each cave was about 4 to 5 square meters in size. In this way, they could live alone. With a small restriction, it was a small room. Husband, when she saw Li Lingtian's arrival, Shun Mei-er, who was resting on the bed, called out in a sweet voice before sitting up. Li Lingtian walked in and activated the restriction with a wave of his hand. He then walked to Shun Mei-er's side, and she snuggled into Li Lingtian's arms. The two of them were already husband and wife, so naturally, they were more casual. However, in front of outsiders, Shun Mei-er still couldn't let go. Although she had the body of charm and was naturally charming, her heart was extremely pure. This was also the perfect combination of charm and purity. Perhaps you'll have a breakthrough in your cultivation base when you go to the Tianhe zone this time. Li Lingtian held Shun Mei-er in his arms and gently stroked her back. Shun Mei-er was already a Tier 4 martial emperor powerhouse, but it would be extremely difficult for her to advance further after reaching the rank of a martial emperor. This might be an opportunity. The next day, when Li Lingtian and Shun Mei-er woke up, the other girls had already woken up. The two of them went to the pool to wash up. Tang Zimeng and the others were already urging them. When the girls talked about shopping, they were excited and could not wait any longer. Big brother Lingtian, can you do it? Hurry up, it's almost noon. Tang Zimeng shouted anxiously when she saw Li Lingtian's leisurely manner. She hopped over and grabbed Li Lingtian's arm, dragging him forward. Little girl, what's the rush? Li Lingtian pinched Tang Zimeng's little face in annoyance. Of course we're anxious. We're going shopping. Shopping is such an important thing, so we naturally have to put it first. Tang Zimeng said with a sweet expression on her face. Even though she was not as intimate as Li Lingtian, the two of them were already extremely intimate. Besides, they were already engaged to each other. All right. Li Lingtian felt helpless as well. He could only admit defeat when he saw Huangfu Yuyin and the rest waiting in front of him. He would not be able to gain any advantage if he was alone. Theoretically speaking, he would only be at a disadvantage. Instead of looking for trouble, he might as well submit. The girls raised their heads and made a provocative gesture, meaning that they were tactful. After leaving the small world, the few of them flew quickly. The distance of 2 miles was only a moment for their cultivation. After entering East River City, the few girls were as happy as birds released from a cage. He bought all the beautiful accessories and interesting things he saw. Li Lingtian watched as the girls went on a shopping spree in front of him. He had no choice but to clean up behind them and pay them spiritual stones continuously. Actually, a few spirit stones was nothing to him. As long as the girls were happy, it was fine. Countless martial artists stared at the few peerless beauties with their eyes wide open. Any one of them was a peerless beauty that could topple cities. He did not expect so many beautiful women to appear at once. They all wanted to step forward to fawn over him, but when they saw Li Lingtian behind them, they quickly moved aside. Who is he? Could it be that such a peerless beauty is with him? Is he very powerful? So many beauties are with him. He's too powerful. In Eastern River City, there was hardly anyone who did not know Li Lingtian. However, there were only a few who had actually seen him. Naturally, they did not know who Li Lingtian was. However, when they saw that the other warriors did not dare to approach him, they asked curiously. However, he only received a roll of his eyes and a look of disdain. I don't know who he is, but I know the few in the middle. They are people from a small world. The last time we distributed the medicinal pills, it was them. It seems that they are also maids. That's right. Those few most beautiful beauties are definitely related to the sacred pill master. In the small world, only the pill saint master is a man. From the looks of it, could he be the pill saint master? Is the pill saint master that young? Could it be that you're only 20 years old? Becoming a saint alchemist at the age of 20, isn't that too heaven-defying? Along the way, Li Lingtian seemed to be deaf as he ignored the countless discussions. He only paid the spiritual stones with a faint smile on his face. Big brother Lingtian, hurry up. Tang Ziming was holding a few beautiful accessories in her hands. She asked Li Lingtian to help her put them away. When she saw that Li Lingtian was still behind her, she called out to him in a sweet and crisp voice, which mesmerized countless powerhouses. However, when they heard this voice, they all understood. This suave young man was really the legendary alchemy saint, the alchemy saint who had refined the Tier 7 mutated peerless great rejuvenating pill. After learning of Li Lingtian's identity, no one dared to lay their eyes on the peerless beauties anymore. Those evil gazes had long since disappeared. Although they did not intentionally avoid Li Lingtian and the others, they intentionally moved aside little. Naturally, Li Lingtian knew that the warriors had recognized him, but he did not mind at all. Chapter 456, 2. Chapter 456, 2. After a day of shopping, Li Lingtian was almost paralyzed. For a Supreme Realm expert who cultivated the true dragon body barrier, his physique was as strong as a true dragon. However, after a day of shopping, he felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. He also understood that there were also places where girls could not compare to men, and shopping was one of them. Even he couldn't compare to these girls. He didn't understand why girls were so energetic when they went shopping. These girls looked delicate, fair, and delicate. When they went shopping, which one of them was so fierce? It made him feel a little ashamed. Logically speaking, he would not feel tired even if he fought with a martial emperor. However, shopping was just so boring. Big brother, come take a look at what we bought today. That's right, big brother Lingtian, come over. Husband, what do you think of this? Lingtian, look at you, When they returned to the pocket dimension, Li Lingtian was half-reckoning on a chair outside, while Tang Qingwei and the rest chattered nonstop in the cave. They were all comparing the items they had chosen. They laughed when they saw Li Lingtian's expression. They wanted Li Lingtian to admire them too. Great aunties, I beg you, don't torture me. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. After he finished speaking, he stopped moving and laid on the reclining chair, as if he would never get up. This action caused Huangfu Yuyin and the others to giggle. Soon, Shun Mei and Tang Qingwei came to Li Lingtian's side. One of them massaged his head while the other massaged his legs. Their soft little hands gently massaged his body, causing Li Lingtian to moan in pleasure. Husband, how is it? Is it better? Lingtian, is this okay? The two of them asked gently as they massaged, looking extremely concerned. Yes, that's all. Li Lingtian closed his eyes as he enjoyed the service of these two peerless beauties. He believed that he was the first person in the entire divine martial continent to enjoy such an experience. These two peerless beauties were both peerless existences. It was very rare to see them in the divine martial continent. Furthermore, it was even more difficult to see the two of them together. Unknowingly, Li Lingtian fell asleep comfortably. When he woke up, everyone else had gone back to rest except for Shun, Mei and Tang Qingwei, who were still massaging him gently. When Li Lingtian woke up and saw Tang Qingwei and Shun Mei's state, his heart ached for them. After such a long time, their hands must be sore, but they did not stop. You too, don't massage me when I'm asleep. Li Lingtian chided her for a while as he held her hands. Her hands were as white as jade, smooth and soft. As she spoke, she gently massaged the two pairs of small hands. After such a long time, they must be sore. Although they were martial artists, such massages were not something they could withstand. Husband, Ling Tian. The two ladies were extremely sweet. Although Li Lingtian sounded like he was blaming them, their hearts ached for him. He did not blame them at all, but showed concern for them. Her two pairs of hands allowed Li Lingtian to caress them with a sweet expression on her face. Husband, it's already late. Let's rest. Yeah, you've been tired all day. Take a rest first. You'll recover tomorrow. The two ladies spoke almost at the same time. Li Lingtian was taken aback. It was obvious that they wanted to be intimate with Li Lingtian. However, although the two girls spent a lot of time together, they never met each other. Ling Tian, go to Mayor. Husband, go to Sister Qingwei. The two ladies spoke at the same time. Li Lingtian's face broke into a strange smile. The two ladies were peerless beauties, yet they were actually giving in to him on this matter. You two accompany me today. Li Lingtian looked at Tang Qingwei and Shun Mei-er with a burning passion in his heart. He did not expect such a thought to appear in his mind and could not believe it when he said it. The two of us, the three of us. Shun Mei-er pointed at Tang Qingwei, but Tang Qingwei had put Li Lingtian and Shun Mei-er together. She was so embarrassed that she could not even lift her head. They had never thought of such a thing. Back in the room, it was not a big deal for them to be with Li Lingtian because they were his women and everything belonged to him. However, they could not let it go in front of outsiders. Furthermore, they had no time to react to Li Lingtian's suggestion of the three of them being together. Yes, last time when we were healing, although we weren't too intimate, it wasn't a big deal. We were just resting. There was nothing else. The two of you. Li Lingtian smiled as he looked at the two blushing beauties. He felt a sense of comfort. He had been tormented by them today, but he was no longer tired after seeing the two girls' shyness. After saying that, he walked back to his room. He was just joking with Tang Qingwei and Shun Mei-er. He naturally wouldn't make things difficult for the two girls. Besides, either of the two beauties could make her proud. If the two of them were together, he really didn't dare to imagine it. Husband, wait a moment. Lingtian, wait a minute. Are we just sleeping and resting? Mei-er and I are both girls, so we're not afraid of you. The two ladies quickly followed Li Lingtian when they saw him stand up and return to his room. Even though she was embarrassed, she wanted to be with Li Lingtian. Even if they were to snuggle in each other's arms, she would be satisfied. Li Lingtian was stunned, but he did not object. He was indeed delighted. The three of them entered the room, which was also Li Lingtian's personal training room. It was relatively spacious inside, about 10 square meters in size. This way it was not too crowded inside. Li Lingtian activated the restriction upon entering the room. After that, the room was filled with endless scenery. Chapter 457, Early Morning. Chapter 457, Early Morning. The next day, Li Lingtian woke up very early. Normally, he would cultivate for a full cycle before sleeping. This had already become a habit. However, after accompanying Tang Qingwei and the others to shop the whole day yesterday, he felt like he was about to fall apart. After sleeping for a while, he would return to his room to make out with Tang Qingwei and Shun Mei-er. It was nothing to his body. However, Tang Qingwei and Shun Mei-er were exhausted. Although it was only once, they had completely entered the clouds. In the following days, Li Lingtian did not cultivate much. He would only occasionally comprehend his skills and cultivation techniques. He would only cultivate in his spare time. Because he was preparing to enter the Tianhe zone, he would not make any obvious progress even if he cultivated in the next few days. He might as well take a good rest outside. After entering the Tianhe zone, it would not be so easy. Fortunately, the girls did not drag him out shopping, which made him feel much more relaxed. In the pocket dimension, Tang Qingwei and the rest had already prepared everything they needed. There was no shortage of washing and using items. Li Lingtian had also prepared plenty of salt and cumin. In the wild, hunting wild beasts was the only way to fill one's stomach. He was an expert at barbecuing, so he naturally had to prepare these things accurately. He had obtained some information about the forbidden area from Shui Qingru of the Crystal Pavilion, so he had prepared quite a bit. Shui Qingru had told him everything he needed to know about the forbidden area. It was naturally worth it to spend so many spirit stones and great recovery pills in exchange for this information. As the days passed, Li Lingtian and the others waited for the people from East River City to call for him. Furthermore, the 100 guards had all entered an independent world in the Divine Dragon Ring to cultivate. Now that his cultivation base had improved, even if a warrior cultivated for 2 months, he would not be in any danger. Only then would Li Lingtian bring them along. Otherwise, he would find a secluded place to settle them down. Now, he could cultivate in the Divine Dragon Ring for 2 months without any problem. As long as he could come out and adapt to the environment for a period of time after the 2 months were up, he would be fine. Moreover, after entering the forbidden area, it would be a year. With them accompanying him inside, he would be extremely carefree. After everything was prepared, they were just waiting to head to the Tiana Zone. Early in the morning, Yun Mingyao came to his place and said that the people from East River City had arrived. Li Lingtian waved his hand to dismiss Yun Mingyao. After Yun Mingyao left, Li Lingtian looked at Tang Qingwei and the others. Let's go. You guys cultivate inside for a while. I'll call you out after I enter the forbidden area of the Tiana Zone. The spiritual fruits inside are enough for you. Look at how greedy you are. It's as if I didn't give you any. Li Lingtian smiled. In the Divine Dragon Ring, he was the master. Inside, it was divided into more than 10 places. On one side was the Dragon Chi of the 3,000 worlds. On the other side was the place where demon beasts cultivated, and on the other side was the place where spirit stones and items were stored. On one side was the place where warriors cultivated, and on the other side was the place specially prepared for Tang Qingwei and the others. The place where they cultivated was also where his medicine garden was located. If I'm hungry, I'll eat Big Brother's 5-element spirit fruit. I think so too. Big Brother Ling Tian has a lot of 10,000-year spirit fruits, but I'll go and try the 5-element spirit fruits too. These things naturally won't help me. The girls burst into laughter. Li Lingtian had countless spiritual fruits, and they ate them every day. Naturally, they were joking. Lingtian, you have to be careful outside. Tang Qingwei spoke with concern before she entered the Divine Dragon Ring. Although she knew Li Lingtian's strength, wisdom, and experience as his woman, she would always think for him and remind him. Li Lingtian nodded and activated the Divine Dragon Ring with his divine consciousness. A faint radiance appeared, and Tang Qingwei and the rest disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already at the Divine Dragon Ring's herb garden. After he was done, Li Lingtian strolled out. The pocket dimension was now an empty shell with only a few martial emperor powerhouses guarding it. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had activated all the restriction formations when he left the pocket dimension. Even a rank 8 or rank 9 martial emperor powerhouse would not be able to break the formation easily. When he arrived outside the small world, there were already 9 experts waiting. Among the 5 martial monarch realm experts, 4 were at the 6th heaven, 1 was at the 7th heaven, and 4 were at the 9th heaven supreme realm. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's arrival, the few martial emperors and revered martial artists did not look down on him. On the contrary, they were extremely respectful. They knew that the young man before them was not a simple person. He was a supreme divine alchemist who could refine a tier 7 mutated peerless great rejuvenation pill. According to the news, although this young man was only a supreme realm warrior, he was indeed a super powerful warrior in the Green Continent. He had easily wiped out the House of Storms and the Dishi family, and wiped out the Demon Clan in the Green Continent. In their eyes, the martial honor in front of them was no longer just a martial honor, but a powerhouse that made people tremble. Otherwise, he would not have become the honorary elder of East River City. Chapter 458. Shocking Changes in the Sea Area. Chapter 458. Shocking Changes in the Sea Area. Greetings, Alchemy Saint. Out of the 9 powerhouses, 5 martial monarch realm experts cupped their fists and greeted him as if they were of the same generation. However, the 4 supreme realm powerhouses greeted him as if they were juniors. After all, Li Lingtian's strength had surpassed that of a supreme realm. Even a martial supreme was no match for him. More importantly, Li Lingtian was an amazing and powerful divine alchemist. The pills he refined were something that other divine alchemists could not achieve. In the divine martial continent, it was extremely rare to find a saint alchemist who could refine a great cyclic pill let alone a peerless great cyclic pill. The entire divine martial continent was filled with peerless pills. This was also the first time they had seen Li Ling Tian as a miracle of alchemy. Even if he didn't curry favor with her now, he couldn't offend her either. After all, it wasn't wise to offend a saint alchemist. Sirs, there's no need to be so polite. I'm not a saint alchemist now. I'm just an ordinary martial artist. Li Ling Tian was smiling with a carefree expression. He did not put on airs at all and was just like an amiable, ordinary warrior. The few powerhouses immediately understood something from Li Ling Tian's behavior. He did not want others to know his identity. As a result, they felt much more relaxed. After all, they were all super powerhouses. It would be difficult for them to be respectful in front of Li Ling Tian at all times. Sir Ling Tian, are you ready? If you're ready, we'll set off now. East River Qingyun, the leader of the martial emperors, asked in a probing tone. He was a seventh heaven martial emperor and a top genius of the East River family. On his way here, he was reminded by his two elder brothers not to provoke Li Ling Tian. Even if he offended a martial saint powerhouse, he should not offend Li Ling Tian. All right, I don't have anything to prepare. Let's go then. Li Ling Tian shook his head. He had already prepared what he needed to. Seeing East River Qingyun's attitude, he was also extremely satisfied. The identity of a sacred alchemist was really useful. The main reason was that this identity represented the Alchemist Guild. Sir Ling Tian, this is the token to participate in the competition. Every big city only has 10 spots. Only with this token can you participate in the competition. East River Qingyun handed a black token to Li Ling Tian and spoke in a serious tone. Li Ling Tian took the token and sensed the aura on it. The aura was somewhat uncomfortable. Although the token was like black jade, after cultivating a cultivation technique like heaven and earth reincarnation, he would be able to sense the aura of some foreign species. Although he didn't understand what kind of aura was inside the token, he didn't pay too much attention to it. There were many strange things in this world, not to mention that it was a forbidden area of the Tiana Zone. Naturally, some strange things were inevitable. Let's go, lest we get delayed on the way, Li Ling Tian said as he kept the token. Following that, East River Qingyun conjured a spaceship and brought Li Ling Tian and the others along for a quick flight. The flying ship was controlled by East River Qingyun, so he naturally didn't need him. After boarding the flying ship, he found a room to meditate and rest. When he was alone, without the company of Tang Qingwei and the others, he felt a little lonely, but he could meditate and cultivate in peace. He meditated in his room and began to analyze some information about the Tiana Zone. The Tiana region was the link between the Azure Continent, the Black Continent, the Azure Continent, and the Serenity Continent. It was also the center of the 4 continents. It was rich and powerful in resources. Whether it was resources or the strength of warriors, they were incomparable. However, the Tiana Zone was not big, only a few 100 million miles in circumference. However, this place was the paradise of the 4 great continents. Naturally, this place would become the outbreak point of war. When the war broke out, the Tiana district would naturally be destroyed. The appearance of the Forbidden Land had sealed off the best resources of the Tiana district. It became the current Tianhe region, with 4 cities surrounding it. The place they were going to now was the center of the Tiana district. In the boundless Tiana district, there was an island with a radius of tens of millions of miles. On it was the real power center of the Tiana district and the place with the most abundant resources. The 4 cities were all dominated by this place, and this place was called Tianhe's Sacred City. It would take more than 10 days to get there, even if it was a spaceship. Moreover, there could not be any accidents along the way. Otherwise, they might miss the competition. Li Ling Tian was aware of such incidents. Many powerful factions would resort to deception to wipe out the weaker factions and seize the tokens to participate in the competition. However, this time, Tiana's Sacred City had a rule. If anyone killed before participating, they would be disqualified from the city and sect. With that, Li Ling Tian was relieved. However, if there was no danger along the way, the intensity would definitely be more intense after entering the forbidden area. on the flying ship, a few experts were meditating and cultivating. 5 days passed. In 5 days, the spaceship had already flown to the center of the Milky Way zone. The vast sea made people feel small. Sir Ling Tian. Li Ling Tian walked out as he felt his heart skip a beat. His years of experience told him that something was about to happen. After he came out, a few experts were resting outside the spaceship. When they saw him come out, they all greeted him. Everyone is in a good mood. Li Ling Tian smiled. These powerhouses were actually in the mood to enjoy the sea view. To the powerhouses of the Tiana region, such a sea area should be treated like a backyard. Naturally, there was nothing much to admire. The experts of the Tiana zone were all near the sea. It was really a little awkward to enjoy the sea view at this time. You must be joking, Sir Ling Tian. This distance is the most dangerous place to pass through the Tiana zone. As long as we pass through this distance, we'll be safe. That's why we're keeping an eye on them from the outside. Ing Xiao had a smile on his face, but it was obviously a forced smile. He had no choice but to do so in front of Li Ling Tian as he told him about what happened in the sea area. It turned out that the sea area in this place was strange and the climate was bad. No one knew when hurricanes and shocking storms would appear. Although martial emperor powerhouses were powerful, they would vanish in a thin air if they were not careful when faced with the might of heaven and earth. Moreover, this place was very large. There was no way to go around it. He could only take the risk and pass through here. So that's how it is. It seems that we have to be more careful. Li Lingtian's expression turned serious as well. He felt uneasy while meditating in the spaceship. Could it be that there was danger in the sea? After saying that, he extended his divine sense and was always on guard. If he encountered a storm, he would be a little prepared. He must not be like last time when he was swept into the immortal spirit realm by the storm. The last time he entered the immortal spirit realm, he was lucky enough to come out and even obtain GE. If it was like last time, if they encountered any danger, they would naturally become the target of death. Taking advantage of the fact that they did not encounter any danger, the spaceship accelerated. The few experts also focused their attention and blocked the unknown danger at the first moment. In just a short while, a few martial emperors and supreme realm experts introduced themselves. East River Qingyun was a 7th heaven martial emperor, Ing Xiao was a 6th heaven martial emperor, and Duan Muyu, Wu Xuanqing, and Dong Yueming were also 6th heaven martial emperors. Lu Yu, Zhou Tianping, Shangguan Ao, Yi Jifan, and Yi Tian were all 9th level martial honored realm experts. Although Li Lingtian's cultivation base was decent, he paid more attention to these powerhouses. Those who could be selected from East River City must be the top powerhouses. Whether it was a supreme realm or a martial monarch realm, they were definitely super experts among those of the same rank. Li Lingtian's identity was known to everyone without any introduction. He was a level 7 divine alchemist who refined peerless pills. Furthermore, he was generous enough to distribute peerless pills and refine peerless great cyclic pills. No one would not fawn over a super divine alchemist like him. If Li Lingtian was a 9th heaven martial emperor, they would not fawn over him. However, it was different for a super divine alchemist. The pills he refined were necessary for martial honors, martial emperors, and even martial saints. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, tens of thousands of water pillars appeared in the originally calm sea area. The water pillars soared into the sky, and the world trembled. The flying ships were also struck by these water pillars. Moreover, it even emitted a squeaking sound. It was obvious that it could not hold on any longer and was about to be destroyed. Boom! Boom! Roar! Roar! In the sky and sea, endless roars and shocking water pillars continued to soar into the sky. The flying ship finally could not hold on any longer and shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. The expressions on the faces of the few experts became solemn. Without the protection of the spaceship, they could only use their own defenses to withstand the bombardment of the water pillar. The martial emperor powerhouses were still all right, as they were all at the 6th or 7th heaven. However, the supreme realm powerhouses were not so relaxed. The protective shields on their bodies trembled continuously. Even the defensive treasures were hit with loud booms. True dragon body protection. Li Lingtian's true essence would be activated at the first possible moment when he was in danger. It was the same for the true dragon's body barrier. The light shield of the true dragon's body barrier appeared and blocked the endless water column. The light shield did not waver at all. The shocking water pillar seemed to be swallowed by the light shield and did not pose any threat at all. Although the water pillar was shocking, this water pillar was only the power of heaven and earth. It was not deliberately created by humans. No matter how powerful it was an ownerless attack and had no specific target. With Li Lingtian's defense, he could withstand even a martial emperor powerhouse's full-powered attack. Naturally, the water pillar was nothing to him. A few martial emperor powerhouses floated in the air and allowed the water pillar to attack them. They scanned the water pillar with their divine perception in an attempt to find the source of the attack. Only by finding the source and subduing it would they be able to stop the water pillar in this sea area. Seeing Li Lingtian's calm demeanor, they were shocked beyond words. They had heard of Li Lingtian's terror, but they did not expect him to be this terrifying. A defensive shield was able to withstand the shocking water column. It was truly terrifying. They were all revered martial artists, but 5 of them were at the 9th heaven. However, they were like mountains in front of the shocking water pillar, trying their best to avoid the impact of the water pillar. Although the water pillar could not kill them, they did not dare to take it head-on in case they exhausted themselves and died here. Although it did not seem like there was any danger between the two, it was obvious that the few revered martial artists were not on the same level as Li Lingtian in terms of courage. Chapter 459, Storm Cloud Beast. Chapter 459, Storm Cloud Beast. It's a Class 7 sea beast. Li Lingtian and East River Qingyun shouted at the same time with a grave expression on their faces. In the water column of this sea area, only a powerful soul consciousness could discover the hidden sea beasts. Under such circumstances, only a super expert could divert his attention to find the source of the storm. The other 4 martial emperor powerhouses were stunned when they noticed the presence of the Tier 7 sea beast at the same time. They turned to look at Li Lingtian and were shocked by his divine consciousness. However, now was not the time to be shocked, because the sea beasts in the sea area were much stronger than martial artists of the same level. Moreover, this sea beast was a level 7 or level 8 existence, which was equivalent to an 8th heaven martial emperor. However, with the favorable timing and geographical location, even an 8th heaven martial emperor powerhouse could only take a detour. He did not expect that there would be a 7th tier, 8th tier sea beast in this place. He was really unlucky this time. Be careful. This is a storm cloud beast, a powerful sea beast that specializes in water and wind elements. East River Qingyun shouted loudly. As an expert of the Tiana zone, he often dealt with sea beasts. Naturally, he could easily recognize the origin of the sea beasts, and his expression was extremely ugly. Storm Cloud Beast. Storm Cloud Beast. It's still a level 7, level 8 Storm Cloud Beast. A few experts exclaimed. Among the sea beasts, the Storm Cloud Beast was definitely a king-level existence. Even if it was an ordinary Storm Cloud Beast, they would still find it difficult to deal with it, let alone this Storm Cloud Beast that was at the 7th grade and 8th grade. You guys stay aside and protect yourselves. We'll go and meet him for a while. If we want to leave this place safely, we have to kill him. If we don't kill him, he'll follow us even if we escape to Tiana's sacred city. Ing Xiao said loudly. His voice was drowned out by the water pillar. Fortunately, everyone here was a super expert. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to hear what he said. He understood what he meant. If this storm cloud beast didn't die, he would continue to follow with this shocking water pillar and attack. Even a god would die here. They continued to attack. The storm cloud beast was in the sea area, so it naturally couldn't use up much energy. It could continue to attack. If it wasn't careful, these experts would all be killed. All right, I'm one of them. A few martial emperor powerhouses flashed and quickly flew towards the middle of the water pillar. They avoided the destructive water pillar and attacked the place where the storm cloud beast was hiding. Li Lingtian's figure flashed as he followed suit. The few martial emperor powerhouses did not stop him. They understood Li Lingtian's capabilities, and if they did, they would offend Li Lingtian. It was obvious that they were looking down on him. Now that Li Lingtian had made his move, it was a good opportunity for him to witness the terrifying abilities of a martial honor. Roar! With another earth-shattering roar, 100-meter-long sea beast floated above the sea, and the shocking water pillar bombarded out even more violently. The sea beast was completely black and had no eyes. It only had a huge, bloody mouth and looked extremely terrifying. The destructive and berserk aura continuously tore the space apart. A level 7, level 8 sea beast was indeed as powerful as the legend said. It was even stronger than the legendary sea beasts. Crash! The space was torn apart as hundreds of light shadows appeared out of nowhere. The light shadows came in a flash and bombarded Li Lingtian and the others. The space was torn apart by the light shadows. It completely tore through space and ignored the distance between them. Shadow of the storm. East River Qingyan cried out in alarm. His body flashed, and a silver shield of light appeared in his hand. A huge shield also appeared in his hand, and his expression kept changing. This was the trump card of the storm cloud beast. It was a destructive wind-type attack that tore through space and killed its opponent regardless of distance. Shield of heaven and earth. Li Lingtian was equally shocked. He did not expect such an attack speed to exist in this world. It completely disregarded the distance between them. With such speed, no matter how fast an expert was, they would not be able to dodge. With a flick of his divine sense, a huge shield appeared in front of him. This shield had never been used before. It was a supreme grade heaven weapon, the shield of heaven and earth, and its defense was extremely powerful. With his cultivation, he had never used such a defensive treasure before. However, this time, the storm cloud beast was too fast, so he had no chance to use other attacks or dodge. At the same time, the other martial monarch realm experts also displayed their strongest defense. Walala! Kacha, kacha! Rumble! With a series of explosions, the few martial emperor powerhouses' defenses were instantly knocked back to their original state. The heaven and earth shield in Li Lingtian's hand also began to tremble rapidly. However, this 1 second of resistance gave Li Lingtian time to dodge. What a martial honored realm expert could do in a second was often something that an ordinary martial artist could not do in a few hours. Moreover, a martial honored realm expert could kill countless experts in a second, and they could also die countless times. At that moment, the celestial shield finally managed to withstand the attack of the Tempest Shadow. Just as the celestial shield was about to dissipate, the thunderclap wings on Li Lingtian's shoulder flashed, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on top of the Tempest Cloud Beast. The heavens and earth will shatter. 1,000 miles of ice. The few martial emperor powerhouses were stunned when Li Lingtian appeared on the storm cloud beast. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be so fast and thought that he was also a wind system martial soul powerhouse. It would take 1 to 2 seconds to cover a distance of several kilometers. Even if he teleported, the space would fluctuate. However, when Li Lingtian arrived on the storm cloud beast, he did not experience any spatial fluctuations. Only a wind element or some mysterious martial soul could achieve such a feat. With a deafening explosion, Li Lingtian's fist landed on the storm cloud beast. Li Lingtian could clearly feel his fist hitting the refined iron. There was a violent rebound that almost threw him into the air. Taking advantage of the rebound, Li Lingtian levitated and circulated his ice soul martial soul. Instantly, a chill descended from the sky and earth. Even the water pillar turned sluggish and gradually formed into an icicle. At this moment, a glacier formed and trapped the storm cloud beast inside. Sky moon slash, peerless fist, earth mirror heavenly finger, space piercing shuttle. When Li Lingtian made his move, four of the martial emperor powerhouses launched their powerful attacks downward. At this moment, the storm cloud beast in the ice sculpture also trembled, and the glacier was quickly destroyed. No matter how powerful the glacier was, Li Lingtian was only a martial honored realm powerhouse after all. It was impossible for him to completely imprison the storm cloud beast. However, this imprison had given the four martial emperors an opportunity to attack. Rumble. With a series of explosions, four destructive attacks landed on the storm cloud beast body at the same time as it broke free from the ice. Roar. With a furious roar, a few huge bloody holes appeared on the storm cloud beast body, and bright red beast blood gushed out. Li Lingtian was shocked. The destructive power of a martial emperor powerhouse was not something a supreme realm could compare to. His punch, just now, did not even break through the defense of the storm cloud beast and was even reflected. Now, it was actually injured by four martial monarch realm experts. Although it did not resist after being imprisoned, one had to admit that it was powerful. Damn it, Li Lingtian cursed in his heart. He did not expect the storm cloud beast to abandon a few martial emperor powerhouses and attack him alone. His body flashed rapidly, and the shadow tempest behind him tore through the space and chased after him. Crash! With a soft thud, the light shield that protected the true dragon's body shattered into pieces. The shadow of the tempest struck Li Lingtian's body as well. Li Lingtian shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. The few martial emperor powerhouses were shocked. If Li Lingtian were to perish here, he would lose a helper when he participated in the competition. Moreover, it would be difficult to explain himself when he returned to East River City. Divine destruction to the extreme. However, while they were still in shock, they saw that Li Lingtian was completely unharmed. Instead, he unleashed a destructive attack in rage. He was shocked. In front of the shadow of the storm, he actually withstood it. What kind of F***eking defense and physique was this? In the sky, a heavenly might appeared. The heavenly might carried a destructive light and directly bombarded the storm cloud beast above the sea. The world trembled in front of this heavenly might. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the sea area trembled. The huge storm cloud beast suddenly rolled and was killed by the god-extinguishing extreme and fell into the sea. A burst of blood appeared, dyeing a large area of the sea red. Li Lingtian's body swayed as he spat out another mouthful of blood. However, his face was in good spirits, as if he was not injured at all. East River Qingyun and the others were shocked when they saw this. This alchemy saint was too valiant. It was likely that a holy alchemist was weak. Even if it was an attack, it was a mild one which was suitable for alchemy. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to be so valiant. He was a complete madman. Roar! Boom! Boom! The storm cloud beast was injured, but it didn't lose its life. After being injured, the storm cloud beast became even more violent, and a shocking violent aura soared into the sky. Although the few martial emperors were shocked by Li Lingtian's ferocity, they did not forget the threat posed by the storm cloud beast below. They took advantage of the injured storm cloud beast to launch a full-force attack. For a moment, water pillars shot into the sky between the sky and the sea. Destructive energy spread in all directions, and waves of destructive attacks tore apart the sea. Inescapable net. Ing Xiao circulated all of his Zhen Yuan and stretched out his hand. A silver net-like treasure appeared in his hand. It was like a fishing net used by fishermen. However, with a wave of this net-like treasure, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth quickly surged over, and the net-like treasure also pressed down on the storm cloud beast below. Roar! Roar! The 100-meter-long storm cloud beast was trapped by Ing Xiao's treasure. It struggled continuously, but no matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape from the trap. Moreover, the inescapable net was getting smaller and smaller. As long as there was enough time, they would be able to capture this storm cloud beast. However, at this moment, the few martial monarch realm experts relax a little. A destructive aura appeared, and a fist-sized bead appeared in the sky of the storm cloud beast. The bead carried endless storm wind blades, and the inescapable net was instantly destroyed. The destructive force blasted toward Li Lingtian. Chapter 460, Killing the Storm Cloud Beast. Chapter 460, Killing the Storm Cloud Beast. Li Lingtian was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. It was already too late to block. It was completely impossible to dodge. The attack unleashed by the storm cloud beast was its natal inner core. It could destroy the world with one strike. Even a seventh heaven martial emperor, East River Emerald Cloud, would perish under such a sudden attack, let alone a martial honor like Li Lingtian. East River Qingyun and the others were stunned. They were extremely shocked. They did not expect things to change so suddenly. Just as Li Lingtian was about to be killed by the wind blades in the storm, Li Lingtian muttered a cryptic incantation in the sky. Spatial imprisonment. Suddenly, the space stopped for a short while. The inner core and the wind blades stopped at the same time. The entire world seemed to have stopped time. After a momentary pause, the space was restored once again. The wind blades and inner core in the storm were unleashed with an indomitable force. However, Li Lingtian had long disappeared from his target when the attack was launched. He had completely vanished into the air without a trace of his aura. Ice Fire, Nine Heavens, Extinction. When he reappeared, Li Lingtian was already above the storm cloud beast. At this moment, the inner core and the wind blades were already 500 meters away from him. Moreover, the windstorm wind blades and the inner core were attacking in the opposite direction from him. Between heaven and earth, an aura of destruction and death appeared. The water pillar also stabilized in this aura, but behind this aura, it became an aura of extinction. The entire sea area fell silent as a four-colored beam of light shot out. The beam of light was extremely fast and pierced through space. However, it did not bombard the storm cloud beast below. Instead, it bombarded the inner core in the air. Roar! Seeing such a destructive attack, the storm cloud beast was also stunned. Its natal attack was ineffective, but now it was about to be destroyed. In a moment of desperation, it used its natal demonic power to increase its inner core and quickly dodged, wanting to retrieve its inner core. However, it was already too late. The third layer of the ice fire, 9 layers, the power of extermination had already bombarded the inner core. An earth-shattering roar filled with pain and unwillingness. Rumble, rumble. The 5 martial emperor powerhouses who were in shock finally reacted at this moment. 5 destructive attacks bombarded the ground continuously. Blood splattered everywhere. The huge storm cloud beast was completely under the destructive attack. Although its natal inner core was not directly destroyed, it could not be retracted into its body under the attack of Ice/Fire/9 Heavens. The devastating halo of destruction swept across the inner core. Li Lingtian continued to cast the heaven-ranked superpower in his hand to block the natal inner core. There was no chance for it to return to the storm cloud beast body. Without its natal inner core, the demonic beast lost its soul and its master. It was completely at the mercy of the 5 martial monarch realm experts. Imprisonment. At that moment, Li Lingtian held a banner in one hand. With a wave of the banner, the space was once again sealed, but this time it was targeted at the inner core. The impact on space was also very small. It could not affect the attacks of the few martial monarch realm experts at all. With its intrinsic inner core sealed, the storm cloud beast had no chance of resisting. Li Lingtian waved his hand, and a frosty ice flame appeared in the air. The appearance of the frosty ice flame immediately caused the storm cloud beast to tremble. The storm cloud beast had no eyes and could only rely on its senses. Now, it could sense destruction. Boom! With a final explosion, the 100-meter-long storm cloud beast was destroyed. Its intrinsic inner core was also sealed by the icy frost flame. Li Lingtian grabbed the storm cloud beast's intrinsic inner core with a faint smile in his eyes. The inner core of a 7th-order 8th-grade demonic beast, and it was a water and wind element demonic beast inner core, would definitely be of great help to an expert with a wind or water martial soul when he refined a cauldron of pills. What a powerful technique, Alchemy Saint. East River Qingyun came to Li Lingtian's side with a smile on his face. However, he was shocked as well. Li Lingtian's martial honored realm strength had reached a terrifying level. His strength was not at all in the martial honored realm. Even an ordinary martial monarch realm expert would not have such strength. Even though Li Lingtian's move was a little tricky, it was still a trick of the other party. The winner takes all. I was just lucky. I didn't expect this storm cloud beast to be so powerful. This is really the first time I've encountered it. Li Lingtian said with a smile. He did not put on any pretense, as he kept the inner core before putting it into his storage pouch. Although such an inner core was precious, someone like East River Qingyun would not compete with him for one. With Sir Lingtian around, our East River City will definitely get a good ranking. Ing Xiao and the others flew over as well and said with a smile. The sea area was completely calm now. If it wasn't for the 100-meter-tall body above the sea area, one wouldn't have known that there had been a huge battle here. Moreover, it was a life-and-death battle. 5 martial emperors and a martial honor were able to kill a level 7, level 8 sea beast. The few of them complimented him. Then, Shangwan Ao took out a flying ship. The few of them boarded the flying ship and flew quickly again, although this time was not much. However, they had consumed a lot of energy and needed to recover quickly. Moreover, Li Lingtian was injured. Although his injuries were not serious, a slight lapse in his state of mind in front of powerhouses like them could affect his life and death. East River Qingyun and the rest did not disturb Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian found a room and began meditating to heal his injuries. This injury was nothing to him. He threw a 6th-grade healing pill into his mouth and refined it. He quickly healed his injuries. He had just been injured, and it was only a shock to his mind. It was not a big deal. In an hour's time, with the addition of a 6th-grade medicinal pill, his injuries had completely recovered, and the consumed true essence had also recovered. This time, other than the storm cloud beast, they did not encounter any other powerful sea beasts. Generally, the low-level sea beasts did not pose any threat. They were all killed by a few revered martial artists or martial emperors. 5 days passed. Finally, the spaceship arrived on land. It was as if it had arrived on a continent. However, they all understood that this place was the territory of Tianhe's sacred city, and it was also an island in the Tianhe zone. However, this island was too big, spanning tens of millions of miles. After entering the land, the flying ship did not stop. Instead, it flew directly into the distance. The deeper it went, the more martial artists it encountered. Moreover, the spiritual qi was denser. This place was completely like a fairyland. After flying for an hour, they arrived in front of the city. However, this city was different from other cities. There were no city walls here, and the buildings were very casual. There were dense pavilions and palaces everywhere. Although it looked chaotic, it was orderly inside. The entire city was like an immortal palace. The spiritual energy was dense, making the entire city seem extremely mysterious. The city was boundless, and it was unknown how big it was. Ahead is the citadel of Tianhe's sacred city. After entering the citadel, it is the central city of Tianhe's sacred city. Fights are strictly held there, but there are countless arenas inside. Any grudges can be settled there. Sky River Sacred City is not something that East River City can compare to. Whether it's resources or power, East River City looks up to them. Martial Supremes and Martial Emperors are everywhere here. We have to be careful not to provoke other forces and experts. East River Qingyun said seriously. Even he, a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor, was cautious when facing this place. One could imagine how terrifying this place was. If it was a 7th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert, he would definitely be a super expert in a place like East River City. However, in this place, he was nothing. We know that. We're only here to participate in the competition. It's fine as long as we don't clash with other experts. Liu Yu nodded and replied respectfully. He was a martial honor, so he was even more insignificant in this place. Even a 7th level martial emperor was cautious. As a martial honor, he naturally did not dare to be careless. Sometimes, if you don't cause trouble, something will often happen to you. When the time comes, you just have to improvise. Duan Yu glanced at Liu Yu. This was how the world worked. The simplest thing was that they didn't want to cause trouble a few days ago, but a 7th tier, 8th tier C beast came looking for them. This kind of thing was more common among martial artists. The few of them flew as they talked, but they did not use the spaceship now, because the city strictly used the spaceship. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort sounded out, and a sound of air being torn quickly came over. The few of them turned around and looked, their faces revealing a solemn expression. There were also 10 figures behind him. There were 5 Martial Monarch Realm experts and 5 Supreme Realm experts. However, these 5 Martial Monarch Realm experts were all at the 7th heaven. Moreover, their entire bodies emitted a strange and powerful aura. Even if there were 5 Supreme Realm experts, although they were only at the 9th level of the Supreme Realm, they gave off a feeling that they were even stronger than martial emperors. Trash from East River City. A young man at the 7th heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm looked at Li Ling and the others with disdain and said softly. However, after they were done speaking, they came to a spot not far away from Li Ling Tian and the others. They regarded the Eastern River City's warriors as trash. North River Han, are you courting death? Ing Xiao glanced at the young man. The young man was dressed in embroidered clothes and had an arrogant expression on his face, as if he was superior to others. Both of them were proud sons of heaven. However, Ing Xiao had been injured by Beiha Han 50 years ago, and it had been difficult for him to break through his cultivation. Now that Beiha Han had left him even further behind, it was only natural for him to feel unhappy. Ing Xiao, is there no one else in East River City? They actually sent trash like you here. How embarrassing. Last time, I was in a good mood and didn't kill you. But this time, you won't be so lucky. Beiha Han's face turned cold as he glared at Ing Xiao. The gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger, and Ing Xiao didn't take them seriously at all. Even East River Qingyun was no match for him, let alone a few 6th level martial emperors. He could defeat them all by himself. He swept his gaze across all the warriors in East River City. When he saw Li Ling Tian, his eyes were filled with disdain. A 4th level martial honor had snuck into East River City. There were truly no more powerhouses in East River City. Chapter 461, Northern River Cold, 1. Chapter 461, Northern River Cold, 1. Don't die when the time comes. You won't even know how you died. Li Ling Tian had a faint smile on his face as his eyes met Beiha Han's. Beiha Han was a supreme powerhouse in North River City and was the strongest in the Tiana region. However, in this place they were opponents. Since they were opponents, there was no need to show mercy. There was no face to be given. Trash, are you looking for death? Beiha Han did not expect that a 4th level supreme realm martial artist would dare to go against him like this. This was truly beyond his expectations. Not to mention supreme realm martial artists, even martial sovereigns would not dare to be so arrogant in front of him. When he came to his senses, he instantly became furious, and his entire body's aura erupted. Ignorant, Li Ling Tian completely ignored the powerful aura. He did not even spare a glance at Northern River Han as he flew forward in a flash. East River Qingyun and the others were stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on their faces. With a flash, they quickly flew into the city as well. The joy in his heart was indescribable. How could a 7th level martial emperor realm expert accept being looked down upon by a 4th level martial honor realm expert? However, When his aura burst forth, Li Lingtian cursed at his ignorance. He felt as if he was being looked down upon. Little bastard, when the time comes, I will make you wish you were dead. Beihahan unleashed his powerful aura in an attempt to crush Li Lingtian with his aura, so that Li Lingtian would know how powerful he was. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to completely ignore him. It was as if a punch had hit the air. Anger attacked his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with anger. Brother Northern River, this place is Heavenly River Sacred City. A 7th-level martial emperor beside him reminded Beihahan. If he caused trouble here, even if he killed this revered martial artist, they would still be the ones at a disadvantage. They would lose the right to compete because of this. This was really unfair. Get lost. I know that. Otherwise, I would have killed these trash long ago. North River Han was already angry, and if he provoked him like this, he would naturally get into trouble. Looking at Li Lingtian and the others who were flying in the distance, Han's gaze was as if he wanted to eat them alive. He wished he could tear Li Lingtian apart. Sir Lingtian, you have to be careful when the time comes. This Beihahan isn't simple. He looks like a 7th heaven martial emperor, but his true strength is much more terrifying than his cultivation base. Moreover, he cultivates the mysterious True technique. The ice true chi he cultivates can cause indelible damage to martial artists. Moreover, he has a saint weapon, a middle-grade ice saint weapon. With his cultivation and treasures, we can't underestimate him. Ing Xiao explained to Li Lingtian as he flew. He was the one who knew Beihahan's strength the best. In the past, their cultivation bases were similar, and his cultivation base was even stronger than Beihahan's. However, Beihahan's strength was terrifying. Ing Xiao had also fallen into Beihahan's trap, and the gap between their cultivation bases was widening. This was also because Beihahan had used the Darking True technique to injure him with his Ice True Chi. It was difficult for his cultivation base to improve even a little. He also wanted Li Lingtian to kill Beihahan so that he could avenge him. A powerhouse like Ing Xiao had lived for hundreds of years and was extremely experienced in scheming. However, he dare not play tricks in front of Li Lingtian. Moreover, Li Lingtian was his companion now. They had to stick together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to leave the Forbidden Land safely with the strength of East River City. The mysterious True technique should be a heaven-grade technique. The frosty Jinchi cultivated is indeed terrifying. I think Brother Ing Xiao's cultivation has stagnated because of Beihahan's attack. When I have the chance, I'll help you get rid of the Ice True Chi. Perhaps Brother Ing Xiao's cultivation will improve rapidly and he'll be able to reach the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm. Li Lingtian scanned Ing Xiao's body with his divine perception. Ing Xiao had a fire-type martial soul, but he had a trace of icy True Chi in his body. Moreover, the icy True Chi was eroding his cultivation base. Thinking back to the situation between him and Beihahan, he must have fallen for Beihahan's trick. He was a saint alchemist, a super saint alchemist, so this matter was still very easy for him. Moreover, he had the flaming sacred body, so he could easily eliminate this bit of ice genuine chi. Moreover, he had the ice soul martial spirit and the 5 elements peak. It was easy for him to solve this problem. Sir Lingtian, do you really have a way to solve the problem, my body? Ing Xiao's heart skipped a beat before he became excited. He had sought out countless spirit alchemists and 7th or 8th heaven powerhouses, but none of them could solve the problem. However, he was moved by Li Lingtian's relaxed tone. Regardless of whether Li Lingtian had a solution or not, he had to give it a try. After all, it was not a pleasant feeling to have one's cultivation base decline instead of improving. Brother Ing Xiao, have you forgotten? Sir Lingtian is a saint alchemist, and he used his ice soul martial soul just now. You should have a way to treat your injuries. East River Qingyun said with a smile. As an onlooker, he was not as excited as Ing Xiao. Naturally, he could tell Li Lingtian's strength. The medicinal pills refined by a saint alchemist were all incomparably magical. If even a saint alchemist could not treat such an injury, there really was no one in this world who could. unless it was a super mighty expert like a martial saint or a martial god. However, where could he find such an expert? Even if he found one, he would not be able to help a martial monarch realm expert. I'm sorry for being rude. I forgot about you, Sir Ling Tian. Please don't take offense. Ying Xiao was shocked. He then recalled that Li Lingtian was a saint alchemist and had an ice soul martial soul. At that thought, he felt that it was rather abrupt and quickly apologized. The few martial honors were not surprised by Ying Xiao's reaction. After all, Li Lingtian's status as a saint alchemist was too high. Even a ninth heaven martial emperor would not easily offend a saint alchemist like Li Lingtian, let alone a sixth heaven martial emperor. Moreover, Li Lingtian had the alchemist guild behind him. Offending Li Lingtian was equivalent to offending the entire alchemist guild. Although it was not that serious, no one dared to take the risk. It's fine. When I have time, I can try. I can't guarantee that I can solve it. Li Lingtian appeared nonchalant and did not seem to mind at all. In the eyes of the other powerhouses, this made Li Lingtian seem even more mysterious. This was how a powerhouse was. He was calm and collected and did not take the trifles to heart. Only with such a breadth of mind could one become a saint alchemist at the age of 20 and a martial honor at the age of 20. A monster was a monster, not something a genius could compare to. Ordinary experts would not understand the world of monsters. Soon, the 10 of them arrived in front of Wei City. After showing their tokens, Wei City did not seem to be in a difficult position. Instead, they showed a respectful expression. No matter what, no matter which remote place they came from, they were all the top experts of that place. Ordinary people could not afford to provoke them. After entering the citadel, the few of them did not stop and headed straight for the central city. Along the way, they also saw a few groups. They were all groups that were participating in the competition. There were 5 martial emperors and 5 martial honors. Such a group would only appear when the experts were participating in the competition. Li Lingtian sized them up intentionally or unintentionally. Be it Supreme Realm or Martial Emperor, these forces were not something that Eastern River City could compare to. In the end, Li Lingtian and his party arrived at the central city. There was a special reception area by the plaza of Tiana's sacred city. Li Lingtian and the rest were also welcomed to the relay station in the plaza. 10 people each lived in a small building. It was comfortable and suitable for a warrior to rest in peace. However, there were other experts at this reception area. The participants from the 4 cities all lived here. When Beha Han saw Li Lingtian, his face was filled with rage, but he did not dare to make a move. Li Lingtian completely ignored Beha Han. At the same time, the powerhouses from the other 2 major cities looked at the people from East River City with disdain. They looked down on the powerhouses from East River City, especially when they saw Li Lingtian. When they arrived, there were more than 30 martial emperor powerhouses who had also arrived. Li Lingtian received news that these powerhouses were from other forces such as the Azure Continent, the Mystic Continent, the Serenity Continent, and the Divine Continent. Only the Azure Continent did not have any powerhouses. Li Lingtian had seen the powerhouse from the Azure Continent before. He was a super powerhouse from the Wind Moon Palace. Although there was only one of them, he was a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor Elder. Li Lingtian was astonished. He did not expect the Windy Moon Palace to be so powerful. Apart from the House of Storms, the Windy Moon Palace also had a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor. Only the Queen's Palace did not have one. The old man was stunned when he saw Li Lingtian. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. A faint smile appeared on his face as a greeting to Li Lingtian. Although Li Lingtian was only a martial honor, his reputation in the Azure Continent was not small. He had even wiped out Kanglan Embrace, so it was only natural that he had powerful means. After a brief inspection, Li Lingtian returned to his room to meditate and cultivate. They also had a certain understanding of the experts participating in the competition this time. They were all experts at the 7th heaven, and there were even 4 super experts at the 8th heaven. These were all experts from outside the Tiana district. He wondered if there were any more heaven-defying experts from the 4 major families of the Tiana district. Logically speaking, the forbidden area would only open once every 10,000 years. Moreover, this was the first time it opened after 100,000 years. The stronger the experts who entered, the more advantageous they would be. As long as the 4 great clans of Tiana Holy City had super experts, they would bring them inside. Just as he entered the room and was about to meditate, a voice came from outside. Everyone who has come here must abide by the rules of Tiana Sacred City. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. His voice was calm, but his tone was arrogant. He did not take these experts seriously at all. This was also normal. The people of Tiana Sacred City all had a sense of superiority. How could they take the experts from other places seriously? In their eyes, they looked at the expert from other places as if they were country bumpkins. Chapter 462:1 did hit you. Chapter 462:1 did hit you. When he finished speaking, the experts in the relay station listened attentively. They knew that there was something else that needed to be announced. Sure enough, the voice sounded again, and its tone was the same as before. The competition will begin in 5 days. After 5 days, everyone will gather in front of the Heavenly River Temple with your token. This time, it was a simple sentence. After he finished speaking, the last voice was already very far away. Li Lingtian thought to himself that he could take a break in 5 days so that he could focus on entering the forbidden area. East River Qingyun and the others were experts who were hundreds of years old. Naturally, they did not have much curiosity and would not leave the relay station. Both of them were meditating and cultivating in their rooms at the relay station. After cultivating for 2 days, Li Lingtian stood up and strolled out of the relay station. Tiana Sacred City was the most powerful place in Tiana region, and it was also a place where super experts gathered. He naturally had to go to a place like this to see for himself, or else his trip would be in vain. Leaving the relay station was the square. No matter which city it was, no matter how big or small it was, the square was where warriors gathered. As soon as he arrived at the plaza, Li Lingtian exclaimed in surprise before a faint smile appeared on his face. In his line of sight, there was an iconic building. The building was like a 7-story pagoda. Below it was a hall made of jade. The entire building was magnificent and domineering, demonstrating the strength of the power behind the building. Alchemist Guild, Tianhe District Branch. The words Alchemist Guild exuded an ancient and vigorous aura. Li Lingtian could not help but feel a sense of familiarity when he saw the building of the Alchemist Guild. Even though he was a super powerhouse, he spent all his energy on cultivation. However, he was a Saint Alchemist after all, a super Saint Alchemist. He naturally felt close to the Saint Alchemist Hall. He didn't expect the Alchemist Guild to exist in the Tiana district. Although it was only a branch, it still showcased the experts of the Tiana district. Since he was bored, it wasn't a bad idea to go to the Alchemist Guild to take a look. This was also his first time coming to the Alchemist Guild. Inside the Alchemist Guild, martial artists were everywhere buying medicinal pills and also exchanging medicinal herbs. Nobody noticed Li Lingtian's arrival. However, Li Lingtian walked straight into the Alchemist Guild as if he was entering his own backyard. "Sir, please stop." A sweet voice was heard. Li Lingtian turned around and saw a girl in her 20s looking at him with a polite expression. He then came before Li Lingtian and stood in front of him, preventing him from entering. "Why should I stop?" Li Lingtian took a glance at the girl before him. Not bad looking. Even if she was not stunning, she was still a rare beauty. He did not expect to meet a beauty here. Moreover, this girl always had a trace of noble temperament, like a pearl covered in dust. This is the inner area of the Alchemist Guild. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. "Sir, please leave." The girl blushed when she saw Li Lingtian sizing her up. However, she did not avoid Li Lingtian's gaze. Then, her face turned frosty as she glared at Li Lingtian. She had never seen anyone who dared to look at her like that. "I want to see your guild leader. Please inform him." Li Lingtian shifted his gaze away as he spoke in a serious tone. Although the girl before him was beautiful, she had nothing to do with him. He was here to look for the ingredients for a pill. He believed that the Alchemist Guild was much stronger than him alone. You want to meet the president? 1. Do you think that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can see the president? A disdainful voice sounded. A suave young man walked over with a smile that he thought was very suave. Her gaze fell on Li Ling Tian, and her eyes were filled with jealousy. Even though Li Ling Tian was not handsome, he was still delicate and handsome, elegant and graceful. His entire body exuded a mysterious aura, and he had an amiable and approachable aura. Such temperament and aura were innate and could not be faked. Naturally, Li Ling Tian was jealous. Fairy Yingying, why are you here? You're a waitress here. The young man shifted his gaze to the girl, and a fawning expression appeared on his face. It was an expression that could not be faked, and it piqued Li Ling Tian's curiosity. Do I need you to care about me? Fairy Yingying looked at the young man patiently before she shifted her gaze to Li Ling Tian. Seeing that Li Ling Tian had no intention of leaving, she felt even more uncomfortable. I say, are you leaving or not? This is the inner area of the Alchemist Guild. You can't let anyone else in here. Fairy Yingying spoke again, trying to suppress her temper. I'm here to look for your president. Li Ling Tian repeated what he had said earlier. He maintained a faint smile on his face throughout the whole process. He looked calm and composed, not showing any signs of impatience at the girl's interruption. Did you hear that? Fairy Yingying asked you to leave. Are you deaf or stupid? The young man was displeased when he saw Li Ling Tian still standing there and looking so carefree. This was a rare opportunity to curry favor with him. He took a step forward and glared at Li Ling Tian as if he wanted to eat him alive. Pa! A soft sound rang out. The originally quiet passage became even louder. The three of them didn't say anything. Fairy Yingying and the young man were both stunned. The young man covered his face with one hand, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Didn't your parents teach you? You have to be polite to people. Are you an animal? Li Ling Tian said calmly. His tone was the same as before, neither salty nor indifferent. It turned out that he had slapped the young man. If you don't teach this kind of person a lesson, he won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You hit me, the young man said in a daze. He couldn't believe that someone would dare to slap him. Moreover, he was slapped in front of Fairy Yingying. This was the greatest humiliation in his life. Fairy Yingying was also stunned. She did not expect Li Ling Tian to slap Ling Han in such a calm manner. This was too domineering. She had thought that someone with Li Ling Tian's temperament and bearing would not hit anyone. However, not only did he hit her, he even gave her a resounding slap. You didn't say anything wrong, and you didn't feel wrong either. I did hit you. No, I should be teaching you a lesson. The smile on Li Ling Tian's face remained as he spoke indifferently, as if he was talking about something very normal. Bastard, how dare you hit me? 1. Do you know who my father is? Ling Han was enraged, completely enraged. He hadn't thought that he would still be so arrogant after beating him up. This kind of arrogance had always been his specialty. He had been hunting wild geese all year round, but he had been pecked in the eye by the wild geese. I don't know, Li Ling Tian said lightly as he laughed to himself. How could this F***eking trash be so stupid? My father is a tier 5 spirit alchemist in the Alchemist Guild. If you dare to hit me, you're finished. Ling Han was surprised to hear that Li Ling Tian did not know who his father was. It was as if everyone in the world had to know his father. I want to see your president. Didn't you hear me? Li Ling Tian was rendered speechless. Was this still a warrior? To think that he would bring up his father after being beaten up. He was a useless second-generation son. His father was really unlucky to have such a son. He looked at Fairy Yingying. He didn't care about her identity. He didn't want to provoke her. What are you doing here? At that moment, footsteps could be heard as a 60-year-old man approached. He asked in confusion when he saw Li Ling Tian and the other two standing there. Father, this little bastard hit me. When Ling Han saw the old man's arrival, it was as if he had found a backer. He pointed fiercely at Li Ling Tian. Fairy Yingying, what's going on? At this moment, Ling Haoyan also saw the 5 fingerprints on Ling Han's face. He looked at Fairy Yingying coldly, but he didn't dare to offend Fairy Yingying in the slightest. so he asked Fairy Ying in a questioning tone. He wants to see the president. Fairy Ying spoke in a delicate voice as she pointed her fair finger at Li Lingtian. You have my son? What right do you have to see the president? Ling Haoyun asked calmly as he looked at Ling Han's red and swollen face. His eyes were cold as he looked at Li Lingtian. However, behind his calmness, there was indeed rage. It was just that he did not show it on his face. People like him were the most sinister. Whether I have the right or not, it's none of your business. Lock up your useless son. This time, he only met me. If he met anyone else, he would have died long ago, even if he had 10,000 lives. Li Lingtian said coldly. He had been here for quite some time now, but he was still blocked by this place. He was already fuming. You have my son. Don't you have any respect for me? A level 5 spirit pill master? Ling Haoyun looked at Li Lingtian. He was a tier 3 martial emperor so naturally, he could not tell Li Lingtian's cultivation base. Even if he knew that Li Lingtian was a martial honor, he would not care. In this world, alchemists look down on martial honors. The reason why he mentioned his identity as a spirit alchemist was to make Li Lingtian submit and apologize to him. I really don't put you in my eyes. Who do you think you are? Little trash is like this. So you were brought here by an old trash. A crooked stick will have crooked roots. Li Lingtian replied calmly. Dragons were not enemies of ants, and a mere spirit alchemist was hardly worth his attention. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a badge appeared in front of him. He had a disdainful expression on his face. Little bastard, you will regret this. This is... Alchemy, same badge. You are you a saint alchemist? Ling Haoyun was enraged and was about to make a move when he saw the badge in Li Lingtian's hand. He carefully looked at the badge and immediately trembled. He stuttered as he spoke. This was the badge of Saint Alchemist. What was a Saint Alchemist? They were the top experts in alchemy and were supreme existences in the Tianna region. Even the Alchemist Guild, there are no Saint Alchemists. There are only 2 level 6 spirit alchemists. Chapter 463, Ying 1. Chapter 463, Ying 1. What is it? You said he's a saint alchemist? Fairy Ying and Ling Han both cried out in surprise, as if they had heard the best joke. They looked at Ling Haoyun in disbelief and instantly laughed as well. Ling Han laughed arrogantly, even in front of his father. Fairy Ying looked at Li Lingtian curiously. Although she could not believe that Li Lingtian was a saint alchemist, she was not an idiot like Ling Han. A pair of beautiful eyes turned towards Ling Haoyun with a questioning expression. This gaze was like looking at a subordinate, completely different from the way a waiter in the Alchemist Guild looked at a spirit alchemist. Pa! Another loud slap sounded. There were only 3 people who slapped him before, but now there was Ling Haoyun. This slap landed on Ling Han's face as well. However, the person who struck was no longer Li Lingtian, but the other side. Now, both sides of Ling Han's face were swollen from the slaps, completely like a steamed bun that had fermented too much. Bastard! Hurry up and apologize to the pill Saint Master. Ling Haoyun could see clearly that this alchemy saint badge was not fake at all. This meant that this young man was a real alchemy saint. As a spirit alchemist, offending alchemy saint was akin to courting death. Although spirit alchemists were high and mighty in front of others, they were completely ants in front of saint alchemists. Just now, he had said that the other party did not take him seriously. Now that he thought about it, how childish was he? Why would the other party, a saint alchemist, take a spirit alchemist like him seriously? A slap landed on Ling Han's face. He quickly urged Ling Han to apologize to Li Lingtian, hoping that this would shift the attention away from him so that he would not be blamed by Li Lingtian. Take me to your president. Li Lingtian did not even look at Ling Han and Ling Haoyun. A giant dragon was an enemy of an ant. It was an insult to be entangled with his father and son. He looked at Fairy Ying with a calm expression. He didn't look angry at all. Yes. Fairy Ying hummed in agreement. What had happened just now had already blinded her. How could Ling Han and Ling Haoyun be so arrogant? In the end, just a single badge from someone else was enough for them to suck up to them like dogs. Moreover, this young man did not pay any attention to them at all. He did not put the two of them in his eyes at all. Then, he led the way to the other end of the passage. However, he immediately realized that something was wrong with him being commanded by this young man. When had he ever been ordered around like this? And now he was so obedient. Are you really an alchemy saint? Hello, my name is Ying. Fairy Ying turned around and placed her hands on her waist. She looked up at Li Ling Tian and asked seriously. She looked extremely cute. She had a faint, noble temperament and a hint of beauty, making her look much more beautiful. Moreover, after hearing that he was a saint alchemist, he was still so calm, as if he had seen an ordinary person. What's so great about being a saint alchemist? My name is Li Ling Tian. Li Ling Tian had a faint smile on his face as he was pleased with the girl before him. This behavior was somewhat similar to Tang Ziming and Ji Yi's personalities. If the three of them were together, they would definitely cause a ruckus. Li Ling Tian, I think I've heard someone mention this name before. Alchemy saint, and can you refine pills that retain one's youth? Ying pouted her lips and instantly looked extremely sexy. She covered her forehead with her small hand as if she was thinking, but she did not remember. Then, a trace of curiosity and anticipation appeared on his face. Girls naturally wanted to maintain their appearance forever. To alchemy saint masters, what they wanted the most was medicinal pills that could preserve their appearance. Isn't it just to keep your face? This is for you. Li Ling Tian felt relaxed as well. It was easy for him to talk to this girl. He did not have any interest in her and was just being calm. Moreover, he thought it was normal for girls to talk about preserving their looks. After all, with the status and strength of a saint alchemist, there should be hope of refining the face-preserving pill. Then, he used his divine sense and took out a 500-year-old vermilion fruit from the divine dragon ring. It was a blood-red fruit that emitted dense spiritual energy. Vermilion fruit, a 500-year-old vermilion fruit. This is great. I've been looking for you for so long, and I've finally found you. When Ying saw the vermilion fruit in Li Ling Tian's hand, she was instantly excited as if she had seen a magical treasure. She kissed the vermilion fruit with her small mouth, looking extremely alluring. Li Ling Tian was taken aback. There was something fishy about this girl. Very few people had seen the vermilion fruit. Furthermore, the girl could tell that it was a 500-year-old vermilion fruit at a glance. It was obvious that she had seen an ordinary-aged vermilion fruit before. Moreover, he didn't seem to care at all when he saw the spirit alchemist. Even if he knew that he was a saint alchemist, he wasn't surprised. Can you take me to see your president now? Li Ling Tian smiled. He was delighted to see the girl in front of him so happy with the vermilion fruit. A mere vermilion fruit was nothing to a girl who was happy. This was not because he was a playboy. To be able to see a beautiful girl's sincere and happy smile was the happiest thing. Follow me. Ying reacted immediately and stuck out her tongue. She smiled mischievously and quickly led Li Ling Tian to the second floor. Li Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. This little girl was way too seductive. This action was too much for him to handle. A tender tongue. Although this action was a girl's nature, it should not be done to a stranger. It could get him killed. President, someone wants to see you. When they arrived at the second floor, Ying did not knock on the door and walked straight into a room. When she arrived at an alchemy room, she saw an old man comprehending the pill formula and called out in a cute and mischievous voice. Girl, I've told you many times to knock when you come in. The old man looked at Ying helplessly. Then, he looked at Li Ling Tian and Ying in confusion. Third grandpa, he's Li Ling Tian. He's here to see you. Ying was even more relaxed now. She sat on a chair casually. This chair was specially used by the president, but she sat on it playfully. Li Ling Tian, Your Excellency, Divine Alchemist Li Ling Tian. Ying was nothing. A name was nothing. A saint alchemist was nothing. However, when the old man heard this name, he cried out in surprise. There might be millions of people with this name in the divine martial continent, but there was only one person who could use Li Lingtian's name as a title. That person was the holy alchemist, His Excellency Li Lingtian. His face revealed an excited expression, as if he had seen a god. I'm Li Lingtian. I'm here to take a look at the Alchemist Guild. I'd like to ask the guild master for a favor. Li Lingtian took out his badge and flashed it. His expression was calm as he spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor respectful. Even if he was facing someone of a lower rank than him, he would never put on airs. 11, please take a seat, Alchemy Saint. I'm Xinyuan Feng. If Alchemy Saint has any instructions, just let me know. This girl is my family's precious granddaughter. She doesn't know her place. Please don't take offense, Alchemy Saint. Upon seeing the badge, Xinyuan Feng was certain that Li Lingtian was not lying. He quickly led Li Lingtian to his seat and pointed at Ying, who had a mischievous look on her face. You're too polite, Your Excellency Xinyuan. Miss Ying is straightforward. It's a girl's nature. In this world, it's rare to see a girl as cute as Ying. It's much better than those people wearing masks. I have nothing else to do. I came to Tinner region to carry some things, so I came here to take a look. I have a pill formula that requires some medicinal herbs. Please help me pay attention to it. Li Lingtian took out a jade slip. It was not a pill formula, but the names of some precious herbs. That's not a problem. As long as we have news of these medicinal herbs, we will definitely get them. These medicinal herbs are extremely precious. It will be a problem if we want to find them all at once. May I know when you want them? 11. Xuanyuan's divine sense read through the jade slip, and his expression changed continuously. The names of the medicinal herbs in the jade slip were obviously needed for level 7 pills. This was in line with Li Lingtian's identity. Li Lingtian must be a saint alchemist who had refined tier 7 pills. Although the Alchemist Guild was powerful, it was also impossible to find so many medicinal herbs all at once. This isn't urgent. Moreover, this lord still has some matters to attend to. After this matter is settled, this lord will come to the Alchemist Guild again. Li Lingtian replied calmly. It was impossible for him to find the ingredients for the tier 7 divine feather pill on his own. There was still a portion that he had yet to find. Judging from the Alchemist Guild's strength, he should have some confidence. Moreover, he was not in a hurry. In any case, there was still some time before he could settle his matters. After settling his matters, it would not be bad to come here again. I'm not playing anymore. Third Grandpa. Look, he said it's not good to wear a mask. I'm not playing anymore. At that moment, Ying, who was playing by the side, suddenly spoke up as she glared at Li Lingtian. Following that, her fingers moved gently around her earlobe and tore off a mask. Li Lingtian's eyes were immediately dazzled. A beautiful and exquisite face appeared in front of him, and he almost had difficulty breathing. He did not expect such a beautiful face to exist in this world. This face was somewhat similar to before, but now it was exquisite and perfect. It was completely a masterpiece of heaven. Even when compared to G.E., he was not much different. Coupled with her sexy mouth and mischievous personality, she was a completely different G.E. He didn't expect Ying to be wearing a mask. She was so beautiful under the mask. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment. His expression did not change, but his heart was in turmoil. No wonder she had to wear a mask. If she didn't wear a mask, her face would make the world go crazy. I'll have to trouble you with this matter, Your Excellency Xinyuan. I'll take my leave. Li Lingtian glanced at Ying before he stood up and walked out. He was not as amazed by Ying's beauty as the others, now that he had many beautiful women around him, and all of them were peerless beauties. His immunity to beautiful women had increased tremendously. Naturally, he would not be charmed by Ying. Hello. Just as he reached the door, he heard Ying's voice. It was obvious that she was calling him. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.